stream.
It's ranked
Don't
competitive
get it twisted.
stream.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about the episode today. I guess what I mean by unhinged is that, like, it's like last time where I'm like, no makeup, we're just going straight in it, no preparation. Last time I at least had notes. Now it's just like no notes, we're just going for it.
We're tired. It's
We're
later.
tired. Yeah, we are tired. You know what it is? I don't want to talk about this too much, but, like, I haven't gotten a day off since, like, probably, like, 2 weeks ago. Whenever I started to work on the Spellbound video, whenever Arcane started, that's the last time that I probably had a day off. So that was 2 weeks ago. So that's why I'm tired. And, like, Wicked came out, and Spellbound came out, and Moana's coming out on Tuesday. So I'm just like, I love Arcane. I have really enjoyed. Yeah, you have to decide where if we're. Are we going? Are we going to see Moana?
Yeah, us and all the
children. Yeah, I know. Children. We can go see it in VIP in the 19
That's expensive.
I know. I'm willing to pay for it though to get away from it.
We could also just go really late.
Yeah,
on a weeknight.
True. But yeah, Tuesday night at 9:45, maybe that'll be
Hell
okay
yeah,
or something.
that'll wean the children.
Yeah.
So you get stuff worse than children.
Yeah,
Disney
teenagers.
adults.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. So yeah. So I love Arcane. I love this show. I did want to make sure that we gave it the attention that it deserved, because this morning I woke up and I was like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to do it. But, like, this is like the last time this is going to happen, other than our Act 3 stream. You know what I mean? Like, a show like Arcane only comes every once in a while, right? So I thought that it was justifiable. Now, hopefully one of you guys will talk in the chat so I know that you can hear us and that everything's okay. But otherwise, we should probably get this show on the road, because I'm gonna try to keep it at least 45 minutes for the first 2 episodes. If we go over on the third one, that's fine. But, you know, with this one, these ones are so self-explanatory. What I really want to focus on, I guess, is this black and white section where we see the military things going on, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah,
they're building
the lanes going under martial law.
Yeah.
Ostensibly.
Like, they're trying to build this, like, barbed wire entrance point around the gate.
They're just creating checkpoints in the city.
Yeah, and like you saw this little doll. I thought that was very like Mulan when she picks like the little doll. But then you have like the Jinxers, right? And you see them, right? Her hair isn't dyed before, but then it does get dyed and it becomes blue like Jinx. Like, I thought that was really nice visual storytelling, and that like, oh, this doll becomes Jinx because Jinx is becoming this idol, and you see the Jinxers and everything like that. But I think that that's, you know, obviously there's more frames of this sort of sentiment, but I don't think that there's anything else in here except there was a nice shot of like Caitlyn in the middle of a triangle, like, or something, like middle of a conspiracy board. But yeah, I thought that this combined with the blue, like, that was just really cool. Obviously we have some with the Jinx poster. I guess, yeah, this is the only one that I want to show. Otherwise, in terms of introducing Act 2, I thought that this was great. Now, a lot of people are saying that there was a time skip, and I didn't know that at all. There was a 3 to 6 month time skip.
I got the impression that, like, some time has gone by, if they said specifically.
Yeah, the writers confirmed it was 3 to 6 months or
that
something
sounds
like
about
that.
Right.
So I just think that's crazy though, because when we'll talk about Ekko, Heimerdinger, and Jace, that means that Ekko has been, like, the firelights think that Ekko is dead, and that he has been dead for like 3 months. And I just think that that's crazy, right? But yeah, I loved the Caitlyn conspiracy board, all of that sort of thing.
She's like hunched over behind her.
Yeah,
like,
I'll show you guys as we
fingers.
go through the screenshots here.
I really hope that becomes like the new guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Wall
like the conspiracy board. And then you have Asha again, or Isha. Sorry,
which
Asha,
I guess
I'm
is when she
kind
of gets. No, she was introduced.
Yeah, she was already kind of part, but I think now she's the one drawing the picture of Jinx. Like, that's kind of the sort of vibe that they're going for, is that Isha's the one who really believes in her. Okay, the intro is going,
then,
so we're
Imagine
gonna
Dragons
skip by all
makes
that.
their appearance.
Yeah, somebody asked me what I thought about all the play references from the perspective of, like, a theater kid. I like it, first of all, but, oh, well, I should have put the thing up here, that way you guys can see the subtitles. Yeah, like, I think it's really interesting. I just think that outside of, like, the obvious, there may not be any more play references. Like, I don't think that Ekko has a specific theatrical illusion. Like, obviously there's like Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, Julius Caesar, but otherwise I don't think that like Ekko has one specifically, so that's why I didn't really go into that, because that's all pretty, you know, we all know what happens in Macbeth, right? So I think that like that's
everyone lives happily ever
self-explanatory.
after
Now let's talk about
the gorgeous foothills
Maddie
of Scotland
and Caitlyn. Because Maddie and Caitlyn apparently were catching strays by other reactors, and like even people on Twitter, I guess, because somebody left us a comment like, I'm so glad that you and Hunter are mature and that you didn't throw a fit over this happening, and I've seen so many reactors get like toxic over whatever, and I was just like, oh, that's not nice. Like, you know, it's so funny that people are like, we want shows with like Yuri in it, and then the Yuri happens and then they get mad because it's not the Yuri.
Kind.
No, not that kind of Yuri, not the Yuri we asked for, you know what I'm saying?
I just like that she's, because it feels true to life. It's like, what do powerful people do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they tend to boink their, you know, not inferiors, that's the subordinates.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're close by and they do what they want. So it you know, it feels realistic to me.
Yeah.
It helps her feel more three-dimensional and more, I don't know, I'm saying the word realistic too much, but
yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's just, it's natural. It doesn't really feel like it came out of nowhere. I think people just get, like, irrational when their ships don't happen, and, you know, Hunter and I aren't really, part of that. And so I think that's probably why, like, Hunter and I aren't really like that, so.
I also like the characterization of, like, of Caitlyn kind of, like, as she comes into her power, she's doing skeezy things.
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of, it expands her character.
And it's not
it's not just about realism,
skeezy,
it's about, like...
But, like, I know what you mean.
It's diet skeezy.
Yeah, like, it's not, like, horribly
It's
skeezy.
Consensual.
Yeah.
They seem to be about the same age.
Yeah.
It's like a... If 0 is, like... perfectly healthy, and 10 is like Bill
30%.
Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, it's like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, like it's like a 30%,
you know?
like questionable. I think what's really interesting in this scene though, that I mean, obviously you guys have seen it already, so and YouTube won't like some of this, so I'll keep it behind the picture. But what I do like about this scene though is like Maddie is trying to kind of establish some intimacy, and then Caitlyn's like, but what about the enforcers? How many have we lost already? Like, she's just like thinking about work the whole time, and I think that was, you know,
so
comedic
cute.
in like an unintentional way, but it was also sort of funny.
It also reveals the line between the two of them, where it's just like, Maddie wants intimacy with a person who's clearly just there for a warm body.
Yeah.
Like, it's cuffing season in Piltover.
Yeah.
And Maddie's just not aware of that.
I don't know if Maddie's not aware or if she just doesn't care. I don't know.
I don't know. She seems to like, because it's always like the classic stereotype of like the much older, much more powerful person and the young ingenue that's their like romantic partner, is that the young ingenue overestimates their place in the much bigger, more powerful persons, and so when they're brushed away, they're heartbroken.
I hope there's no hard feelings about it for
I think
Maddie.
there might be. I don't know.
Well, I don't think that the show has time to focus on that, because Maddie was literally just introduced, and so I wouldn't care for like a love triangle at this point, you know what I mean?
Because also, but like by the end of the 6th episode, it's like Ambessa and Caitlyn are like decidedly on opposite sides, so maybe Ambessa is like, Maddie can go out and say, like, she took advantage of me, which, in fairness, kinda.
I don't
3
know,
out of 10.
because Ambessa...
Like, maybe.
I think that what's gonna happen, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, I think what is gonna happen with that is that, like, Caitlyn still has the Kiriman family name. No matter how powerful Ambessa seems, maybe she will try to get the enforcers to turn on Caitlyn, but I think if anything, Hunter, I think the opposite of you, where I think that Maddie's gonna be like, no, because no matter how much Caitlyn hurt me, I know that if she did this, she has a good reason. So I think it's actually gonna be the opposite.
I could see that,
Now, chat
honestly.
is saying, I need to get this out of the way, that the Vi Arcane skin that has come out has Vi saying everything reminds me of her emo where she cries and eats a cupcake. That's funny. I mean, why would they release these skins though if they have some sort of spoiler for like what's gonna happen? You know what I mean?
That's
like
really
everything reminds me of her. Doesn't seem very optimistic. I mean, at the same time though, like, did we really think there was gonna be a happily ever after where Vi and Caitlyn move in together and get 3 cats and like just have a good time? Like, I don't think so. So it kind of makes sense if like
purple-haired children.
You know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes sense if they just sort of like they were like wrong place at the wrong time, right person, wrong place, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense that this is not gonna go well, right?
Personally, I feel like it makes sense. It seems it's kind of like how some people wanted a sequel to Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Yeah,
and it's like, sweetie, like in the same universe, yes, with the same characters, you do know how that show ended,
yeah,
right?
like that's part of the point. So I feel like that at the end of the day, we may get another romantic scene with them, maybe even closer to like episode 7, right? But I think that like ultimately there's nothing. You know, like, what are they gonna do after? They're just gonna live happily ever after? I don't think so. I think Vi is gonna go back to the undercity and kind of be the new Vander, like, in a way, maybe. Right? And so I think that, you know, Caitlyn and her are always going to be that, like, opposite side of the track, sort of, I don't know, whatever. So that's just kind of how I feel about that. King Princess has been posting very sus reels on Instagram considering that her song is on the soundtrack. Okay, I don't know what that means.
King Princess
explain what sus means in this case. Like, sus as in you guys think, I mean, tons of people think there's gonna be a sexy scene between them or whatever. With Vi and Caitlyn. Oh, and I think that there could be, right? Like, I think that there could be, but I don't think it's gonna be a happy ending. I think it's just gonna be like the night that you have with that person before you go to war, and then like that's kind of it. In terms of this scene with Jinx and Isha, this was really cute just to show their relationship, but I think we're mostly gonna skip by this because we got debated. We thought that Jinx was being the announcer at like the boxing ring, like
but
for
no,
real.
Just having
but they
little,
were
like,
just having fun with the
bug
bugs.
Funnies.
So.
Which is a really cute scene. I love the notion that like Jinx is like a proper like older sister mother character.
And I think what was really nice here, especially, was that she's about to kill the bug, right? And then Isha's like, no, what the fuck? What are you talking about? And so that's when she suggests a rematch, which I think is just a really good representation of how Isha has changed her a little bit, but then things obviously still fit within Jinx's just regular nature. You know what I mean? Because she's still like, yes, like a rematch, you know, and like, I guess I won't kill him. You have a chance to redeem yourself, right? Like, there's still kind of that quirky, not evil, but you guys know what I mean, like a little Machiavellian tendency or whatever. But, she is clearly still changing because of Isha. Also, the scuttle crabs in League are painted as these bugs at the moment. Oh, that's really cute. I didn't notice that.
What are the scuttle crabs?
They go through the jungle, I think. Those are, wait, I don't know. I'm thinking in the jungle, there's like something that gives vision if you kill it, like a creature. So I think that that's what they are. I have been playing League recently, but not lately. I also like Isha trying to encourage her to,
do you think that this show
either
has...
parting ways or parting legs during this song? That's funny.
I love that.
That's in relation to Vi and Caitlyn, if you guys just got here.
And the King Princess song, I suppose. Yes. I love that so much.
But yeah, I like Isha trying to encourage Jinx to be like a revolutionary.
I'm gonna use the phrase parting ways or parting legs
more
whenever
often
I
in your
can.
life.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, I at first thought the deal thing was in reference to like, I wanted you to go up and do rebellion, but it wasn't. It was painting her hair. Obviously, Isha encourages her to go do rebellion later, but that's not what this is
so
right
cute.
now.
She just wants to look like her older sister / mother.
And they actually talk about that, right? Like, I never got to do, you know, any of this, right? So I think now, let's try to skip ahead to Zevika.
Having her, like, failed Les Mis moment.
Somebody did mention, too, and I just realized this, and now I'm, like, really sad, but, like, Zevika doesn't know that Isha is dead yet.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
And, like, sad. Who knows what she's been doing, by the way.
I hope Zevika, like, survives. I hope they make some kind of, like, council of Zahn, and she's important. I don't know. I really like Zevika.
Yeah, I feel like that, you know...
Baby.
It sucks how Zeva and Ekko did all the work, and Jinx somehow got all the credit. Like, that really sucks.
But that's the thing, is that, like, Jinx just has got the look, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. She's got the riz.
It's about aesthetics, not content.
So to quickly talk about Ambessa did not secure the scientist because she's stupid.
Which is not how you do it.
No.
Google Operation
So we
Paperclip.
talked about that before. This
Dr.
is how I
Dilliman?
think Dr. Dilliman should have looked in Wicked. That's another story. So I think that we will
and
pretty much go past this scene because there's not really anything else in here other than her
Like,
saying that she thinks
can't use
Jace
it.
got kidnapped by the Black Rose.
Yeah,
And
as
she's
well
just
as
they're
Mel.
blaming, you know, everyone with an inkling of talent vanishes, right, because of the Black Rose. See, so that's interesting, actually. I just realized, right? Okay, there's no sign of Jason Heimerdinger. Okay, and then she says, the moment we seize control of this backwater, everyone with an inkling of talent vanishes. And so don't you think that's, because that's like the sussy shot where you don't see the character's eyes, right? So my first thought is that she meant Mel, Jace, and Heimerdinger. Right? Mel obviously has the magical talent. Yeah, well, she doesn't seem to give a fuck about him right now. But yeah, like, she didn't mention him. But what I'm saying is, like, doesn't that seem like she's alluding to the fact that she knew that Mel has secret powers, like, this whole time?
Perhaps, yeah.
Because that's that, like, anime classic when the character is hiding something. So it's like, everyone with an inkling of talent vanishes. And you're also including your own daughter in that, like, quantification of everyone with an inkling of talent. That's interesting. Where is she gonna get her new arm from? I don't know. I mean, I guess Jinx could make her another one. Savika's gotta be rallying an army right now. I just wonder... Ambessa secured a scientist, Victor. Well, no, she didn't. He's gone. Maybe, well, now she has
Well, she
Singed,
looks for them later.
Yeah.
But doesn't quite make
Oh my
it
god,
with
what
her.
the fuck is that, guys? Sorry. What, did you guys see that? How long
It,
has
like,
that been
jumped
on
over
the
to the
screen for?
side.
That's weird.
I don't know. I like her general incompetence in this matter.
Yeah,
But, like,
I mean, but she couldn't have predicted that every single scientist in the city would either die or get snatched, you know what I mean?
Suppose not.
I do like how much she trusts this guy because it makes things a lot worse later, because I think somebody killed him, right? Someone killed him. Jinx killed him, I think.
Yeah, I think.
And she was like
no,
looking at him.
Warwick does him in.
I thought Jinx shot him in the head. I don't know. So, either way, he's dead, and she was, like, standing over his body, and she was really mad. And then he goes to do this thing over here in the, at the cross checkpoint section, but I think that we can just pretty much skip past
people,
this.
Other than there's, like, a kind of attack, and it's assumed it's Jinx, but we don't 100% know it is.
Well, it's Isha.
It is Isha pretending to be Jinx. So I think a bunch of people think that Jinx is doing a lot more than she is, because there's, like, Jinx copycat people.
Exactly. Okay, well, I skipped a little too far ahead, but that's the spirit. We'll just go over here, that's fine. Because, yeah, I mean, we already, sort of knew that, right? I loved this, though. I suppose I don't need to advise you on the hazards of professional entanglements, because doesn't that make her line in the other episode make more sense? She knew that Vi had taken Caitlyn's heart, and now she was fucking around with Maddie. And so from her perspective, Caitlyn is like a serial womanizer when it comes to the people that she's working with.
I just also like where she's just like...
Oh, you guys are saying it was Warwick, my apologies. So he is dead. But that was like, okay, wait, that recontextualizes it, though, because that's, even if Caitlyn did betray Ambessa, that was like Ambessa's own doing. She's the one that stormed in there. You know what I mean?
Wonderful.
So, like, that's kind of, I wonder if Ambessa, because I thought it was Jinx and that she would blame Caitlyn for helping Jinx, but now I'm like, well, wait a minute, if it was Warwick, that's sort of like her man died because of his own undoing, in a sense, right? So now I think that may be different, that she feels guilty for that reason.
I also like the idea that Ambassador's just like, listen, get yourself a nice twink.
I know, you talked about that during the react. And I like how this scene happens, like, she kind of calls her out for it, because this is something that, like, Ambessa says, like, that you know, she never backs down, she never wavers, she always speaks her mind, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like they respect each other. Like, Ambassa it's interesting, because Ambassa wants someone who's competent enough to solve her problems,
but not someone who has their own mind.
Susceptible enough to her manipulations.
Yeah.
And she's realizing in a very interesting and I think compelling way that, like, Caitlyn is kind of not exactly what she wants, because she's competent and she can solve Ambessa's problems, but she can't be so easily manipulated. And it's an interesting, because it's a frustration, but it's also a respect that she feels for Caitlyn.
Yeah. I feel like Ambessa would need to respect her. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's... I feel like that, even though it's almost necessary, it's almost necessary that Ambessa must respect her to support her. I don't think that she supported Sallow. And yeah, I like her, the blade cuts both ways, and like that she realizes that. And so I think that, like, can I just say that people jumped on Caitlyn like, oh, Caitlyn's gonna suddenly become a fascist way too quickly. Because people on Twitter, especially in the weeks before the arcs came out, or the acts came out, I should say, were like, you know, going kind of crazy or whatever. But you see that Caitlyn has not done this full 180. She, you know, obviously, had a harsh moment with Vi, but generally she's still like, your man is doing this and that's bullshit. I'm not gonna let people get tortured. I've even closed the prisons that Vi used to like be locked up in because I thought they were so inhumane. You know what I mean? She says that in a later episode. So I feel like that, people doubted in my girl too much. I always believed in her. I always believed that she could stand up to Ambessa, and this is the first sign that Caitlyn is not just like her little, you know, puppet, right? And so I thought that that was good. One of them knows where she is, which, yes, that is, true. See, we're like, arrest requires cause, you know, and like all of that stuff. And so I feel like that this was a really good conversation between them. But again, I think that this showed a lot about it. I mean, we already kind of knew this about Ambessa. But I think what was interesting about this scene was how Ambessa got personal, and you also see her in this shot. She's literally stoking the fires again, just like with the teapot, right?
I love the very literal representation. Also, the lines of like, why is peace always the justification for violence?
Yeah, that was a good line
that's
too.
That's a good one. Ooh, the writing in the show is really quite good.
But I really like this. You will never know rest knowing that she's out there, like, unless you're better than me, if you have the capacity to forgive. Because I don't think that this was manipulative. I think that this is just, like, true. She really feels this. At least I believe it. To say it in this moment, though, was maybe manipulative. Some people are assuming that the Warwick madness was more Singed getting up after Caitlyn stopped choking him and stabbed him with the angry serum, instead of the consequence of Victor dying. I don't think so. I think that that was a Victor consequence to me. Oh, the weekly blood, sweat, and tears question. I don't know what that, I don't remember what that's referring to. Oh dear. I think Singe is gonna resurrect Victor using Warwick Shimmer blood. Yeah, that's true. I think that that's probably a good prediction, just because, first of all, we need to get to, like, transhumanist machine Victor that's in the game. Also, Singe did say, like, literally, oh, if you have the monster blood, you will, be better, right? Like, he did say that, remember? Yeah. He said, like, that'll make you a better human. So I think Singe is gonna experiment on Victor. I don't think Victor's gonna get the full capacity of his powers, though. I think Caitlyn does have the capacity to forgive. I think so, too. Because we see her work with Jinx, right, in the, in episode 6, and so that's not necessarily forgiveness, but that's pretty close, right? Like, being willing to work with your enemy to pursue a greater goal, right? So, I think, are we good with this conversation, do you think, Hunter? Because I think we already talked about this in the music enough. The music video about Blood, Sweat, and Tears is about Ambessa and has some context for this arc in Mel. Oh, okay. We have to watch that on Sunday when we react to the show. I keep forgetting that we should. Also, I've been thinking that maybe even after Arcane is done, this is so weird. Do you ever think it's funny when, like, big streamers do, like, normie content? You know what I mean? Because I saw Ludwig be like, I reacted to every Arcane cinematic, and I'm like, well, that's like something that we do. Like, you know what I mean? It's so funny to see a massive streamer who can literally do anything he wants do something that, like, yeah, Arnold's talked about doing that type of video before. We've talked about doing that type of series before.
I feel like if you're a streamer and you stream like 5 times a week or 6 times a week.
Oh, you're gonna need something to do for
8
sure,
hours,
right?
And you're not just playing video games 24/7, like.
I just thought it was funny because I was like, it's crazy that, like, he's making a video that Hunter and I would make, right? I don't know. I just thought that that was, not that it's a bad thing or something.
You should be out there. You should be crashing your car.
No, I thought it was cute. It gave me a little tee because it's like, oh, the rich people are just like us for real, except that they're not. So I thought that was funny. So yeah, we have to react to the Ambessa trailer. I forgot. Sorry. Okay, so Sallow, all we get from this scene is that Sallow goes to see Victor. And I love this lady so much. Can I just say, she has one of my favorite designs in the whole show, and it's criminal that she's, like, not an actual main character. Also,
she looks, I just want to pet her ears.
She's still, like, coming here even though Mel is gone, which I think is pretty funny.
I also just keep forgetting her name.
Lest.
Lest, there we go. Here's the thing.
Lest you forget. Anyway, okay, so let's talk about Jinx and Sevika. Like, I like how she's like, well, whoever it was, the people want to see you. And like, this conversation is really good for, I think, setting up Jinx.
I also like Sevika having like a new haircut, like her hair sort of down like that.
Yeah, she got a bob, I guess. I don't know, is it? Yeah, she got like kind of a short, like,
I guess that kind of
right?
That kind of communicates the time skip that people decide to look different.
I guess so. It's so funny though how like everyone else gets to look different except for the lead characters. I mean, I guess other than like Vi, who got like oil slicked or whatever they're calling her, right? Otherwise, like Jinx has to look the same for like marketing purposes. I don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just funny.
Because we need people to, after watching this show, decide they want to play
League of Legends.
Yeah, which has League of Legends player base gone up?
I don't know.
Because, like, after the Witcher show and after the
I started
Cyberpunk
playing
show,
it, so it went up
maybe.
by, like, 0.1% at least, right?
We funded this entire show to get 1 Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. So they got
down.
me, I guess, so... But yeah, this season made me appreciate Sevika too, because I just did not like her at all. Well, not that I didn't like her in season 1.
She just was kind of a background character. Like,
yeah.
She did, like...
I liked her as a character, I didn't like her as a person, is what I should clarify. Like, even in season 1, I thought she was still cool, it's just that now you get to see, I think, more what her ideals are. She should be a new champion, you guys are right. But where would she go? Because I feel like that there's no mid lane anymore. Ambessa's a top lane character. All the characters
she's
have
a top,
lanes, right?
right?
Yeah, Ambessa's in top lane, right? Jinx is ADC, Vi is ADC, Caitlyn is ADC, Jace is top lane. The only character...
Wait, I don't know what these words mean.
Oh, like ADC carries the game. You're supposed to kill people.
Okay.
Top is supposed to like hold the fort, kinda.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? And so it's a top lane and you're like all alone with like some other buff, so it's like a tank. So Ambessa's a tank and Jace is a tank.
Okay.
But Jinx, Vi, and Caitlyn only exist to kill people. Okay? I like to play mid lane, and mid lane's job is also to kill people, but like...
Not as well.
But like, kind of secure the point to get to the other player's base, because it's the mid lane, which means it's the shortest path to traverse when, you know, if everybody runs it down mid, that means that's the fastest way to get to the player base, as opposed to top, which has this, like, arc. Right, so it's a longer distance. So mid lane is like securing the path to win the game because it's tower defense. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that every time I feel like they make a new champion, the champion's either top or ADC, and mid lane has no champions, which probably isn't true. It's just I'm projecting a little bit.
Also, the people are saying that Vi is a juggler, whatever that means.
Jungler.
Yeah,
I've seen Vi be bought, though, but that may be a long time ago. Maybe Vi Jungler is the new meta or something. Oh, and Warwick's in the jungle. So the jungler, like, fights the stuff that's in the jungle, and then they come help you every once in a while to kill people, and then sometimes you botch it and you end up dying instead, and the jungler just walks away. So that's how
Does that
League
sound
of
like
Legends
something
work.
that's happened to you
Yeah,
personally?
probably. Anyway,
Oh dear.
so I just want somebody fun to play in mid lane that's brand new, but I don't ever get anyone. I want to play Ambessa, but she's expensive and she goes top lane. So that's, anyway. So yeah, I like this. It would make a world of difference if you showed up, because Ambessa, oh my god, Sevika is trying her best, but everybody wants the symbol. Nobody wants the words. They just want the pretty person that would say you know what I mean? Like, they don't actually care unless Jinx comes out, I guess, which is also kind of shitty. I feel like there's something to say about that. I know that people rally around symbols and symbols are important, but you also wonder if anybody actually gives a shit about, like, you know, uniting together and, like, joining together as the undercity, like, unless Jinx says it. You know what I mean? If they really believe that, they should believe it no matter who's saying it.
I think it's the idea, and maybe this is more the reality of the world. I guess it's also kind of reflected in Arcane, is that, like, people understand stuff is crap, but they have, like, a poor frame of analysis.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, like, groups of people are in a bad situation, so they end up joining together to fight other people on their same level for, like, low resources.
Yeah.
That's why you all have these individual gangs. What Sevika and later Jinx do, I assume, is say, hey, why are we all fighting for these scraps, when in actuality, we could just take it from Piltover. They're the ones screwing us over. But people are so obsessed with those small time interpersonal rivalries to not to see the bigger picture.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
I feel like they kind of do a good job of it.
I'll join with you guys if Jinx is here. Otherwise, fuck that shit. You know, but I guess I kind of get it, right? I understand what you're saying. I like this scene a lot with Jinx talking to Silco. I thought that was really good. We have run out of screenshots, actually. Hold on. I thought that was a really good scene. I mean, all of these are good scenes, right? But I thought it was a very heartfelt scene in terms of showing, like, that, yeah, maybe Jinx does want to change. Oopsie, there's nothing under there. There we go. Like, that Jinx does want to change. And I like the swivel back and forth and, like, give me a sign. And I think that, like, ultimately Isha getting kidnapped was sort of the sign. Like, was the sign that Jinx needed to become heroic. And so I really like that scene. Now, I'm a little confused about what the relevance of this was. I don't know why they showed this. Like, I know it's just, like, Caitlyn is
like
praying
returning
at the
to
statue.
the scene of the crime.
I guess.
Contemplating her mother and contemplating
but it
her
was
actions.
like, there was a weird thing with her and Maddie here. I guess it was just, like, she wasn't gonna listen to Maddie's advice that made Maddie sad, and she was gonna, like, not bring back the council and still do military rule or whatever. And so I think that, like, I don't know. Like, I think that maybe that's why Maddie is sad. Like, they didn't break off the relationship. It was more that she just broke off the, she didn't take advice, like, her advice. But yeah, I really like the Jinx and, like, Silco scene. Well, Silco's dead, but, like, the scene about Silco. I thought that was a really nice scene. Yeah, this person's just getting tortured, and that's how they find out about the statue. Oh, so here's something that I did miss in terms of, like, things we missed last, time. So this guy's a firelight, and we fucking forgot.
Yes,
he was the guy that has,
yes.
like, the kid, and, like, Ekko has this whole thing of, like, dialogue with him in season 1, and so they added Ekko to the mural because I guess they think his ass is dead. But what I was thinking was that this guy also gets kidnapped later and freed by Jinx, and so that means that he knows that Jinx is out here helping people. So I wonder if that'll come back with, like, maybe what Sevika's been doing the whole time is that this guy was like, hi Sevika, Jinx saved me and I was in prison, want to join with the firelights? Like, I wonder if, like, that's kind of the route they're gonna go down, because they directly show that she saved this guy and had an impact on this guy, right? I'm assuming maybe he's even in charge now, like, now that Ekko's dead. So I think that that's interesting, and that's a theory that, you know, in terms of, like, oh, Sevika raising an army, how would she do that? Like, yeah, exactly, that's Ekko's Sevika. So I wonder if Sevika and Ekko's Sevika will join together to talk about this and all of that stuff. The tree seems okay, though, which is good, because I was afraid going into this discussion, I was going to talk about, like, oh my god, guys, it's been 3 months, what if the tree is dead? But the tree seems to be alive. Yeah, exactly, he was at the rally, that's how he gets arrested. Because if he wasn't at the rally, he wouldn't have been in jail. So, yeah, so that's good, I really like that. In terms of the torture stuff, and then we also have the Vander statue. But yeah, I don't think that the torture stuff is really important, other than the fact that, like, first of all, the big guy's doing it. Second of all, which Caitlyn did not approve of. And then second of all, that's how we find out the rally's happening at the statue. So I really like Isha putting on the war paint, pretending to be like Jinx.
Is like big, scary, like, doing the scary thing, but she's so tiny. It's adorable.
Yeah.
I want to, like, pick her up and smooch her on the forehead.
And I love that. I love Savika's speech here. I just feel like she just doesn't get, like, enough credit. You know what I mean? Like, she's just trying to do so much, and people just want Jinx. I almost feel a little bad for her. I get it. I feel bad.
She makes good point, but does she have fluorescent purple pigtails?
Yeah, and so, okay, so can we talk about Singed
corrected.
now? So Hunter had a very generous interpretation of Singed during our reactions, but now in hindsight, and then talking to the YouTube comments, I think I finally figured out what Singed was doing other than just testing his, you know, creature. So the whole thing is that he made Warwick to try to fix his daughter, who presumably is Oriana from League, and Oriana is a robot, right? But his daughter wasn't a robot, his daughter was a girl, right? So we're assuming that we're getting towards Oriana, right? And we see that in the later episode, because she has that, like, bun, and Oriana's blonde and has that same bun in her hair, so you're following me, right? So,
sure.
Warwick was made in order to try to help her, but then it didn't work, and his brain was broken anyway, right? And so I'm assuming that what Singed's plan was in fact all along to get arrested somehow to see Ambessa and get funding for his own project, basically. And so it wasn't that he had plans to do this at the rally. It's just that the rally happened to be the perfect opportunity to do bad things and to get in trouble. He probably would have done it another way. He probably just would have, like, let the monster run loose on the city or something. Like, he would have gotten arrested some other way. Or maybe he could have just knocked on the door and asked to, like, see her or something, but that's probably not likely. So I think that this was a calculated plan to try to get to see Ambessa so he could ask, hey, can I have funding, please? Can I have help? Can I have hex tech? Can I have technology? Because obviously that's what we hear that he wants when he's talking to Caitlyn in episode 5 and even episode 6, we know that, right? That he's doing all of this to save his daughter, right? So I don't think that he, like, made Warwick to help the little guy. I don't think he gives a fuck. I think that he was really just here to cause a commotion.
He's a proper scientist. He's just looking for funding. He's looking for tenure.
Exactly.
And he'll find it from whomever.
So yeah, so I guess they changed the League. They changed the League. Oh my god, they changed the League lore. Oh, you guys are saying they combined two characters. They gave Singed the name of the other character who used to be Oriana's father. That's interesting. So they just made them the same person. Oh. And that Singed is now his, like, Singed is his anonymous name or whatever, and then Dr. Revik is his real name. But yeah, I really liked this scene. I loved Isha pretending to be Jinx again.
You can play in in League of Legends.
Yeah, in Dungeons and Dragons.
League of
Are
Legends.
you okay?
Blank,
oh god.
Blank and blank. Blank of blank.
Yeah,
like
I know.
What I mean?
But yeah, I really like this scene. I love that. I mean, I guess Isha's not pretending to be Jinx as much as she's supposed to be, trying to show them, like, I believe in Jinx even though she's not here, right? And so she's, like, a representative of Jinx, and so, like, at first they thought it was Jinx, but then they saw it was just a little girl, but that still unites them, right? And again, you have Firelight Guy, which I did not notice in our reactions, so very good pickup on that. I think now we will just move forward, though, because this gets interrupted anyway. I did really think that Isha was gonna die here. I mean, still, it's not looking too good for her, not gonna lie. But yeah, oh, I guess we should show this before we leave, right? Like, this was fucking brutal. I guess this shows that he was willing to, like, toss children, which is not, like, a good sign. He seems to be, like, a violent mercenary. I never got the impression that he was, like, a stand-up fella. Oh, neither did I, but yeah, I like this scene. She's like, I get it, we're playing hide and seek, like, everybody's gone, you know, or whatever.
Come out now, Isha. Yeah, seeing Jinx's, like, proper, like, maternal instincts show up is quite cute. And, like, her genuine concern, like, the one thing to get her out of the house and stop playing with her bugs is this, like, her, like, adopted child / sister. And I think that's just... It's very sweet. It's very sweet. It, like, it undermines her, like, I don't care about anything for myself attitude, because Jinx has always genuinely cared about people. She just, you know, showed it in very stabby ways sometimes.
Yeah. And so I really like her breakdown here, but I think I accidentally skipped over some of the screenshots. Let's try to go back. Yeah, because the shut up should be when we see other... Topside raided the place, took everyone. Okay, let's go forward. Because here's the problem. Here's what I don't know how to reconcile, right? Okay, well, first of all, what are you looking for, Hunter?
I was just looking at the
yeah, so we have Silco. We have, I don't know who this is supposed to be, actually.
That's supposed to be Sevika and her arm?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's, there was a bigger shot of all of them. Wheels rattling. That doesn't seem right. There was a big shot, wasn't there?
I do believe at one point.
Like, there was, like, a... Shouldn't there have been one where they was, like, all surrounding her? Unless, like, because this thing takes screenshots automatically, so maybe it just missed it.
Yeah, it was
that's
it was this shot.
That's, I don't know what that's going.
Yeah,
oh,
there
we
go.
go. So,
yes.
Silco? What would this be, though?
I'm not sure. That's Sevika, I can only assume.
Yeah, that's Sevika, because we have the bob, right?
And
but
then
like,
red is, I think that's Violet.
Right, but then what's this?
It looks like someone with like that almost looks like hair that splits down the middle.
Yeah, unless that was like old powder. But when I saw this blue one, I was like, Warwick? But Warwick, it's too early for Warwick.
Yeah,
what?
is that
Yeah,
supposed to be
chat,
Vander?
can somebody tell us? Just tell us.
Is that supposed to be Vander? Or no, maybe it's like the guy. He was the guy, the kid that dies in the first part of the first season.
Like Milo,
Yeah,
and then the other one?
Yeah.
And then the glass. Oh, yeah, that is Milo, because you can see the points of the hair, and then I think this is the Goggles kid, whose name I do not remember.
So we're going to call him Goggles.
So we solved that mystery. All right, great. But yeah, that's the only thing I really wanted to check in this scene. I thought that it was, like, really good, though, because you realize that Sevika realizes that Jinx has these episodes. She's not like, what the fuck? She's kind of just normal, right? But I love, okay, so somebody told me about the Singe thing, that Sim was like, chin up, little one, we won't be here for long, not because he was gonna break them out, but because they were all gonna die, I guess, in the cell.
I don't know, part of me thinks he, like, I don't know,
That's what somebody said, I don't know, what I think it was more, we'll kill all the enforcers and then we'll get to escape afterward, right? You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's what he was trying to say, if I'm being generous, because he didn't know that Jinx and Sevika would break them out, right? Yeah. So from his perspective, Warwick would come into the cell and kill everyone. So, gotta go. Thanks for the discussion. Well, thank you for staying, Red. Don't worry, this will be archived on YouTube if you want to check anything else, but after this point, I should say. But yeah, I love the prison break. I thought it was fantastic.
I love any, I don't know, instantly when there's a prison break in a show, I get excited. These scenes of Warwick running to
track the blood.
Yes, are quite good.
And like, this is fucked up how he's literally seeing the statue of himself. He doesn't seem to recognize himself though, which is crazy, and I thought that that was good. But I think now we should probably skip past, like, because Jinx has that little fun scene and, like, what's wrong with my pants, and, like, it was kind of a kooky way to, like, work together and take out the
But the whole
enforcer.
sequence where they break in is a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah,
it's a lot less. It's a lot less involved.
Yeah.
Than I would want it to be. Ideally, it's like you see them solve problems and react. They more or less kind of walk in.
Yeah, I mean, you see, like, that creepy guy, like, when Jinx is disguised as the enforcer. You see the guy, like, that was a warden that was, like, an asshole to Caitlyn be, like, or sorry, an asshole to Vi, be like, how do you take her in, right? And so, like, these were fun scenes. They were still good. It's just, like I said, guys, we're trying to keep the discussion, not limited, but what do you say, concise today, because I think that, like, the last episode is where we have a lot of juice, you know? But yeah, I really liked this moment, because you see Ambessa kind of be like, right? Because you can see Jinx's hair poking through the hat, but I guess she's just so mad she's not paying attention right now.
Yes.
Unless she did know and wanted this to happen. Oh, so, somebody said that Sevika has hex tech in her veins. Can someone explain that? Because I don't remember that happening.
I don't recall that at all. Like, she had a chem tech arm.
No, but, like, did you see this? Like, this is supposed to be hex tech or something. That's what somebody said.
How did that
So
happen?
they said that during the fight, it, like, that, I I don't know, that Sevika was also malfunctioning, but I didn't see that at all. So fact check, question mark on that? I don't know.
We'd have to rewatch that Sevika.
Yeah, because I'm like, what does that
fight.
mean that Sevika has the hex tech in her? I guess I'll look it up quickly, just because people in the chat may not know either. Do you know why Sevika's body reacts to hex tech? YouTube short. No, I don't know. I don't know why. Her scars that were caused by the Hextech explosion. What Hextech explosion? When did she get exploded? I don't remember.
In the second episode, in the third episode of the first part?
I don't know.
Was there? No, those were Jinx's explosion. So no, it wasn't a Hextech explosion.
She lost. Oh, by a Hextech gem. But whose gem?
Oh,
when did this happen?
Was that like? That was that was in like the first part of the first season.
That wasn't with
Jinx
Vander,
left
was it?
Yeah, when Jinx put a bomb and it exploded there. Was that a hex gem?
Yeah, that was a hex gem. I remember that.
Yeah,
but I'm saying she was there with Silco.
That's when she lost her arm.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it says Julio. Julio.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, she was there. See, no, I remember Jinx doing that. I don't remember Sevika being there with Silco. I thought she joined it with Silco after. Okay, that makes more sense. So what you guys are saying is that when Jinx blew everybody else up and the two boys died, that Sevika was there and she also got exploded too.
Yeah, her arm got ripped
her arm got ripped off. I did not remember that. Thank you. So yeah, that's interesting, and that's an interesting implication too for the rest of the season if they're like, Hextech is bad, and Jace is saying it's gonna destroy the world. Well, then what happens to like Sevika, because Sevika was malfunctioning when all that shit was going on too. So like, that's not good, bestie, you know what I'm saying, Hunter?
It's not an ideal situation for her. I just want my baby Sevika to survive.
I like how you're like, my baby Sevika, and it's like she could literally like break you in half.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean your baby Sevika?
That's a nice quality to have in a baby. A capacity to break you in half.
Anyway, so
I just like her a lot.
Oh, I like her a lot too.
I want her, especially this season, and I just want her to rule Zon nicely. You know?
Come on, man, I have a kid. You can't keep us here. So those are just the prisoners. So let us go a bit more ahead, where Ambessa, I think Ambessa's like, wait a minute, something wasn't right in there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what she's thinking in that moment. She's thinking back to Jinx being the enforcer she saw, and she's like, well, wait a minute. You know what I mean? So she's about to turn back right now because she realizes that something was amiss. And something was wrong with that. But yeah, I love this scene where like all the Jinxers, like they put their hands on her shoulder. It's very like Messiah, but also weird. I wouldn't want people touching me, so I understand like why Jinx is kind of like, eh. Right? But then you see again that guy that's the firelight, and that's why I think that like, yeah, they were focusing on this man so much, and I legitimately just, it went right over my head for why I totally forgot. No, I didn't remember. I honestly did not. So yeah, that's really nice that they seem to be planting that, because then maybe he'll go to Sevika in the next episode. So basically, the only other thing that happens this episode is obviously Warwick coming in. Now, Warwick coming in is an amazing scene, because I'm like, how the fuck did he take the train? But whatever. Like,
Warwick,
you know
like public transportation.
But yeah, Ambessa putting on the mask and all of this stuff.
Warwick
like, those were
purchased a Go Pass.
Really, you know, distressing, dramatic shots. But the most important one is obviously the one at the end of the episode. But let's just appreciate Ambessa being a badass for like a minute.
Until she gets gored.
Yeah, basically. I mean, she's still alive.
She's
but,
okay,
you know.
but she's shook. Where she's like, I have seen afterwards. What's the phrasing she uses? I have seen some crazy shit.
Yeah, basically.
That is the craziest.
I also love this Isha Jinx moment. Here's the thing: they baited Isha dying 5 times
so
before
people
she died.
just didn't think it was gonna happen.
Because they did it this time, and they did it at the rally when, you know, the big guy, like, threw her.
Which is why I think how she actually passes works really well, because you keep thinking someone else is gonna kill her, but, like, no, she has agency in her choice. She sacrifices herself.
Yeah, and I thought that was good, too.
Which is, I think, what really sells it.
Yeah.
Because the writing in this show
Because that's what I was worried about. I think we talked about this last discussion, but I was really worried about that, like, in terms of, it would be so cliche if she just, like, dies, right? And that's why, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but somebody was like, I don't want Jinx to think, like, whether I did it or not, like, everyone around me dies, you know what I mean? I don't think that Jinx is gonna think that, because for the first time, someone around her did not die, like, by chance. They did it of their own volition. So I don't think that Jinx will take a step backward, actually. I think that she'll take a step forward. Now, obviously, I could be wrong.
Aren't murdered, they're suicidal.
Like, well, you know, but that was my whole thing. I was like, well, how are they gonna do this right? Because from my perspective, it would undermine the lesson, because Jinx thinks that she's a Jinx and she'll kill everybody who's around her. But if she actually does cause Isha to die, she'll only be proven right that no matter what she does, she'll never be a hero. So that didn't make a lot of sense to me, you know, before we went into these episodes. But now seeing what's actually happened, I feel like in my heart, what they're going to do is that, like, I think that Jinx is going to move forward instead of thinking that it's her fault, because she wasn't a Jinx this time. Something bad didn't happen by accident, like somebody sacrificed herself, right? Like somebody sacrificed themselves for her. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys think that that's different. Like if Jinx will feel like that's different. I'm sure that Jinx will still blame herself for like a minute, but I don't think that Jinx is gonna completely regress into being a hero was stupid, right? Because the whole thing is that Isha believed in her capacity so much that she sacrificed herself for Jinx, and so Jinx needs to keep living in order to fulfill Isha's wishes, which I think eventually, hopefully, dear God, will be to join with Ekko and the firelights and all that stuff. At least that's what I want for the rest of the season, but yes. Like, I don't know, bestie, I don't know. But like, this was a great end to the episode, obviously, so I didn't talk about this, but people knew that Vander was gonna be Warwick. Like, you didn't, but people already knew that because Vander in the game, like, you know, in the game, like, Warwick's description is, like, Vander used to be a criminal from the such and such, and then he became Warwick.
He became a wolf,
so, like, people knew this. You
so
didn't
you
know.
Knew that.
I knew, like, after, not now, but, like, at some point, I had looked into it, but not now. I think after now, I had looked into it and been like, oh, people kind of knew this was happening the entire time. When we were making our theories that it was Vander in the first episode, when we saw Singe at the end, with the corpse, right? Yeah. So at the end of Act 1, Episode 3, I didn't know. But then going into here and being like, okay, so it said powder, so clearly it's Vander, right? Then I looked it up and realized that people pretty much knew the whole time, and we were the only ones that were in the dark, because this has been lore in the game before. But Vander, I don't think was Jinx and Vi's father before. He was just like, I don't want to call him a bum, but he was just like a criminal, just a guy. Right? He was just a man that Singe experimented on. He wasn't like even a nice man. He was just like a normal man, as far as I know. But I love this moment.
Normal criminal man.
Someone on Twitter pointed out, so they get credit for this one, is that Vander has the heterochromia that Silco had. Right now, being the monster, Vander has the same thing. Whereas Silco had one eye normal and then the other eye like infected or whatever, right? So this is kind of a parallel to that. So when Silco became the monster, he got like his bad eye. When Vander became the monster, he also got bad eye. You seem like you don't understand what I'm saying.
No.
Look at your faces.
It's like the.
What am I gonna have for dinner tonight? Like are you okay?
No, like your point being that like Vander and Silco are slowly like there's parallels developing.
Yeah. Well, Vander became a monster, not of his own, will, but he still was forced to, and he did. And then Silco became a monster.
That fight scene between Jinx and Vander and the whole scene of Vander slashing
Oh no, it was nuts, but obviously we reacted
to it. It was like, people were like, it looked like everyone was just like big plastic bags filled with marinara sauce.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
When Warwick cut through them in that dramatic moment, even though I suspected it was going to happen, I was nonetheless like,
oh, I was shocked by, like, how they did it, if that makes sense. Like, we all knew it was coming. When Singe cut his hand open, it was really obvious that they were going to do it. But, like, the fact that they did it and it was in such a violent... I don't know, because it's weird, right? Like, obviously there's violence in this show, but there's never been violence to this level of people literally getting, like, ripped apart, right? Like, there's been blood and stuff, but it's been within the grounds of reality. This is not reality.
They did do it in silhouette in the dark, so you don't see, like...
Oh, no. But
great detail.
what I'm saying is, like, there's a big difference between realistic violence and fantasy violence, and this is, like, we've been watching The Fall of Usher,
yes.
right? When the gorilla attacks the lady, that's what I'm thinking about when we talk about Warwick, right? Like, you're a giant, that wouldn't happen in real life. I mean, God, I hope not, right? Like, you wouldn't get a giant gorilla wolf man ripping people apart, right? So that's what I mean by, like, now fantasy violence.
Yeah.
The Wrath of Zon was born that day. I'm assuming that that was in relation to...
Warwick?
Warwick? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess he would be the Wrath of Zon, right? So, okay, let's talk about Vi. People are not happy, because they didn't spend time on Vi's alcoholism or her problems enough, which I guess is fair, but I get it, so I don't know. I don't know how much, like, what are we gonna try to do? Stop Vi from doing more alcoholism? You know what I mean? Because it's just, like, it'd be different.
I wanted an episode where Vi goes to a 12-step program.
I don't know. I don't want to sound stupid or taken out of context, but I'm just wondering, like, what do people mean when they say that they wish that they had focused on Vi's problems?
You know what it is?
From my
I
perspective,
think people...
like, she is drinking because of her situation, not because she's like an addict. Does that make sense? Sometimes life sucks, you know? And so there's a difference between, like, having a problem where, like, no matter how good your life is, you're like an alcoholic and you're gambling and you're doing all that stuff, and, like, this temporary grief where she is drinking to forget that is temporary, and the spiral people go down when they are grieving. You know what I mean? And so, of course, when the grief is resolved and she gets her father back and she gets her sister back, she's not doing that stuff anymore. So I don't really understand when people are like, I wish that they explored this more with Vi, because it's not like, the problem is probably her fighting in the pit, if anything. You know what I mean? And this idea that she, like, is destroying herself in order to not feel or whatever. But, like, that also goes away as soon as Jinx comes in and tells her that Vander's alive. And so the solution to this was really just, like, she was in a bad situation, and so she was doing self-destructive things. The bad situation is gone, and so she's not doing those things anymore. You know what I mean?
Or
Does that make sense?
Or it has otherwise improved. I agree. I honestly think people just miss longer seasons of animated shows.
Yeah.
So they want like a whole episode of this, but they get a montage.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I think that people want more.
Sure.
That's why, like, some of the most popular shows on Netflix and on these streaming services are shows from, like, 10 years ago that aired on actual, like, broadcast television, because there's just more story to be enjoyed. Which, you know, I'm generally, you know, brevity.
And I understand
helps,
that, but I'm just like,
I think that's part of it.
I don't know how more of this would necessarily contribute to the themes of the show. It would be different if Vi was still being self-destructive after getting everything she was. If she was like, Vander's back and my sister's back, but there's still something wrong here.
That's a lot of bottles of liquor.
You know what I mean? And so, like, obviously, don't drink, guys. Just don't do it. But, you know, she's clearly going through something, and now it's over. Like, that was the thing. You know what I mean? I think next arc is Jinx leading the underside while topside is being led by Caitlyn and Vi to defend Noxus. I agree with that, and we will talk about that more when we get to, that sort of section. But I do think that it's gonna be Jinx and Ekko, and then Vi and Caitlyn. I think that that makes a lot of sense to me. Now, people on Twitter have been... What the fuck? Hold on. What is happening here? Who is she seeing in the crowd?
Vi, Caitlyn.
No, sorry. But I mean, like, as what? Like, is there a lady that, like... Oh, just visions in her head, I guess. Yeah, she punched this guy in the bar.
Because she briefly thought he was Caitlyn, I think?
I don't know. I guess. Yeah, so Lord Loris, tries to stop her from spiraling, but he, gives up after a while, that we see. So yeah, it's just like everywhere I go, I see her face.
Everything reminds me of her.
Which is why I, wanted this to, manually take screenshot. I love this, that the mirror is broken, because Jinx also has a broken mirror in her house, as we saw in the past screenshots, right? But someone did say that you can see in one of these scenes that Jinx is there in disguise and she's betting on her sister. I still didn't see that, like, in these screenshots. I believe you. I'm just saying that I didn't see it, all right? So I'm sure maybe it's, like, one of the fingers when they're all holding up the slips has the metal one. Like, that's how you would know, but I still didn't see it. I guess I'm just fucking blind, so don't worry. I thought that this scene was, like, hilarious because I really expected this Jinx to not be real, and the fact that it was actually her was really, really funny.
I do quite like that. This opening scene is also just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like these opening scenes, how specific they can be, and it's specifically being, you know, it's like we have one,
that was when we had to turn the closed captions on, remember?
I like the difference between, like, Caitlyn's grief versus Vi's grief, how they work it out in this episode.
And that was, like, something that I predicted, right? Like, Caitlyn would be intimacy, and then for Vi it would be fighting.
Which,
I mean,
in fairness, your thought was it was gonna be...
I know, but I still got it. I got the point.
Going through,
whether it's 100 people or just one
like
people,
Drano.
It doesn't matter, you know
That's
what I mean?
Yes!
No,
one
not
versus
for the
100.
point. Not for the point that I was trying to make, though. My point was about intimacy, not necessarily. You can have intimacy with 100 people or one person. It doesn't really matter to me. Like, that wasn't the point.
I do think having one person as your kind of
Hunter.
rebound
I'm just
versus
saying,
like
in terms of the
rounding out a
contrast,
doesn't team is a little bit different. In terms of the
contrast that I was trying to express, I don't think that it, like, it does not signify. My prediction was not Caitlyn runs through 100 women. My prediction was Caitlyn uses intimacy to avoid her problem.
Sure.
Right? That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. Is Caitlyn avoiding her problems? Because I think it's just like stress relief for her.
Well, I mean avoid her problems with Vi, not avoid her, like, responsibility. She's not avoiding her military problems. She's very much still taking care of her military problems. I just mean as, like, a supplement for the relationship that she lost with Vi and, like, needing to fill that void of a partner. And, like, having a partner to buddy cop around with or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I also liked this, like, shimmer tier. Hunter thought this was her makeup, but I think that this was supposed to be her shimmer.
I forgot about the shimmer stuff that had occurred with her.
We're just forgetting everything. We can't remember anything.
To be totally honest, you know what it is? It's that last time I was thinking about the show a lot during the week.
Yeah.
But the difference between last time we did a live stream and now is that we've watched Wicked. So, speaking of music, hi
Imagine Dragons.
Hi, Imagine Dragons. I've just, like, my brain's been like Wicked, and
yeah,
I was like, oh right, this.
How did Ambessa survive?
I don't know.
This is crazy. Like, look at this match.
She took just a real, like, blow to the head and just got knocked over and played dead.
Like, this is crazy. Like, the fact that she lived, like, I actually kind of don't believe it. I kind of wonder if something else happened here.
Because everybody else got gored.
I'm glad this guy's dead, though. He was an asshole. He was
not
such a
terribly
dick.
fond of him.
No. So that was good. I like Caitlyn just coming upon this, like, horrific, well, slaughter, like, scene. I thought that was good. And Ambessa's just like, bitch, I don't know. Like, don't even ask me. Like, I don't even fucking know. Like, just the look in her eyes, like, the mile-long stare she gives her, like, you won't believe what's happening. And I thought it was hilarious that Sindh was still in the cage. Like, obviously now we know that was his plan all along. But it's funny how Ambessa didn't just, like, take out this man and start wailing on him. Like, she just left him there. It's like she can't even bear to... You know what I mean? Like, she's so shocked by this event that she's just like, I can't even go in there and then look at that man. Like, what the fuck? How did one man take down our entire military? Like, I know that she's mad. You know what I mean? What did she say? An end to Zahn's perverse abominations. Oh my god. No.
It's funny.
There was not an end.
I like the idea of, like, Ambessa is so used to being the most scary, threatening, aggressive thing.
Yeah.
That the second something comes around, she is, like, shaken to her core. Like, her core philosophies that she's based her whole understanding of herself and her life around just turn to ash.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting.
I mean, she's probably encountered monsters before, right? But, like, this is, like,
by her
an
own
abomination, right?
By her own admission, nothing like this before.
I like how, again, Caitlyn says here, there are cells buried deep within this prison that I've, like, outlawed. you know? Like, they're so terrible that I won't even let them use them anymore, because those were the cells that Vi used to be in. And so I thought that that was a really good thing to show that, again, like, Caitlyn is not just a dictator, right? She is, she has done good things with her power. Presumably she did that. She outlawed it when she became whatever she, like, what is she? General? Commander? What did they call her? Yeah, something like that.
Commander Kierman.
Yeah, yeah. And so I thought that that was good. I really like Ambessa picking up the, pocket watch, because she seems to be really good at understanding what's important to people.
Motivating
and what
them.
matters
Well, she's
to
very
people.
good at manipulating
Yeah,
people.
reading people, right? What I was going to say, though, was that somebody pointed out that Singe does the 3 things that Vi talks about, but I can't remember. Patience, there was something in the middle, and to shut the fuck up. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like, those 3 things.
When Ambessa gives her, like, 3... like, whatever's of power. The 3 Noxian principles.
And so one of them
power.
was like, well, no, Ambessa gives her 3, and then Vi gives her own 3. So the point was that Singe does the Zon 3 of power, right? And so he says, like, he has patience, you know what I mean? And then it was it honesty or something?
No, it was like, because it was like of getting along with people, or loyalty, or something else. Like,
yeah.
Because Noxus, it was power, but when it was Vi, it was something else.
Yeah, with Vi, it was, the first one was patience. The second one was, like, some mysterious middle thing. I think you're right. It was trust or loyalty or, like,
and then the third one was
knowing what
shutting
other
the
people
fuck up.
want. Yeah, so this is what Singed is doing, right? So first he says patience, I possess in abundance, right? Then his second thing is, I like that you will rot in here. She just says she's so mad she leaves.
Look at me. I do plenty of rotting already.
Oh my god. Why is there so many black screens in here? Oh, okay, we're gonna talk about Mel in a second. But yeah, whatever those things were, Singe did all 3 of them. I thought that that was really fun. Vision, strength, and guile. No, the ones that Vi said.
There we go. Oh, no.
No, those were Ambessa's, I think.
The ones
we're talking about the ones Vi said that ended with shut the fuck up.
Not that mysterious.
But yeah, I really like, Mel coughing up the rose petals. I thought this was a fucked up scene, like, just you see how, sort of disheveled she is right now, like,
compared to how she was previously.
This experience, she's
her
thinking about Alora dying. Yeah, her
I love
hair's
how
a little fuzzy.
When she looks up, the
prison looks like the rose.
Yeah, the prison looks like the rose. I also love prisons that have notions of freedom,
puzzles and stuff.
No, like freedom to it, where it's like in Game of Thrones, where it's like, hey, you can leave whenever you want, but like.
Good fucking luck.
Right, like you can see freedom, you just can't reach it. So there's a level of psychological torture. Like in Game of Thrones, there's in the Sky Castle, there are the cells which are open out into the fresh air. So it's like, oh, if only you were a bird, if only you could fly, you could escape that.
Yeah.
It's a similar kind of principle here. Like, there's no bars keeping you in, just gravity. And I think that's really compelling.
And then also the puzzle element, which contributes to that. Like, if you can solve the puzzle, if you're worthy, you can leave.
The idea that her prison is itself a puzzle and it reveals something, that's really clever. And then the fact that it looks like a kind of inverted rose.
Yeah.
With the sort of petals forming in instead of forming out.
Yeah, and we also have some blood dripping down the walls, question mark? Or
Which
are those
creepy.
the paths? Oh, our chat disconnected. Are you guys okay? We all okay, chat? But yeah, the classic hope spot. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Or like one of the Batman movies does it, where anyone can climb out of the hole of the prison, except it's kind of impossible. So it crushes your hope, and that's how it like destroys you. It's really beautiful. I love it so much.
I think
the world building and the design of this show is just...
I wonder if there was an early foreshadowing that this was not her brother, like, other than them being in darkness. You know what I mean? Like, the brother character being in, like, darkness. I wonder if there were signs that he probably wasn't the brother this whole time. I'm guessing what happened is that the brother was captured for a while, and then they figured out it wasn't him and just killed him.
I could only assume as much.
Yeah, because I had a theory like, oh, the brother joined with the Black Rose, and like,
I don't know about
it was that sort of thing where he like turned against his mom, but that was before these episodes happened, I think, and then we also thought, oh, well, maybe Mel will join the Black Rose and turn against her mom, but that seems very unlikely at this point, just because of how evil they are. The fact that his beard is short? What do you mean? You think that it would be like down to his like elbows or something? Like, I guess that's true. Maybe. But, like, obviously they would get food. And that his clothes aren't ragged. Let me look at his clothes. That may be a good point, at least. Let me check. Because you would think that they would have to live down here, right? And so obviously they'd get food somehow. He hasn't just been eating, bugs. Maybe he has. I don't know. Like, maybe that's what she was supposed to think.
Every once in a while, they just lower a plate of spaghetti from the ceiling.
Well,
hole.
yeah, so...
That's what that red is. It's when they spill the spaghetti. So it was like,
his clothes are... I guess his clothes aren't as ragged as maybe you would expect.
Perhaps not.
But
and
yeah.
He's got dirt in his face and his hair's a little wild. Beard and hair.
Yeah, he does have some dark smudges, though.
But also, like, I
guess his clothes look okay. I guess that's a good point, Austin.
And I mean, his hair would be, unless he has shaved it, like, his hair would be looking, like, even longer and crazier
True.
Like, twisted and dreaded out. Like, it would be...
Yeah.
Like, right there, like, that's not all things considered, like, not really all that messy.
Yeah, if he's been dead for, like, years, or if they think that he's been dead for a long time, yeah, that makes sense. I guess now, in hindsight, I guess I just wasn't thinking about it like that because I thought, oh, well, the Blood Rose wants to keep him alive because they want to find out who the child with the magic is. And so they wouldn't be starving him and not letting him shave and, like, letting him lose his mind. Like, if they really need him, they would take care of him to some extent. Like, he's a prisoner, but he's not being tortured. So I guess that was my internal justification to it, like, in my head. But yeah, I thought the reunion scene was so sweet. Now we know it's not true. Hunter, do you want to take over, this, maybe, while I,
Sure, what scene are we going into
we're
now?
going into them going, to find Vander.
I will go collect your water.
Yeah.
Is that yes? And then, for a second, it's hard to tell who's who, because I'm looking at, Caitlyn and... Or, sorry, not Caitlyn. I'm looking at Vi, and it's...
Ooh, that's a nice shot with the halo and Vander. That was fun.
That's very cute. Because presumably it's not all... I guess the Jinxers are doing that? Oh, my goodness. Like, the like, Arcane art book, whenever that gets released, is going to be gorgeous. Because the number of, like, really beautiful murals and... Like, This show has a really high, beautiful mural to episode ratio. Probably more so than any show I'm aware of. Like, even... No, it was last episode you had the Ekko mural. But still, that's like 2 really great murals per episode. It's sort of surprising. Okay, they're staring at each other. Tense sibling rivalry. They go into the cave with the bioluminescence. Which is where... Oh, yeah, so this is supposed to be the, like, Silco's hangout where Vander dies in the first season. And I guess it's kind of blown to crap since we've last seen it. You think in, like, the week I would have gone and rewatched Arcane, the first season, but that has really yet to occur. Jinx eats the bioluminescent fudge like a weirdo. Pretty sure it's not toxic. They have their proper fight moment I'm trying to find. Oh, when will you admit that this is just one of your fantasies? What conversation is this? Why would Vander be... Okay, yeah, so, no. Rip Hunter. I know, I get left. And I don't even have the opportunity to talk more shit about... What's the phrasing here? What's the word? What's the band? Imagine Dragons. Last time she left me, I'm like, oh, this is fine. I'm gonna talk shit about Imagine Dragons. She wasn't always like this. That's kind of cute. Grass used to be pretty cool before I kicked her butt. that's sort of sad that they have their. Cause hi. It's sort of, I was just contemplating, it's really sad that, like, Jinx has her moment of, oh, it was really, like, she used to be different, like, talking to her daughter, explaining why, like, Mom and Aunt Vi don't get along. It's like, well, you know, when we were younger, we were best friends, but, you know. I thought that was, like,
sorry,
a really
guys,
cute...
I had to get organized. Getting back in my chair. I don't know if you guys know, but my chair is, like, taller than I am, and so I'm, like, wedged into the side. Fungus. Okay. I was not ready for still gonna be kind of sexy. I know, I said that in my reaction.
Oh, yeah.
I did say that. I think the whole prison is a mind illusion. Oh, that's interesting. That's fun. But yeah, so what were you telling them other than that you were being abandoned? I was saying that, like, Arcane has the highest, like, beautiful mural to episode ratio of any animated show I had ever seen. And I was just kind of remembering the scene of, like, oh yeah, this is where they have their, like, what happened to us moment in the caves. Yeah. I think if you ever have trouble with family members, you should go into the glowing fungus cave. Yeah, and just call each other psychos. I like how she said which one, you know, because it feels like that Jinx isn't, you know, she's not really taking it too personally. She's, like, it's very still lighthearted, or at least Jinx is trying to. Yeah, while you were passed out in the bottom of a mug, right? And so
or in prison. I was honing my skills. I was being a gangster, and now I'm like a hero to the people. And it's just this contracting views of how Vi views herself as a victim, and Jinx is like the perpetrator of crimes against her. Yeah. Whereas for the people, Vi's kind of the shitty one. Increasingly, Jinx is like, no, don't nag me. I belong here. I have. Yeah. You're the one who broke your promise to Vander, and you don't give a fuck about anyone except yourself, right? I'm the one who's doing what Vander wanted, right? So I thought that was good. I'm gonna be totally honest with you, Lumen. I really hate body language experts. Body language experts, I don't know if you know this, don't actually exist. Like, I mean, like, the general vibe you can get off of people exists, but, sure. Like, body language is not, like, it's, like, kind of a pseudoscience. Yeah, like, this idea that, like, especially for people that are autistic, body language gets read wrong all the time. But also, like, body language... Not that we read it wrong, our body language gets read wrong. And also, body language is so subjective to how a person is. And their culture and their idiosyncrasies stuff. And their cultural understanding. Like, you know, there was a semi-recent viral, I don't want to go into the details of it, but, you know, two certain celebrities had a very publicly shown... Oh! I think I know what you're talking about. Criminal court... Oh! Lawsuit thing. Oh, I thought what you were going to talk about was something completely different. Never mind. Yeah, and everyone was shitting on this woman, being like, well, if you look at her body language, and it wanted to, like, my head wanted to explode. What I thought you were talking about was that people are speculating that something's going on the Wicked press tour. I thought that's what you were going to talk about. I don't know about people's body language on that. But it was weird, because, like, yeah, like, polygraph tests, Julio. Polygraph tests famously also a bit of a pseudoscience. But it's two things that people generally, like, in common parlance, believe are true when there's just no evidence for that. Yeah. That's just me being... I apologize, Lumen. That's just me being a weirdo with strong opinions about dumb crap. Well, no, I kind of get it, though. I kind of have beef with those YouTube videos, which is, like, lawyer reacts to, like... I don't know, Boston Legal or something. Like, obviously it's not gonna be accurate. We all know that. It's just for entertainment, that's okay, because that's like an education tool, and they actually do explain the reality of it to an extent. True, it's but like people... at the same time, it's like, can't we just all have a little tee-hee? I know that Ace Attorney is not accurate to the law. Like, it's gonna be okay. But it's a good time, so who cares? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I get it that it's educational, but it's different when it, like clickbait, where I'm like, but you're a lawyer, don't you have other
other ways to make money? Why are you doing this? Like, it's not a grift per se, but why are you doing this on the internet? Don't you have a job?
It's like, because some people are rich, but they also want to be rich and famous. So let's be an influencer.
I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just,
yeah.
The legal one's not as egregious. Like, I can think of some other ones, kind of like the body language
The body
thing.
language people, the polygraph people, the people who are like, you only use 5% of your brain. And it's like, no, you don't. That's not true. Yeah, I'm sure this person in particular is good, but like, it was like, whenever I hear body language, is like,
yeah.
Don't worry, that was Lumen. That was me getting on a tangent.
But you know what I mean? What I want is
God, what is the
I don't
other
know,
one?
architect judges buildings in Skyrim. City planner judges how well laid out the Pokemon towns are. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want something, like, kind of silly like that instead of, like, because it's always lawyers or doctors or, like, some sort of psychologist, like, some sort of therapist telling you about Elsa's deep trauma and throws in, or whether or not Bella has Stockholm Syndrome. Like, it's never, like, a really niche profession where you're
Stockholm Syndrome also
is
not a recognized
thing. You know what
thing.
I mean? It's never like it's never like a very niche, like, specific, like, I'm like, what about a bookbinder telling me if the grimoire in Wicked looks like it's bound properly? Like, I want, like, something crazy like that, where it's somebody's just ridiculous fisherman judges how many fish there are in Hades. I don't know, but it's never that. It's always legal or doctor or therapist. We never get some, like, really crazy job. So I guess this is my message to you guys watching. If you guys have a weird job, you should use that weird job to talk about, like, things in, like, video games, because we have too many doctors and too many lawyers on the internet. But anyway.
And not enough doing actual doctor stuff.
But yeah, I thought that this was good.
Lumen, like, I'm sure the video was chill. I just jumped off into something totally random. That's just me.
Yeah,
everyone gets one tangent. That's my tangent.
I'll think about more terrible jobs. I'll think about, not terrible jobs, sorry. I mean jobs that aren't terribly, exciting, or like accountant judges, like the books in Has-Been Hotel, or sorry, in Hell of a Boss, when Moxie says that he can't balance the budget. Like, that's the kind of, like,
I
want
like an accountant to be like, is this fictional business
profitable? Exactly.
I want them to tell me how profitable the Krusty Krab is.
That's
the people I want.
That. So that's what I mean.
That's the video I want.
But
you need anybody, you got family members that are accountants.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I'm just saying. You need to pitch this idea to them.
Maybe. But yeah, I'm just thinking about stuff like that. We need some, like, really niche, not terribly appreciated, not terribly
Lumen, we always appreciate you, Lumen, in the chat.
But yeah, the hair pulling is just crazy, because you can see how, like, they are fighting,
but
like,
they
as
kind
if
of
they
fight
are
like
little
sisters.
kids.
Yeah.
Again, so
it's
I thought
really
that was
cute.
entertaining.
Amy's aggressive, but it's cute.
Someone made a good point that, like, Isha bit Vi hard enough to draw blood, so I don't blame her, because, like, I jump when my mom interrupts me when I have headphones on, so, like, if I was in a fight, maybe an elbow was flying, so Vi can have one elbow to a child as a treat, but if it happens again, there'll be no excuses. But I can excuse that one, because she was just reacting on reflex, right? And you see she's kind of like,
in fairness, she has such long hair, it's surprising nobody has yoinked it. Like,
yeah, I think that
time.
she's gonna cut it soon, right? Shimmer is a miracle drug, like all-purpose snake oil that works.
Well,
what
except
was that in reference to?
I don't know, but also, it's an addictive drug that, like, ruins your life and rots your body, so,
yeah,
like, not really.
What was that about, Austin? Was that, like, was that back to our doctor thing? Like, doctors reacting to fictional...
Maybe?
I don't know. Yeah, that is the one that I like, when doctors are like, I played Plaguing for the first time, or whatever.
Yeah, I want
Simulator.
Anthony Fauci or someone that works in, like, infectious disease to play
Plague.
Plague and be like, alright, this is what's legit, this is what isn't.
Oh, man. But yeah, this scene was good. I like them fighting. I like that Jinx, she's checking on Isha, because I think this goes with what I said in the last stream. It's like Vi is realizing that her sister is not evil anymore, that she actually cares about a child. I think it's in reference to Vander and saving him? Maybe? I don't remember when we were talking about Vander. I got distracted. But, Yeah, so I really like these scenes. I do think that Jinx is gonna get a haircut eventually, because I've seen people on Twitter talking about in some of the promotional stuff she had her haircut, and
Really?
it hasn't happened yet.
Like, because her hair's already relatively short, so...
Jinx.
Oh, Jinx. Oh my goodness,
Jinx,
sorry.
her braids, her braids.
My bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Mel
Like, her
is back
braids
in
get
prison,
shorter?
I
They're not,
think.
like, super long?
I don't think I went too far ahead, did I, guys?
I don't think so, no.
I think that this should be the next scene. I love that. I do like to disappoint her. See, so whoever was pretending to be LeBlanc, or sorry, if LeBlanc was the one pretending to be Kino, she did do a pretty good job at capturing what I assume would be his personality.
You kind of get the impression that LeBlanc is something of a... So do we know what LeBlanc looks like?
Yeah.
Can I see a photo of her?
Oh, sure.
I don't have my phone on me, sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that this is fine. She's, pretty.
I don't doubt. I mean, evil lady, magical. That's just okay. You put LeBlanc and not League of Legends, so all we got is this random photo of this. Okay, you know, maybe a little kind of. God, I don't love like, cause like it's not to get all like male gaze, cause like I have like mixed feelings about that concept, but like when it's just like I think it's cooler for someone to look like powerful. And not just like
this
skimpy
is her
lingerie.
Different skin.
That's better looking.
So I think that's the one we're
but
in
like
league,
the other one where
one.
she looks like she's in skimpy lingerie, and it's just like, I mean, not that that's not a power move at times, but like I don't know, it doesn't feel like imperial.
So I think this one is probably
wizard. Yeah.
the more accurate one.
I thought she'd be more red and less blue.
I don't know. That's a good point. I think there's also Vladimir, and like Vladimir is kind of like a vampire controls blood. But yeah, I mean, with
a name like Vladimir, what else could you be other than a vampire? Like,
but yeah, I like Mel drawing the rune down here and like solving the puzzle. What's crazy though was like I think that Austin made a good point that this is like a prison of her own mind, and so the puzzle is like not real. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of interesting that this may be like Mel's brain conceptualizing the idea of like being trapped and that there's a way out when there's not, you know, because the prison isn't real, but like this puzzle was not meant to be solved. Like she just smacked Kino's head against the wall and that was good enough, right? But I guess this does showcase that she has magical abilities, though.
I like the idea that like the prison is a test, and if you can escape it, then you've proven your magical abilities.
But I don't think the prison is real. Now it's just in her. I think that the chat was right that it's in her mind.
Maybe
because she's in that red weird void.
That's true,
right?
but also if like. Is it in her mind, or is it also her corporeal body, and LeBlanc or whomever it is so powerful that she can just like change this red void
don't know.
to be however
but I think the point is that this puzzle was impossible to solve still.
I think it was possible to solve, but she just was too smart and figured out that her brother wasn't her brother too quickly.
Maybe.
Like,
I don't know. I have the other interpretation
LeBlanc like underestimated
the puzzle was always to realize that Kino was fake. That's what I thought it was. But maybe you're right.
Maybe
it's the opposite.
It's like she's just too good, you know?
You know what I mean? I thought it was always that she had to realize that her brother wasn't real, but I guess what you're saying is that if she had solved the puzzle for the prison, they would have been like, congrats, Mel, you passed, you can become one of us, but because she like smacked him in the head, she's not one of them? Would you say that's a bit more accurate to what
Possibly?
You mean?
Sure,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know, I just think it's just like LeBlanc is like interested in her.
Yeah.
More than anything. She's like, not like LeBlanc probably feels really maliciously towards Ambessa, but like is kind of curious about Mel, because like Mel.
Oh guys, we do have a rip in his clothes over here. Yeah. Okay, so we could have been convinced. But yeah, I agree with you, Austin, because I don't like that opposite end either, you know what I mean? Of like, oh, well, the girl, to be a girl boss, you need to reduce all her feminine attributes, because that's just...
Oh, be like, feminine, but it's also
yeah.
just like the idea of like super badass...
Oh, I know what you're
whatever
saying.
Emperor, and it's like, not only is it like, yeah, be sexy, but it also just kind of looks bad. Like, it's this weird, like, cutout thing that I don't think it looks very good.
Yeah, like the corset that we were looking at. But so
it just doesn't work for me personally.
But I agree with you, Austin, in terms of, like, Yeah, because I don't like that either, because then you have this idea of, like, to be a strong woman is to be masculine.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? And so the only
really...
acceptable strength is, like, to be man adjacent.
Yeah.
I don't know, to be like a man.
Strength is not, like, a uniquely masculine
yeah,
thing.
Yeah.
It's not about that, it's just about the design.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
But I saw a very interesting comment, like, we praise girls when they're like tomboys, but then when boys are feminine, we see that as a bad thing, because we just see...
Well, I mean, now that's the thing, you don't really, like, every person I knew who was, like, a proper tomboy growing up, like, actually, they got in shit eventually.
Yeah,
when they were young.
It always comes eventually.
And also a bunch of people who describe... like themselves as like, I was a tomboy as a kid. I'm like, you wore pants. Everyone does. We're not Mormons here. Come on now.
Well, I mean,
like,
if you have that kid that like they play sports and their dad is like rah rah about that sort of thing. Like I had friends like that for sure. That like their dad wanted them to play sports and.
But like at the end of the day, like it's, you know, it's just like.
And like have more like tomboy interests, and like maybe their mom hated it because their mom wanted to like, you know, dress them up all feminine, but like their dad was like,
we have different experiences with that, Persos.
You know, it feels like a direct parallel to Ambessa. I love Mel in the direction she's going. She's still a girl boss, but she's elegant in everything she does. Yeah, I mean, I think Caitlyn is also like that, right?
Yeah. I think Ambessa is kind of pretty elegant as well, all things considered.
And
like
Ambessa
everything
has,
she
like,
does
a very
and how she looks
royal,
is very regal
like,
kind of vibe.
I don't know, lioness elegance, right?
And I guess that's maybe what I would want from like LeBlanc, to look like powerful. Yeah. And not in like weird
corset.
Yeah, like,
I mean, I think what
cut
Caitlyn's wearing is a good example. Like, you have the cape and you have, like, the
like
gloves
she looks
and all
like
of that,
powerful. Right? And it's not necessary. Or even, like, people, like, you know, you see women in, like, proper feminine attire, they still look very powerful.
Giving everyone heals. Yeah, heals in combat. Yeah, if there's one thing in games with their shoes, giving everyone.
I would say that's the same thing. Like, there's a lot of like Salem in Ruby is a good example. Salem's powerful, but she's dressed very femininely.
Yeah, I think Salem's little outfit would be nice for LeBlanc.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love how Ambessa's in
that, and like I have a general preconception of how like which characters should look, you know?
Yeah. I totally forgot what we were probably saying in regards to Mel, though. I mean, other than Mel's, like, solving the problem. Oh, the affair that led to a child just has me like, Ambessa had an affair with who? What are you talking about? Like, I can't see Ambessa. I don't know. I guess she does say that thing about, like, I'm sure you've learned by now not to have, like, personal entanglements of the heart. But, like, can you imagine Ambessa just, like, fucking someone in the middle of battle? Like, I can't. Like, I just think that she's so like, I know that obviously
maybe that's why
she had a husband, so I'm not saying that she's, like, gay, but at the same time, I'm like, I just can't see her messing around with a man.
Men,
yeah.
You know,
obviously,
for what they can do with her.
Because she had a husband, right?
But also, like, she also, like, appears to sleep with men, like, you know.
Oh,
like,
the twink, right.
Yeah, the twink,
but what I'm
like,
saying
recreationally.
Is, like, I can't imagine her having a loving affair with a man, is what I mean.
Maybe
the twink thing is to exert power.
But also, that's,
right?
like, we're looking at the Ambessa we know now. This was Ambessa 20, possibly 30 years ago, depending on how old Mel is.
True.
So it's like, oh, Ambessa learned her lesson with this guy.
Maybe that could be
That's Ambessa learning her, because, like, how old is Ambessa? Like 60?
Sure.
At 50?
Okay,
right?
Yeah, sure.
Like, so this happened when she was 20?
30, yeah.
30?
30, okay.
So, like, yeah, like, that was just an important lesson that she made, so I feel like
but
it still works for her character.
Oh, the strong woman learned a lesson because there was some fuckboy in the round. Like, why did she need to go down a path of dealing with some fuckboy? Why couldn't she have just been strong
but also
from the beginning?
That's also just like an assumption on our part. We don't know for certain.
He may not be a fuckboy. He may be a perfectly nice man.
It might not have been a fuckboy, and she might have had like genuine feelings for him. And perhaps he was even powerful if he was if he was a powerful wizard.
Yeah.
She might have thought like this could work out. But it just didn't for
I just think
reason.
I don't know. I just hate that trope.
We're making conclusions based off of incomplete data
Sure.
sets.
I just hate the trope of like, you know, kind of like in Maleficent, she falls in love with King Stefan, and then King Stefan's like, oh, she's a fairy, I'm gonna cut her wings off, and like you have that whole thing, and that's how she becomes like evil. And it's like it's
a scorned woman,
bad.
a scorned woman.
You know,
is the,
yeah.
trope.
It's not like bad for Maleficent, and I liked it in that context. But you see that woman scorned thing happen all the time. Like I would appreciate it if Ambessa was not a woman scorned. Out of all, because all of the women in this show have been scorned in one way or another. Someone's been scorned, not by like love, but just like everybody's having a bad time.
I think the woman scorned quote is specifically about
romantic.
lovers.
I know.
I feel like if it's about like if it's between women, either romantically or like fraternally, or sororally, I guess in the case of Jinx and Vi. It's not so bad.
Yeah, I know. I was being a little hyperbolic.
But I totally get it.
The idea of like everybody has become strong because of a man in a sense, right? Like Vi had to grow up too fast because she lost Vander. The Silco forced Jinx to like be who she is today. Like there's always a man involved somewhere. I would like if Ambessa was strong without the man.
I want everyone to sit down and be like, the real villain is men.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
I think the only character that didn't have like some sort of sad man in her backstory was Caitlyn, right? Like her thing is that her mom died. So
yeah, or that she was never like good enough for her mother type
deal. So mommy issue. Basically, what I'm saying is we already have a lot of daddy issues, a lot of man issues.
I think woman scorned are specifically.
I know. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I understand. It's okay, Cal, I'll say it for you. But no, I was mostly just having a tee-hee. It's just with Ambessa, what I would like personally in my heart is this idea that she got into this relationship in the heat of battle with kind of like somebody that was removed from it all, and maybe there was this fantasy of like you could run away from your responsibilities and like not have to worry about fighting wars for your house anymore, like imagine when the war is over and like that sort of thing. And then it was like, well, that was a nice fantasy, but I need to go back to reality now, like that sort of thing, that there was a mutual love affair and it did not end with her scorned in any way. It's just like they had a nice little fantasy of what the world would be like if she wasn't royal, and it lasted for one night, and he was like the stable boy, but he was secretly a wizard or something. You know
As stable boys so often are.
Right, like he was like secretly, she thought he was just a traveling salesman and he happened to be the Wizard of Oz, you know, like I'm just saying something like that. Anyway.
Who knows, we might get some kind of like Ambessa backstory.
I mean, apparently there is one in her music video thingy, but like not all of it, and not in, I don't think there's a reference to the man that she slept with, so that's still like a mystery. But yeah, so I really like Detective Caitlyn being like, and I know who you were, Dr. So-and-so, like it's like a Scooby-Doo. Yeah, like it's just a Scooby-Doo episode. You know, and so like, you know, they figure out that he invented
that's what Kate, like we need a talking dog in this show. And Heimerdinger doesn't count. Warwick's a little more wolf-like, and Heimerdinger doesn't count either, so.
Yeah.
Imagine if
ties, I don't know what that would mean.
The shrunken kid in the jar? Yeah, it was kind of creepy.
Oh, yeah, I did not see that.
I want Warwick to talk like Scooby-Doo.
I think this was good that, like, Singe was like, why else would anyone do acts that are unspeakable? And it was, like, love. So we finally got what Singe has been doing all this time. And we got the miraculous ladybug stained glass coffin, right? And also a little ballerina, which I don't think is necessarily connected to Oriana, but it did remind me of Oriana, even though she's a robot. So yeah, this is definitely Oriana now, we know that. And so he's been doing everything to try to save her, right? And so it's like he wanted funding, he tried to experiment on Warwick, like for the sake, you know, for the sake of bringing his daughter back. And so now we understand that he did not give a fuck about the Undercity. He was just trying to secure, you know, everything I've done is to cure her. We finally have Singe's motivation. Anything else in here, Hunter, or do you think we can...
I do.
What is the next scene after
whenever anybody does, and this is for the Batman nerds in the audience, whenever anyone does Heart of Ice, Mr. Freeze, Nora thing, I'm always so down for that. The lonely scientist, like, doing unspeakable things for the person they love. Like, it's just, I do love that character.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, part of me just like, I just look at how trusting that face is, you know?
No.
I just, for some reason, I'm always like, no, but there's someone in there. Like,
in
look
theory,
beyond that book.
In regards to this, I think it's funny because Silco comes to the same conclusion Vander figured out a long time ago, and it seems to come back every single time. Is there anything more undoing than a daughter? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's true. In Singe's case. I think what's gonna happen with this, if I had to guess, is that Warwick is out. You know, Victor is in. So by experimenting on Victor...
you sound like a fashionista.
No, yeah, exactly.
Warwick
That's what I'm trying to say.
Warwick
is
year.
last season. Yeah, literally
The
last
new
arc.
hotness.
Yeah, is Victor. So I think that now it's gonna be, we're getting that transhumanist Victor, like that he's gonna become part robot, basically. And that's how he's going to get to Oriana, is that he can transfer Oriana's
Which I guess
consciousness
is how
into a robot.
he is in...
In regular League, Victor is like half robot, kind of. Like he has robot parts, I guess you could say, right? So like I think that that's where we're going, because there was a shot. I hate that Netflix like is telling us everything. Like I'm tired of them. Like the fact that they keep posting. I know they have to promote their show, but the fact that they keep showing shit, like put that away. We already know that Arcane's coming out every week. Do you need to promote it this heavily where you're showing us spoilers? So they did show Victor's body in like an incubator, like a chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Like a chicken?
Like a chicken egg. Like the egg.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You should have just said like an egg and
like
not like a
egg.
chicken.
Not like a grown chicken, like a baby chicken. In an egg. In an incubator.
That's not what... Okay.
Baby
all right.
chicken.
Okay, but like, you
Sorry.
should have just said like a baby in an incubator.
Yeah,
like,
but babies don't go in incubators.
yes, they
chicken
do,
eggs
but
do.
not like big science fiction floating in a tank incubators. But there are incubators for babies.
No, but that's not what I mean. I mean the one where you, in like grade 6, they brought the chickens into school and they kept the eggs in the library.
What school did
What
you
are you
go
talking
to?
about? Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, so the little light things to keep them warm.
To keep them warm, and they
There
would
we
be in
go.
the
Okay,
library,
sure.
right? And then they would hatch like across the school. You don't remember that?
They didn't do. We went to different elementary schools.
I know we did, but my elementary school did that. We had like chickens incubating in our library for like weeks, and then they hatched.
We had before I got when I was a little kid. We had salmon.
What?
We had salmon spawns.
That's weird. What the fuck?
My dad.
That's a lot less weird than chicken.
My dad, less weird or more weird? My dad was involved in that.
More weird.
Yeah, we were spawning
That's
salmon,
weird.
so we got like salmons from little eggs into like little minnow salmons, and then we dumped them in like the Don River.
That doesn't sound
Toronto.
good.
No.
That sounds like not.
Was it salmon? It was a.
That has to be a disaster for like the environment.
Because the like Toronto Conservation
okay.
Authority wasn't like the proper authorities were involved.
Hunter School just dumping.
Yeah,
fish
committing
into the
eco-terrorism. We're the reason why Ontario has a cane tone problem.
We never had a class pet, but this wasn't a pet. This was like part of the curriculum. It's hard to explain, you know what I mean? But yeah, so apparently Victor is in an egg or a cocoon or something, and you can see him on the inside connected to like an umbilical cord.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying, that Netflix needs to shut the fuck up because I've already seen too much.
To be totally honest with you, I'm not on. I haven't been on Twitter.
Yeah, I know, but whatever. So we know that. So that's how I'm assuming this all connects to each other. That he's gonna figure out by making Victor. By bringing Victor back to life, that is how he will save his daughter, right? And so I really like this with Mel trying to figure out the puzzle and everything. I'm trying to figure out, like, how did it become clear to her that her brother was fake?
I mean, visually, they had him pop out of nowhere, like he was just appearing.
No, I mean,
for
like,
us.
For her. What made her figure it out is what I mean.
Oh. He must have said something that swept it up. I'm missing something.
Don't worry, they have music if you're wondering. A healthy sense of self-preservation. I guess it was the voice distorting, but like...
Yeah.
But like, why would LeBlanc do that? Cal, answer my DMs, oh, okay, later. Yeah, sure. I don't know if you went through... If you know Game of Thrones stuff, what went wrong was that they decided they needed to surprise everyone and unchange themselves from the logical events that play out the books.
Yeah.
What is this in reference to?
Any possible twist? I mean, I guess them revealing stuff. Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, I generally agree with you, Austin. Like, I would rather have, like, a procession of stories that make logical sense.
Yeah.
Even if I do see a twist coming. Versus, like, having twists that make no sense whatsoever come out of nowhere. Like, it's surprising. You have to kind of, ideally, you sort of run the middle.
Yeah.
Right?
I wonder if Austin is behind somehow in our stream chat, because I'm like, what is this in reference to? I don't know. But Austin, if you're talking about, like, the idea of Victor, I guess what Austin is saying that, like, the Victor thing is predictable, so that's why they showed that on Twitter, and it's okay.
I guess so, yeah.
Maybe.
Especially, I guess the assumption is that, like, people who are watching Arcane are also familiar with League of Legends.
Yeah, so they know that
and
Victor
in my
turns
head,
into
I'm
that,
like,
but I just thought that they weren't
don't.
gonna do that. Like, I just thought that they weren't gonna do that version of Victor. So the fact that, like, we're jumping through hoops to get back to mechanical Victor is kind of funny. But yeah, I don't know what it was.
That's a cool scene.
That made her realize, yeah, this is where I wanted to make sure.
Face.
I was stewing in my thoughts. Oh, okay, Austin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out like that. I was like, what? I don't know.
Stew in private
I can't figure out. No, I was like, oh, I can't figure out what's going on. Or what that was in reference to, because I try to make sure I monitor the chat properly, and then sometimes I'm bad at it, right? So yeah, so this is where I think we start to see her becoming, I think this is probably becoming LeBlanc, right? I don't know, but LeBlanc doesn't have eyes like that, so I don't know
Unless
either.
there's, like, just straight up a new character.
Maybe. Everybody's thinking LeBlanc, though, because LeBlanc can, like, turn into other people, but this is what I mean. So was she in this prison the entire time?
LeBlanc has also, like, a blue vibe. Is her magic red in the game?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's red. We had such high hopes for him, right? So this was Kino, right? At first it seemed plausible that he could have been the child, but obviously we know it was Mel. Now what we really need to look at in terms of this
the, like,
scene,
spiked thorn chain stuff is such a creepy, it's so creepy and hell-like. It's it's awful.
So we see Mel's eye glow, and then we see this shit happen.
It breaks the chains, it would seem.
Yeah, and so this is like...
Oh, and she has her, like,
yeah, like, is this Mel? Because I theorized that it was her armor, but not that it's just her armor, but, like, that the armor is, like, a conduit for her powers.
I just don't think it's the armor, babe. I think it's her
that's
magical.
No, I'm not saying, like, it's just the armor. I'm saying that she is magical, but magic users still need a weapon, right? Magic users still need something to channel their magic through, so I'm wondering
Do they? Is that a canon thing?
I think so. I'm just saying.
Because you were like, they need it.
No,
really?
I don't know. Well, no, because the guy has that weapon with the runes on it, right? We already talked about it.
But is he that magical, though? Like, it's the room that is magical.
He channels
yeah,
the
but if
magic
you're that
or whatever.
good, do you need it?
Well, and then Jace has the Hex Tech in him, and that's how he does his magic. Rise has the staff. Victor has his staff. Like,
but Victor can just touch people. He just uses his hand.
Well, now he does, but I'm saying, like, in terms of Victor before, and then game Victor, I don't know. I'm saying that I think that in universe you do need something. You need something to do the thing. I don't know.
I always liked magic where you just had to, like, what was it, like, the lady, like, in Bewitched, crinkles her nose?
Yeah, I don't know.
I want Mel to crinkle her nose.
I'm not saying that Mel is not magical. I'm saying that Ambessa gave her the armor, knowing that it has some sort of magic to facilitate a barrier like this. And so Mel is channeling her power, and it's going through the armor, and that's what's protecting her, because you see that golden glow. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if they would have Mel covered in armor if it wasn't related, you know? Because why is she covered in armor? She's not going to war. Why does she have to wear all that? Rictus is not a mage. He's just a warrior with a special artifact wrapped around his axe. Okay, yeah. But he still has... The artifact is what channels the magic, though, not him. So, like, for mages, I guess our question is, for mages, do they need something? Like, do they need a staff? Do they need a weapon? Or can they just bippity-boppity-boo with their hands? Because that's, like, the thing I don't think that I've seen. I don't think I've seen any, like, I don't know if we've seen anyone do magic with, like, just their fingers. Like, when Rise does it, he has his staff, and he has runes tattooed on his fingers. You know what I mean? I think Richter is actually a mage. Well, now you guys are arguing. He was whispering a spell. Oh, okay. So, yeah, maybe he is a mage. So we have conflicting opinions in the chat. I guess here's the thing, it doesn't matter. Because what Hunter and I are saying is the same thing, it's just I came to a different conclusion about how it happens. Like, Mel is a mage.
Yes.
I think we both agree on that.
Yes.
It's more so like,
you think
did
that
the light come inside of her heart, or is her armor some sort of magical artifact? Right? That's like kind of
I guess
the
we
debate.
just have to wait and see.
Yeah, there's
Because
not
like
really
it could go
anything
either
that we
way.
can-
It's
yeah.
just
You know what I mean? So like we agree though on a fundamental level that
Yeah,
Mel is a mage and she's clearly
course.
special. Her
Yeah.
father, I mean, it's not passed down through bloodlines though, so I don't know what Ambessa having an affair, like, relevance, Your Honor, but I mean, League is already changing the lore with Arcane, so it could be bloodline
so
dependent,
might as well
right?
just go nuts.
You know what I mean?
You know?
Like, somebody had said last stream, someone had said last stream, nah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that mages are not passed down, like, genetically, like, bloodline. You don't need to have, this isn't Harry Potter, where you have two, like, you know, half wizard, half muggle parent, and then you get, like, you may get a wizard. I don't know how it works in Harry Potter, because I've never read it.
But just genetic, ostensibly.
But yeah, it's genetic, except for there's some, like, random occasions where you're
Like
a
Hermione's
wizard-born
to two
child
Muggle
who
parents,
has no
yeah.
magic, like...
Or so like Mudbloods, which is like the racial slur.
Right. But that's
Harry
Hermione.
Potter.
I'm talking about two wizards
And
having a non-magic baby.
That's a squib, I believe, if my memory of Harry Potter serves me correctly. I have not watched or read it in a while for obvious reasons.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I can think of in terms of, I think in The Witcher there's also a genetic element, but I don't remember that well enough either. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Arcane will go that way, but I kind of think so. I don't know. I kind of think that it will be. I think it'll be her father was a mage, or her father did something, or
And we do a
Ambessa made
little-
a deal with Rumpelstiltskin, and like that's, no, I'm so serious. I'm not joking. Vander in the tunnel.
Let's not
He's
lean on the
in
magic
there.
eugenics too much.
Yeah,
I
mean,
don't know.
I'm just saying it in the context of like, well, why is Ambessa having an affair important? Because if mages can just happen whenever, Ambessa didn't need to have an affair. She could have just been a magical child of both of her parents, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I bring up, I'm sorry, magic eugenics, because otherwise, why does the affair even matter? If there's no outside influence, why didn't they just have it that like Mel is a magical mage child born into a normal family? If mageness is random in League, like why would they even bring up the fact that Ambessa had an affair with another
Unless it's
person?
not.
You
Or
know what I mean?
unless it's like, you know, it's like how Ruby, how some people, most of the time, you know, your semblance isn't genetic, but some of the time it is. Maybe
Well,
sometimes...
that's what I'm saying. The affair partner needed to have magical potential, or like, why does it matter? Like, you know, that's why I think it matters.
Yeah. So I think it's like, oh, it's kind of unique, like what he did. Or maybe he did something to the child immediately after.
Yeah, like a
or maybe
blessing.
maybe his power could be passed on where other people's couldn't. Like,
Yeah.
there
So
could be
that's
something
basically
there.
why I'm like,
We don't have to do
him-
magic eugenics.
No. But that's why I'm saying that it needs to have some sort of relevance, though, where they just could have gone with that Mel is her father's child. They didn't need to do all
Yeah.
this. So he must have done something. You know what I mean?
Okay, I have to pee, so
Go.
I'm gonna do that.
Go piss, girl.
You continue.
Yes. Okay, so we have obviously finding the letter here, which I think that this was the standout part of the episode. I really liked them hearing it in, like, I mean, presumably, I think Vi's the one reading it, or was it Vi passed it to Jinx and she's reading it in Vander's voice, and this was just a really heartfelt scene. But like, Silco never found this. I don't know if I agree with Jinx's premise of like, if they found this letter, this could have changed everything, because like Silco seemed a little down the deep end by that. At the same time, like, I don't know, like, family is kind of miraculous. Like, Vi and Jinx have put everything behind them just to like go down here in the tunnels, you know. So I think that there's some validity in this idea of like, maybe things might have been different, like, actually, because siblings are kind of, it's one of those things where like, no matter how terrible your sibling is, sometimes you still love them, right? Outside of like, obvious, I shouldn't need to preface myself, you guys know, you know, probably know what I'm talking about, right? But like, even if like vile words are exchanged between you, like sometimes things like that happen, and then you like forgive each other, right, at the end. I thought that this was interesting in terms of the jacket, because we know that Warwick was made from like a two-headed wolf or something like that, at least, whatever those wolves are in League. That's why he has two hearts too, like all of that stuff. But yeah, I don't know if Vi agrees that things could have been different. I think that Jinx thinks that. I don't know if Vi agrees with that. Are they leaving? When do we get the scene where they were at the bar? Is that when, like, Warwick sees them and remembers something? Where was the scene where they were all talking, like, about, like, oh, I'm knocked up? Wasn't that this episode? I thought it was. But yeah, I thought that this was, anyway, I'll try to figure out how that happened. But I thought that this scene was really sweet, like, to see Vi protecting her sister, protecting Isha. I thought this was really nice. And you see Isha's, like, terrified. But yeah, I really liked this scene. And the lighting in this scene was especially really nice. The bar is when Vi says Vander. Okay, so we're not there yet. Hold on. We have to go ahead in our screenshots. I hope you guys are enjoying this stream. Like I mentioned earlier, I was so tired that we almost didn't do it. But then I changed my mind, luckily. And so I think that that's good, because we're having a good talk, and probably, like, a necessary talk. You know, like a necessary talk, in terms of our memory and preparing for tomorrow, so I'm glad that we, did do it. But yeah, I'm just going back in our screenshots over here, so we can, continue. Yes, I do see it now, so I think we just need to go back a little further. I don't know why, but for some reason, like, my PC caps out at, like, maybe 50 pictures, and then it's like, this isn't a slideshow anymore. So that's why every once in a while we need to, refresh the desktop display.
I brought Twizzlers.
Oh, you went upstairs. Have you seen Get Jinxed? How recently? Not at all recently.
Probably
like
a year or two
years ago. For
yeah.
me, like literally years ago.
I remember when it first came out, because that was like, came out like when I guess both of us were in high school, and I had a lot of friends that were way into that.
A long time ago. Can I have a Twizzler?
Absolutely, you can
Thank
have a Twizzler.
You. We have so much candy in this house, guys.
It is bananas.
It's kind of ridiculous. Oh my god, why is this Twizzler like thick? That's kind of weirder. Am I supposed to break, like...
Yeah, you're supposed... It's like the one where you can kind of, like, twirl it out like that.
Like a cheese string or
yeah,
something?
like a cheese string.
I'm not gonna eat it like that. I'm just gonna be normal. This is not coming apart. What the fuck? Why is it so big? I don't like... These are weird compared to the regular ones. Anyway.
Ladies, don't you have that problem?
Oh my god. Well, now I'm chewing, so can you take over now?
Okay, so this is the background. I love how it's like psychedelic rock. It's like, ooh, it's the swinging 60s of like, and everyone's so young and baby, and you get to see Felicia for the first time. Yeah, Jinx and Vi's mother, and also Silco. Look at how sexy this man is. Oh wait, no, that's just a record spinning. Like, one, she looks so beautiful, and she's, like, the perfect in-between of Vi. Like, the design is gorgeous. And show me Silco. Give me sexy. Look at this man. He would be played by David Tennant.
What?
He would be played by a younger David Tennant. Like, look at that. Look at this man. He's sexy. This is crazy.
Oh, no, he is sexy. I just didn't think that this, appearance was David Tennant.
I could see him be played by him.
We need a long hair. I need an actor that has the long, luscious hair like that, even if they have to wear a wig.
David Tennant in his younger years. I'm sure he could grow it out.
But yeah, I really like Vi's mom's braid, because obviously Jinx wears it in her hair.
Yeah, that's cute. And it's like her hair is kind of like an in-between of the two of theirs colors, which is really sweet. Everyone's just, it's like looking at your, like, photos of your parents when they were young.
Vander gives her the same mug and metal straw that he gives Jinx, and that's present in Get Jinxed. Oh, that's cute.
Oh, that's sweet.
I really like this, like, because you get the impression, and I guess we knew this before, but to me it's like himbo Vander, and then, like, a smart what, like, suave, you know what I mean?
Himbo Vander, suave, Silco.
Like, just sort of, like... Akechi from Persona, Silco, like, he's, like, he's balancing the books back there. Yeah, studious twink Silco, exactly. Like, yeah, that's how I felt too. Yeah, her getting knocked up was interesting. Like, that was a funny, line. But yeah, he's drinking a coffee. He's not even drinking. But yeah, I like that. I like that, so like, great. Bozo 1 and Bozo 2, and he's like, yeah, I'm Bozo. I thought that was cute. Now I have Twizzler in my teeth. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, so, what did she do? Toss it over her shoulder? Or is it still in there? Cause oh no, it is still in there. She's just like, I'm knocked up, I can't drink. I love, like, look at the look on their face, Hunter. They're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how did you get... I don't know, because it's so funny when people say that they're pregnant, because then you know that they had sex. Is that not stupid? But I think it's funny to me.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? Because you're announcing to the world that she had, like, sex with that guy and got knocked up.
No, my favorite is when people are saying, like, well, we're trying for a kid, because they're saying we're trying. What they're meaning is, especially if it's, like, my boyfriend and or husband is ejaculating in me regularly. Mm-hmm. That is what you are saying there. Mm-hmm. And it is just kind of like, no one says what you're actually doing. You find, like, a fun euphemistic way around it. Bro, I know what's going on.
But you know what I mean? Like, everybody thinks it's so, like, oh, that's so sweet. You're trying for a baby, and it's just like...
But if you were just like, we're fucking a lot, and we're not using protection.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would not be as cute.
We got an app that tells us when to fuck. It's a whole thing.
You know what I mean? And so...
After we fuck, we do yoga stretches. He changed from briefs to boxers. We're all good.
But that's why I think that this is so funny. Like, that she didn't... It's like, oh, you know, when you're living week to week, I guess, you know, these things just happen. And I'm like, girl, be responsible during the revolution.
But
like,
I also love it's like the realism of, like, afterwards she says, like, I need you two to work out this whole Zon thing so I have, like, a proper world for my kid to grow up in.
Yeah.
Like, there's that, like, it's like
why... that was really sweet,
it's like it's like why people are hopeful.
Yeah.
Like, for, like, their children, for the people they love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is what we're fighting for. Like, we're fighting for...
Oh, yeah.
You know, having a regular life. And I like how both of them react. Yeah, I agree that they're all just, like, BFFs. Like, they're kind of a found family.
Yeah, I love them.
You know, I don't think Vander was, like, secretly had a relationship with her.
Vander would never complain about being friend-zoned. He's too much of a mensch.
I mean, I think that maybe Vander loved her very much, and maybe in another life he would have, like, loved her romantically, but I don't think that he's, like, jealous of the random side man or
I will say that you kind of get a look at the random side man, and it's just like, you ever just look at a woman and then her boyfriend, you're like, okay, I mean,
so, like, she was clearly made to be
if he makes you happy,
you know what I mean?
Because the other guy looks she looks like a protagonist.
Even in terms of character design, that's what I was gonna say, you know? Right? And so I think that that's funny.
I think he should have had, like, very blonde hair, so it explains how, like, Vi and
because, I mean, people are saying, Jinx's hair is blue and Vi's hair is red because her hair is purple. So it's like a reverse color combination sort of thing. But yeah, he's just like, absolutely no genetics were passed on by that other man at all.
Do you think anybody named their kids after League of Legends characters?
I mean, League of Legends characters have pretty regular names.
Fiddlesticks?
You know, not fiddlesticks. I mean, like, the actual characters. Like, Caitlyn is a normal name, right? Like, Violet is still a normal name, you know what I mean? But I like how Vander's the one that suggests Violet. World of Magic, Cal. Well, yeah, I know. I'm not saying that the hair color's, like, unnatural. I'm just saying that, like, no genetics. She asexually reproduced for all, like, I'm concerned. That man did nothing. But yeah, I love how she kind of puts the responsibility, I agree with, in the chat, like, that she puts the responsibility on the kids on them, and they're the ones that end up taking care of them in the end, in their own way, right? And so I really like this, and I just like when Silco was happy and normal and not, like, you know what I mean? We know they then fought in the river, and later Vander apologized to Silco in a note in the mine shelter. Yeah, and so what's sad is that he never saw it, right?
And it's implied, because we never really know why they broke up. We assumed it was ideological reasons or what have you, and we find out later, at least in that note, that it was the death of Felicia and Felicia's boy toy.
Yeah.
Jinx and Vi's father. That was
pushed Vander over the edge, and it was Silco's fault, right?
Which, in fairness, loss of a loved one, that's it's that's a fair motivation for why people wouldn't get along.
It's just too bad because I'm I know that there's I don't know how to explain it, but the only way Vander tried to apologize was through a letter that was in a secret location that Silco could have easily not have gone back to. No, I think Vander left it for Silco if he ever came back. I understand it's a symbolic thing. I understand it's supposed to represent that Silco never went back to the mine, and that's why he never saw it, because he did see that as severed permanently. Yeah, the river pollution chat is saying about Silco's eye. But, what I'm saying is, Vander never tried to, put something on a billboard or, on the bulletin of the bar, apologize. He just left the apology somewhere where it probably wouldn't be seen. You know what I mean? He didn't try hard enough. He did try, but,
he knew where
he hard
lived.
enough. He knew where he
could have sent a "I'm very sorry" edible arrangement to Silco.
God. But yeah, do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe in season 1 they explained that Vander tried beyond that letter, but Jinx said if they had seen specifically this letter that was buried in the mines, right, that things would have been different. So I don't think that he really tried that hard. But I love this scene. I love how we see. I think we should assume that he did do those things, but we shouldn't, because Jinx says if he saw this one letter in the bottom of the mine, everything would have been different, right? So by Jinx's own I guess opinion, right? If this letter had been seen, it would have changed everything. So I don't think that Vander tried any other way, because her Jinx wouldn't have said that.
Maybe he just assumed that Silco was just iced him out, and he assumed. I think he just assumed.
Yeah,
Makes an ass out of you and me.
But I'm just saying, he didn't try that hard.
We also don't know how old that is. He might have left it there.
I think she meant in that moment. I think that's fair artificial. It's the idea of if he had seen this with some immediacy.
Yeah.
It would have lessened the blow. But, because it had gone so long without an apology, the resentment started to build. I do agree with that. I just think it's funny. You know what I mean? Silco mob boss had time to fester in all this time and was too far gone.
Men will do anything other than go to therapy.
Yeah, but there was the in-between time, Silco without Jinx probably wouldn't have been open to reason. Silco without Jinx, I think that the implication that Jinx is saying is that if Silco had seen this, immediately after the river incident, there could have been an opportunity for forgiveness. But as the time goes on, the grudge becomes held longer and longer, right? And so I think that that's sort of the thing. Vander might have tried later, but then by that time it was well, the grudge has already been made. It's the fight you have after 10 years of knowing someone.
Is a fight about everything you've ever had.
And all of that sort of
So
thing.
I assumed it's just I assume Vander just assumed that Silco saw it and just iced him out. So from that bedrock, it just got worse and worse and worse. But also Vander gives her babies a hug.
Put something on a billboard,
Big
you know
hug.
what I mean?
Skywrite it.
Yeah.
Silco, sorry about all that. V, little heart.
But yeah, I thought that this scene was wholesome, obviously, very nice. Where is it?
And then you
come back.
Oh, look at our little.
This was the last time anyone was happy.
Yeah.
We're making good time. I wanted 1 hour per episode, and that's.
You said 45 minutes at first. So.
Well, anyway.
Priorities shift. Anywho.
We're still good.
We're trucking.
So.
This was an interesting
covered
scene.
By the goo. Very
goo.
interesting.
I love how in any fantasy world, it's how do we communicate that shit has gone awry and is corrupted? The goo.
The goo. Yeah, so they're stealing hex core things. So what I'm assuming in here is that they're in all of these chambers.
Okay, someone posted in the chat, I blame Piltover for withholding much-needed mental health funding from Zahn. That's funny. I agree.
I'm assuming that what this is that each canister has like a gem in it.
Yeah.
And that they've been taking the gems from what used to be able to pull the ships in and out of the city, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking the canisters with them. And so I'm pretty sure entrance into the city is totally down now. If they have made this like if they've disabled this machine, it probably means that like Ambessa cannot call like an army from out of town.
Yeah.
Because all of the ships, like, nobody can get in or out, I don't think, at this point. But yeah, this was some fucky-wucky scenes. Oh! Is that? No, these are both Jace.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Jace's.
Jace. Yeah, so you see that Jace, it's clearly been somewhere. The Hextech has fused with his skin, which is not great.
He's all gnarly.
He is very gnarly,
He has, like, oh, I noticed he had, like, a knee brace.
Does he?
Yeah, like he looks like his legs
I guess.
Like,
yeah,
damaged. Sure.
He has a knee brace, and then he obviously has his hammer. Oh yeah, he has bandages there too. So Jace has clearly been through something, right? But what we're trying to look for in this scene is more like flashes towards anything in particular, because you see him grabbing his head, you see him like really surprised to see Sallow. I haven't got the impression that the Hex Gates are down yet. I thought they were down because Jace, like, took a whole hammer to it, so I thought it was done.
I think the Headscapes, I think it's, like, it's presumed that something, like, at the end of the first act.
Yeah, like,
the
when
first
Jace
batch,
hit
everything went, like, weird when Heimerdinger and Ekko and Jace disappeared, and then later you see, Ambessa being like, this is stupid, it doesn't work, so I think it's implied that they're down, and have been for a little bit.
I figured they could continue operation in Jace's absence with routine maintenance, but we see Ambessa trying to, like, have a scientist deal with the gem, and they're failing. So I don't know if that was Ambessa trying to make weapons, but I thought the implication was that the gate was down, and so she was trying to figure out how to get someone to fix the gate, versus, like, somebody to take Jace's place and make Hextech weapons. Does that make sense? But Vi and Caitlyn's weapons still work after that, but can't their weapons still work without the gate? Or no? Like, I'm talking about the gate that, like, sends the ships in and out of the city. Like, couldn't it still work? Yeah, I guess she wants to make more weapons. I thought the gate wasn't working. Did I make that up, chat? I think it's just for weapons? I don't know. I thought that the gate wasn't working because Victor took all the shit, right?
Maybe that, too. I guess they didn't explain it that deeply.
I think that everything was built still works, but my thing was, like, I thought that Sallow, and they had stolen all of the gems needed to make this thing run, and it wasn't running anymore. Maybe I just made that up, I don't know.
I was under the impression that the whole system was down, you know?
Yeah, like, I thought the system was down, but, like, the individual gems that people have in their weapons are powered by, like, this is stupid, kind of, but, like, do you guys, like, force, right? So when Caitlyn shoots the gun, the reason why the Hextech works is not just because the Hextech is powered by some gate in the whatever, but because the force of the rifle pushing the gem through to shoot is what powers the gem. Does that make sense? So when Isha uses the gem at the end of the episode, I thought that that was like, oh, Isha's putting the gem in a gun, but the gun is what gives power to propel the bullet of the Hextech, right? And so that's how I thought it worked. I didn't think that the weapons were reliant on the gate that the city uses. I thought that all the gems were being used to just power this gate and maybe, like, I don't know, electricity, something, right? But, like, the gate was down. Sneaking in gems to feed Victor. I don't know. Piltover's economy would have been trash by now? I don't know, but maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, Ambessa's ship was in the water, maybe. Question mark. I don't know. But clearly something's going on here where they're at least stealing the gems anyway. Right? The basement gem network is a backup network. It's a sign of Piltover's Stravians say they don't need all the gems. Oh, I think that we'll
maybe,
probably need to go back and look at that conversation Jace had with Ekko, because I thought the conversation was, we put the gem thing underground, so in case it exploded, you guys would get fucked.
That's what
I didn't think that there were 2 gem facilities, because then where's the first gem one above ground? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I thought the point in episode 3 was that we put it down here to fuck you guys over.
I mean, both things could be true, that if it did explode, the back up network did explode.
For the main tower above. They should have shown that main tower better then.
Well, no, you see the main tower.
Remember.
No, you see the main tower because it like shoots stuff out. You see that in the first season.
Oh no, I know, but they should have maybe put a reminder shot of what the first tower was, because I don't remember. So okay, maybe then it is still working. That's fine. Never mind. Now I'm sad. Because I thought that we were crushing the system down, you know, with all of their thievery of the gems in here. But yeah, this is fun to have possessed Sallow. What I'm really looking in here is like different shots. You've seen it lots of times, not in this season. I don't remember it showing up anywhere. I remember seeing it last season. Now I know what you guys were talking about, but I didn't know that the gems were stored in there. I just thought that it was like the catapult that shot them, you know, like a giant slingshot. But yeah, so this is not good. Obviously. It seems like Jace has seen some shit. I mean, we'll talk more about this, I guess, in the next episode, because this episode, I think that we don't have as much information about Jace, but I do think that Jace saw an alternate timeline.
I love the contrast between how grimy and messed up Jace looks versus Sallow and his kind of ethereal twinkishness.
Yeah, like fairy, you know, sort of situation. But sorry, I think that Jace definitely saw a vision of the future where Victor and his little voidlings, or whatever we're deciding they are, took over the world, or zombie apocalypse, or just like bad things obviously happened. And so I think, you know, I think that we are gonna get that, and that Jace is not acting as irrationally as he seems. Yes, we will rewatch episode 3, I guess. I mean, it's not important now, because if everything's still working, that just tanks my plans. You know what I mean? That tanks what I was trying to say, anyway, and so I'll just be sad. But I guess that means, though, that they could use these for weapons if they need to later, if anything. But yeah, I really like this scene with Jace and Sallow. I really like that Sallow was the one to do it, and that he kind of has this transformation off screen that we don't know about. I do wonder, just like, how many gems did they steal? Was it a lot? You know? From someone who took 1 semester of building circuits, the further away the power source is, the worse your machine is. Oh dear, right? And so you've given Hextech to the people, right? As we always promised we would. So that's why I thought that nothing was working anymore. That's what gave that impression to me, if anyone's wondering. I did not just make it up. I thought you gave the Hextech to the people meant all of the Hextech that was in this room. Because, like, what are they doing? Once a week they go in here? Why didn't they just pillage all of it before? Why are they still leaving some of it? Right? But yeah, I like this scene. Hextech isn't a miracle. It's a curse, right? So I feel like that's gonna get in, because a lot of people are like, why is Jace acting crazy? Clearly he's not crazy. Clearly he has a reason for doing things, and we just don't understand it yet, right? I like how you're just like...
I agree.
Yeah,
I concur.
But yeah, clearly, like, something has happened and he's not okay. Oh, see, well, now what happened here? Because he said, now I see it, right? You too have touched the Arcane. So what did the Arcane do for him?
I guess they've just come to different conclusions, but your mind suffered.
Right. But for some reason, Victor's didn't. So now I'm like, what does that mean? Did he really come into contact with the Arcane, or is that, like, not true? You know what I mean? But yeah, I love this scene about how they just... I think this is cause and effect. Sallow taking 2 gemstones is the only time he ever did this. Maybe. Maybe they haven't been doing it that long? I see. And it caused Jace to teleport back in. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. So you guys think that this was the first time that somebody was stealing the gemstones, and that is what got Jace out of the system. Well, that's interesting. I don't know. We just don't know, right? Because we don't know what they've been doing off screen, and we don't see anybody else with the Hextech material either. So now we are finally on episode 6, which we are making good time. Well, good in relation to what I thought we were going to, so good job, Cal. Give myself a little pat on the back. I literally texted Hunter, and I was like, the screenshot method I was going to do is not working, so it'll just be your usual torture this week.
I believe I responded with yes, mistress.
Yes. Yeah, so
that's where we're all
now
at.
we get more
we got,
of
like
this
screwy,
weird,
wooey, timey-wimey,
like other
abstract
space,
business.
right? I didn't link the removal of the gemstones to Jason's portal. Yeah, I think that maybe that's why. Because it probably disrupted whatever connection that trapped them all in there. The question is why Ekko and Heimerdinger didn't get to come out, and why Jace also just left them there. Unless they did. Well, see, I thought that they got out, and that Ekko and Heimerdinger have just been chilling in the tree the entire time. But what goes against that is the Firelight Man making the mural of Ekko on the wall. So clearly I'm wrong, and they think Ekko's dead. So I guess, I don't know, bestie. I guess they're still in there and Jace just left them in there. So that's great. But yeah, so what I didn't realize, Hunter, was that this shot at the end of the episode, at the beginning of the episode, is actually what happens at the end of the episode. This is the aftermath, right? Because Victor is saying, I see now, and, the gear rolls away after he's been killed, right? So, that was our hint for what was to come. It was we see that at the end of this episode, it's the same shot as the one at the beginning. You guys know what I'm saying?
You know what? I think when I watched it, I watched it, I did. It was like, oh, that's the second time we've seen that. But I was so in shock about what had occurred. I wasn't able to put two and wasn't able to put two and two together.
I think Jace is possessed by his time-traveling self from a future where tech destroyed the world. I mean, I agree. I wouldn't say possessed is the right word. I think that he just sort of saw Doomsday and then he was transported back. Does that make sense? Because Hunter and I argued about this and then we changed our mind, right? We were like, oh, but if Jace actually went to the future, that means that there's a future where the Right now, I don't think that there was an actual future. I think he just saw a vision, kind of like if I went to sleep last night and had a dream of the future, that doesn't mean that I went to the future. It means I had a dream about something that was possible to happen and was subject to change. Like a vision from God or whatever, right? And so I think that what is happening with Jace is that he didn't necessarily go to the future, but he saw the future. Maybe he traversed in it in sort of an astral projection type of way, but I don't think he was living in the future. Now he does have injuries, and so maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he was in the future. But my point is that I think that this is his regular self, and he has been brought back. I don't know if I would go with him being possessed by another version of himself, as much as I just think that he has seen things. And that's a much simpler explanation, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that I wouldn't even say that he's possessed by something. I think that he saw something so horrendous that he's just doing what he needs to be done, right? Because he does say he's sorry. I mean, he doesn't look that sorry, but I'll believe it, right? Now, what's interesting is after Sallow dies, his eyes, could this just be what happens to your eyes when you die? Right? I don't see dead people regularly, so I can't be sure.
I don't think so. It looks red, so maybe it's the blood pooling out of his brain from his massive, The
purpleness of it makes me think of the Void again, and so I feel like we're gonna get some secret Void.
I don't know. No, it just kind of looks like just the blood, it's
I guess, but now his pupil looks even a little purple, right?
Maybe
and, look at his eye of the reflection. I don't know. Victor very clearly says Jace is possessed, but I thought he meant he's a man possessed. I thought that was a metaphor. I didn't think that was literal. Do you know what I mean? If Hunter was Cal is a woman possessed, it's you're
and I often do this when I say it.
No, but you're hyper fixated by rage or something. You're in a rage. You're possessed by your emotions.
Figuratively, not literally.
So that's what
possessed.
I thought he meant. I thought he was just being fancy in his sort of oh, do you guys see that? Ooh, something happened. I don't know. It's just something happened there. I thought that was interesting. He says there's a second mind in his mind? I don't know. I will look at that line and I will make a judgment on it. That isn't Jace, but there is another will at work within him. Okay. I saw that more as like, I don't know what I saw that as. That I think that for me, I was interpreting that more as like the mind that you had before going into the machine and then the mind after, and that they're just both in there. You know what I mean? Like that, because Jace has been brought back to reality, and so technically like his actual brain should be the same as it was when he went in there. I thought it was just like kind of like Ozpin, but if Ozpin was like a past and future Ozpin. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I thought it was like that Jace is not being like possessed by like another version of himself, but that he developed another version of himself when he was seeing the future, and that experience changed him. But then he got brought back into his regular body, which didn't have that experience, and those two things are at odds with each other. I guess this is a weird comparison, but I watched a Star Trek episode with my mom where Picard gets like infected with this sickness or something, but like there's a whole thing, and so he thinks that he's having like another life in this like rural planet, and they have like all these different culture and like customs and whatever, and like that he thinks he's been like abducted or something. But then the thing at the end of the episode is that their planet put out some sort of like beacon when they were about to die, so that somebody would live through all of their memories of this man, and then their culture would live on through bringing it into the brain of that person. So Picard goes through somebody's entire life from when they're like a man into like an elderly man into grandpa, right? But that wasn't Picard's life, and he didn't make his own choices. That was somebody else's life, and he was just living in that person's mind. That episode slapped so hard. Yes, the flute episode, you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
So do you
when Picard
gets back, is gonna do something similar?
Yeah, like when Picard gets back, he has not only his regular Picard brain, but the brain of kind of the memories and experiences of that other man. So basically what I'm saying with Jace is that it's less of a possession and more like this idea of like, Jace lived a whole ass life in the future, seeing the future that existed, and then he snapped back into his regular body with his regular mind. And so it's kind of, it's not exactly a split, but you have Jace as he was before having that experience, and then Jace making all those memories, and how do you reconcile that into one person? I really like the Star Trek episode, but that's basically something like that.
You think Jace like experienced multiple lives, and that's,
like or a life Arcane... in a bad future.
Yeah. And you so, because what I guess Victor says, like the Arcane has affected your mind.
Yeah, I thought I heard something just before the portal closed, right? Ancient, like a voice, right? And so that's like, we don't know what's going on with that.
Star Trek's Jean-Luc Picard.
Yeah, or Jean Arc, right? Jean after Volume 9.
Yes, yeah.
Like that sort of thing. Like, I think that that's interesting. Obviously, we'll find out. Like, Victor says there's a singularity, a self-replicating, self-annihilating thing. But, like, I thought that that was in relation to what Victor's being possessed by. Like, this weird thing. He splits into two dudes when he's killing Victor. Well, that's, I mean, that's okay. That still goes, I think, with what we're saying. It's the Jace from the future and the Jace from the past. But it's not necessarily, like, possession like he's being, you know, possessed by, like, a ghost or something. I think that it's just the new Jace that is inside of his mind from that future that no longer exists, right? But yeah, I really love how these scenes are shot, though, and, like, painted. They're just so beautiful.
Very kaleidoscopy, very trippy.
Yeah, I think we have to skip past the intro here. I think there is some other artificial. I do agree with that. I just think that the other is not like Jace's specific other. Does that make sense? Like, I think if they're talking about something ancient, that Jace and Victor have been affected by the same thing. It's not that Jace has a specific, like, it's not, Vel'Koz is not inside of Jace's heart. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Victor and Jace, their brains have been touched by some sort of ancient being in that way. And so I think that, like, that's what the Arcane is, or at least the Arcane in this city with this giant weird abnormality is like a being that has sentience and is thinking. So I think they're both being possessed by like the same thing and they don't realize it. I don't know. Or something like that. Just by the same weird shit's going on. Like the wild rune is doing it. I don't know. Yeah, so this is where we have Ambessa taking Singed over the water. But yeah, Ambessa's boat is in the water here. This was a cool scene, I guess, just to get off, because I think that we are going to talk about the Jace thing for a substantial length of time later. So let's talk about Ambessa and Caitlyn. Yeah, so might, right? Bending the environment to your will. Your speed is improving. That's not related. I think it was, yeah, so it's might and like the right amount of force to use, and then I think somebody else said like vision and guile earlier.
Might, vision, and guile.
Yeah, guile. Oh, wait, we missed one. So I guess vision was how to bend the environment, might was to do the bending, and then the guile was the last one.
And I love just the contrast between that and later on when you see Vi's 3 rules to life.
Yeah. And I really like this guy. Who knows what the fuck he's doing, by the way? Like, we don't know.
He's playing with his Legos. His green
It'd be too lucky
Legos.
for the Black Rose if they were actually messing with Jace. Yeah, I don't think that they are involved here. I think that the Void has been at play the entire time, but what I'm saying is that I think the Void has infected Victor, and so if it infected Jace, I think it's the same Void creature is kind of what I mean.
Unless it's two different things, because they don't say Void, they say Arcane. So perhaps it's different. It's just like,
but I think that what's weird is that, like, the Voidlings or whatever, somebody had that thing that, like, when all the people die and their soul gets sucked out of them, they look like Voidlings and, like, they're controlled like Voidlings. You know what I mean? And so I think that's the weird part, I think, is that if you thought that Jace was possessed by the Void, Victor's shit looks way more Void-like, at least to me. So I don't know anymore.
I agree.
Or what if they are one and the same, that the Arcane
I mean, I'm not familiar. I mean, clearly they're, like, creepy looking and some things, like, weird and possibly nefarious. I'm not that familiar with the Voidlings, so I don't know.
He's spending his 1 hour to charge his magic item. That's funny. Okay, Singed is here. That's fun. We tracked him to Zon. Let's go, bestie. But yeah, this fight scene was great. Caitlyn looks fantastic. I thought that this was a nice bonding moment for her because, like, Ambessa's, like, being a mentor, being motherly, but at the same time, Caitlyn is still fighting back again. She's not entirely subservient or whatever. Like, she's not entirely brainwashed by it. So we have some sick people here, some people in a wheelchair, some people just, like, general injuries. We have some children.
I love the idea that all of the people who have become, like, a member of Victor's cult got really into blown glass.
Well,
and like stained glass windows.
I think it's because of what was here before. Because is this not where Silco's and Vander's bar, like the bar was here? And it had that giant window and then the whole thing fell down in season 1 and it was like in shambles.
The last drop?
Yeah, wasn't that here? Or something?
I remember that being in the
here.
middle of town.
No, there was a big building here and then it like collapsed. Am I crazy?
No, because the last drop was like I'm pretty sure that was
No,
like
not Vander's bar. There was a big building here, and it was some other thing.
That, like, Silco owned.
Yeah.
I don't know.
His bar is exactly where it always was. Well, that's not helpful, guys. No, not Vander's
city.
bar. Silco had something here, and it was like some sort of establishment or something, and then they were like, there she is, get her! Like, they were chasing Vi, and there was a building, and Vi compromised the building somehow.
When she was a kid, or when she was...
like when they were an adult. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, Vi and Powder's old childhood home, because the grave is here. And so wasn't there a building with, like, stained glass or something? The mom's house was here. For some reason, I'm imagining, like,
which is why the gravestone, her gravestone was there.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So that's why the gravestone was there.
I just think they're really into stained glass windows, which, like, why not, you know?
Yeah, the giant eye that crashed after Vi knocked it down. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. So yeah, that's the building. I guess it wasn't as tall as I was picturing, but yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Thank you, Artificial, for making sure chat knows I'm not crazy. Because I remembered something. I knew that something happened here. I don't know if, like...
Oh, it's not a grave. It's one of the supports from the house.
Oh, damn it. It looked like a gravestone.
Looked like a grave, and they were talking about their mother, so...
Maybe it was the one where they marked the height on it. Maybe it was that. But
oh,
yeah,
that's what
the house
was.
was
Yeah,
here, and so I thought that
the
stained glass, there was a stained glass window at some point.
Remember what I said earlier about my entire brain switching over from this to Wicked?
Wicked, I know. My brain is still on Wicked. Stained glass is everywhere. I guess that's true. Yeah, I thought that the rubble from the house was used. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that the rubble from the house was used for Victor's commune, and so Victor used the stained glass from the house because I'm convinced I remember some sort of stained glass decoration. Yeah, so surrender your weapons, all of that is fine. I don't think that we need to really, like, go into detail about this, so let's keep going. Zon signature art form. I'm not saying that there's not stained glass other places. It's just, that's what I specifically remember.
But yeah, it's like this really elaborate, large stained glass.
Yeah, when Vi was stabbed by Savika and Caitlyn had to get her the potion. Yeah, exactly. And then that was the guy, Husk, was the guy who was here chilling, right? And so I like how Vi's like, hi again, traitor. Like, I think that's what she says. She was so mad, right? Because he did betray them, like, for their location anyway. But yeah, I really like this scene where they're bringing, like, literal werewolf Vander. Like, they took the cape off of him. You know what I mean? And no one gives a fuck, which is just hilarious. I think it's funny. But I really like Jinx and Victor have an interesting conversation here too. But yeah, I love Victor Jesus. I love the orb because the orb looks like the orb that's in, like, the Mind Palace that Victor keeps going back to. You know what I mean? And it also looks like the Hextech orb, and so there's all these weird connections.
It's like when you get connected to whatever is in the Arcane and the Hextech, you just start...
replicate it
everywhere. You replicate it everywhere.
Like,
it becomes...
that Illuminati pattern that people talk about or something.
Or Illuminati.
No, I don't know. Like, you know when things...
The Fibonacci sequence?
Yeah. It's like,
spirals,
you can see the sequence and everything, and it's the conspiracy theory, whatever, you know, that's kind of what I mean.
I don't know if it's a conspiracy, it's just a mathematical
No,
concept.
but, like, there's specifically one of those things where it's like, oh, if you'll see it in everything, and it's like a sign of, like, the underground, whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
I know what you're talking about. I'm saying that, like, I understand what you're saying in terms of the sequence and how it's used in art. What I'm talking about is, like, there are people who think that's, like, a part of a conspiracy, or that there are certain, like, signs in art, and those signs, like, that track through, like, different artist paintings and stuff are, like, secret messages or something like that. And, like, oh, you see it everywhere. But that it's probably just because all artists learn to do the same, technique, the same ratio. That's what I mean.
Everything's a conspiracy theory when you know nothing.
Yeah, something like that. And so but in this case, it is actually true, where the pattern is being replicated by this creature. But yeah, I wish I could remember what it is. You know what it probably was? It was probably the Da Vinci Code or something stupid. Like, it was probably something stupid like that, like, I saw it in a book. No, not the eyeball, guys. It's something else. But yeah, I probably read it in a book somewhere, but it's one of those, you know, kind of dumb thing. But yeah, not the Illuminati eyeball, not the triangles and everything. It was like some sort of other, like, marking. But the whole point is that this is something that is commonly used in art, and so it's, like, not as deep as people think it is. But I do not remember. But I really like this, and I like how this is depicted, that, like, he can see Vander's, like, soul.
A fractal? I mean, yeah, they look like, those things look like fractals. Yeah. Like, in here.
But yeah, I thought that this was really nice. I have never seen National Treasure, so I do not know. I do not know.
There's a map on the back of the Declaration of Independence.
But yeah, I really like this scene of, like, Sky is saying that the system has its limit, but Victor is still determined to help anyway. But you do see that he helped a little bit, because you have the fingerprint mark. Anyway. Sorry, that, like, I felt that, like, like, in my heart just now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was, strong. Yeah, Vander did look very peaceful. I think it's because Vander kind of doesn't know what's going on. I'd be peaceful, too, if I was a monster and didn't know any better. I imagine it's a lot like being a cat or something. It's not like Vander's, like, inside of his own body watching in horror. Like, he's sleeping. He's asleep at the wheel in terms of his brain, you know what I mean? Like, his psyche is deeply entangled with the beast, as they say, right? But yeah, this conversation is obviously important in terms of, like, he told me. But I like how Jinx, like, says, like, that, like, fortune cookie thing, and then she also has, like, I think you got a couple like, whatever.
I just love Jinx's capacity to not, like, give a fuck about anybody.
Where is the light coming from in Victor's spear? I don't know. I'll have to, spear. From Victor's spear. Is the light coming from Victor's spear? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I thought you were saying, his, staff. I'll have to look at that again. But yeah, I really like this scene and, like, how it's shot, and they're all kind of sitting, like, peacefully by this water that is somehow not polluted, even though you have this, like, there's void shit on all of these mechanical things that they're using for their water supply, right?
I guess it's not toxic? I don't know, or that
I mean,
doesn't...
or it's part of it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that. I have one condition. Looks like you got a couple. It was so rude, and I like that. Like, you have so much to offer this, commune powder. Oh!
And you
guys are talking about where the actual light is coming from. I thought you meant that. Okay, I see
think it's
now.
like the sun, because it's just.
Well, no, they're underground.
Oh.
So I guess that, yeah, I guess it isn't the sun. I guess it is from Victor's shit. Because yeah, at the end of this episode, doesn't everything get really dark and sandy?
Aren't they also like deep in a fissure? So there is still sunlight coming down. They're just kind of in a shaded area.
I don't know. We have to. I don't think that's void stuff. It's colorful, but it's colorful because it's combined with Victor, and Victor's
a very colorful man.
No. But yeah. Yeah, I think all the magic goes out at the end of this episode is what I was trying to say. Oopsie.
No.
There we go. Yeah, I think the light source is like this. All of this stuff is just the light, you know. But yeah, we have to go forward a little bit because I clicked on a screenshot that was slightly too far back. Hunter can't hear the music, so I'm just like...
Oh, you're just bobbing off to music only you can hear.
Yeah, I know. I have a couple conditions, too. Also, if the cultists create art, they are likely to create in the pattern of the wild rune. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking about. Like, when I was trying to explain that conspiracy theory thing. Like, that it's a subconscious sort of, like, that they recreate the runes in whatever they're doing. Whether it's building the houses,
I think that was
or the art, or, like, you know.
And that just happens to involve a love of stained glass.
Yeah. But yeah, I like how Jinx, like, Vi asked Jinx for her opinion because it clearly is like that they're equals now, that she's not like just her little sister anymore, you know? And so I thought that that was a good point and that was a good scene. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what we're going towards because I don't remember. But yeah, okay, so this isn't exactly what you were talking about, Hunter, but even like this thing, right? How it swirls and like is kind of like a shell.
It's like they're trying to recreate
like that
the
golden
void
ratio
world
thing.
Or the arcane world in this actual real world.
I have a feeling that what they're gonna do is that like Arcane came from the void, you know what I mean? And that it's kind of like two sides of the same coin. You know? But yeah, so there was a song that played here as they were going through the Mind Palace, right?
I love the use of the phrase mind palace.
Well, I'm just saying, isn't it?
I guess it is what it is, yeah.
Yeah, so like, I guess this is just a representation of Vander's psyche.
Boys.
But what's crazy is that Vander actually turns into this lava monster afterward, and I don't understand how that happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I think it's because they were fixing him, and then when that went away, like, because he wasn't 100% fixed, it just kind of, like, melted parts of him.
I guess, but I'm just
So he wasn't immediately dead like
everyone else. Was the lava in his heart, or did Victor transmutate him wrong?
I think it's just, no, I think it's because he just partially transmutated him, so it's just, it, like, That's just how it looked
It
when it
undid
reacted
itself.
when it undid itself. Yeah.
Okay. Chat agrees and disagrees, so we can't have anything here. We'll
Hey,
just
man.
have to see what happens, right?
It happened. So
But yeah, I thought that this shot was really beautiful. I thought that this was interesting. I really liked this scene and like,
realistically, it also looks cool. So I imagine they were also
yeah, let's do
primarily
the
interested
lava.
in
right?
doing the thing that
So
makes
now
it
we
look
get a
cool.
bit of lore in this regard because
They
I
were
didn't know that. Like I didn't know that that was the
Look
thing.
at this
and then we
sexy
see
man.
Sexy Silco and Vander.
They're having
right?
a good
this
time.
was the man that was Ekko's like father, right? And so I really like this scene.
Generic man who birthed.
I think the healing factor rejected the transmutation. Those are made of glass and metal and melted stuff pour out of his body. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you guys think that
Does
the
he have a healing factor? Is that like confirmed?
The shimmer, right? Because Singe said, "Oh, if we combine the shimmer with you, you'll be whatever."
Yeah, so,
right? So I think that's interesting because what we had seen before was that Victor uses metal to transmutate people. That's like the equivalent exchange, right? So I think what Chad is saying is that everybody was fused with this metal, including Vander, and so the metal, when Victor died, the metal was in Vander's body and melted and like reacted, and that's how he becomes lava monster Victor, or sorry, lava monster Warwick Vander. And then I guess you could say like the reason why everyone else died is because maybe their ailments were also replaced with metal too, and so they didn't just die because they were connected to Victor, but Victor like changed their biological makeup and was the only thing that was keeping all of them standing. And so when Victor died, all of them died too, because
they were also
human beings cannot live like being
They were also successfully 100% changed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? And so I think that like that's kind of what happened. Jinx popped him repeatedly with a hex pistol and it healed every time.
Okay,
oh,
I guess
boy.
he does. It's kind of a low light situation, so it's kind of hard to spot for me, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hi, generic dad man.
Yeah.
You
See,
sure
now
are generic
Chad
looking.
is still disagreeing that the lava is from the Singe serum, but like, why would that? The Singe serum didn't. It does not look like that, so I don't understand. We don't see it affect other people that way. So I don't know. But yeah, I really like this scene at least. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Don't worry. Girls, you're all pretty. Don't worry. I feel like chat does not agree with each other. We are all not on the same page. Which is fine, because nothing is answered, right? So we're all just speculating about what happened, really. But yeah, this scene was really sweet in terms of, like, the watercolors and the memories. Yeah, so this was not a tombstone.
Yeah, I don't know. In my head, it was a tombstone.
It's when they marked the things, how old they had grown? How tall they had grown,
and
right?
what ages.
Yeah.
Wow, that shot's really quite beautiful.
Yeah, I love this shot. I think that that's fantastic. You were just having fun? No, you guys are fine. I was just kidding, guys. You guys
But
can
also,
talk.
no,
It's
the
a
light
live
seems to
stream.
be coming up from the sky. So yeah, the light does come from the sky. It's a fissure that goes all the way down. Yeah.
I thought that the light
No.
is coming. Don't you see, though, that it's kind of coming from the ball?
No.
Because, like, look at this.
No, but look, the light is coming from on high.
Oh, I guess. But I see, like, this thing as, like, being the light source, because then if you get further away from it, but I guess it comes further away from the bottom. But, yeah, you guys can't see what we're looking
But also,
at.
if that's in the middle of the fissure, then yeah, it would get dark in other areas
I guess you're right. I just sort of thought, like, oh, look, the ball has all the light around it. But if the ball was, we would only know if the ball was over here, basically, is what you're saying.
Everyone's saying Hunter, it's magic. I dislike magic.
What? Look at your heart. But yeah,
there is no heart.
If the
there
ball
is only
was over
cold
here,
logic.
we would know, because then you'd have light coming down from this way, and then the ball would be glowing. But
I have it on good authorities, but magic does not live
know.
in balls.
But didn't we already see this
Chat.
place, Hunter, last season? So wouldn't we already know?
Anywho.
What? You're just going right by?
Well,
we saw this place last season and it was dark.
Yeah, but it also could have just been at night.
I guess. I guess that's.
Do you know when it gets dark out?
I guess so.
Do you step outside right now and it's like, oh my god, we're in a hole?
Yeah, I would think that we're in a hole. Based on how dark Canada gets at night, I do think that we're in a secret hole.
Hunter, I'm in a hole, and then in the morning it's like, we got out. The ground, it must lower, Hunter.
But yeah, I like this. I like them
like
debating why they're staying. I really like just this scene in general. I like the we scene. You know what I mean? Jinx just looks so much like her mom, like now that we've seen her. I don't know what the food supply situation is here, by the way, because you have this person who's like clearly collecting something, but this is like, these are flowers. What are you guys doing?
Unless they're like, I mean, they look kind of wheat adjacent, but not quite.
No, but you see them earlier. They're like flowers.
Okay.
I don't think we're making
Maybe
anything
they're like
with
weird.
that.
Maybe they just eat flowers. They're hippies. It is what it is.
Yeah, so Silco's compass is kind of stupid, but whatever. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Right? Because, like, what do you mean that you can track him just like that? Like, by putting the blood in there?
This is my hunk detector.
I thought you were gonna say homunculus, but instead you just said hunk. Why? Anyway,
Which
so
is what Caitlyn
cake.
sent to Singe, and Singe says, "What's the difference?"
Oh my
I also
God.
love the shot of how grim everyone looks, like Ambessa with
Well, yeah,
Big Boy,
because it's like.
and against a bunch of shoeless hippies.
I love how they don't actually like question what's going on.
They also
here.
seem
Like, they don't
unafraid
care.
to die. You know?
Yeah, they are unafraid to die because they're all possessed by the void, or maybe not the void, according to the chat. Clearly there's enough light here to grow crops and flowers. There most certainly wasn't that much light before Victor. Yeah, maybe Victor is just pulling the sun in from the sky. You know what I mean? He's manifesting light wherever he goes. Hunter?
Yeah, listen, guy, the
He
sun,
broke
I'm
the
sorry.
hole in the
The
sky.
sun. They're in a fissure,
He
but a
made a
fissure still
skylight.
goes up. It's not a cave, it's a fissure.
I know, I'm like,
Different.
I'm saying now in a joking way that he broke the hole through the top, and that's how they're getting the light in. But yeah, I mean, I
It's like
agree
a
that
Chuck
nothing
Norris
was growing
joke,
here,
but
but
it's a Victor
I think the
joke.
growth here, like, in terms of the crops and stuff, is probably because of Victor's magic and equivalent exchange. Like, things would probably die here if Victor wasn't here.
I think nobody was cultivating stuff there.
I don't think it would have been possible. I think it's Victor's
I
doing.
don't know.
Remember, Jason Victor experimented with plants. Well, that's true.
Maybe they have like magic science plants. You know, they're like Monsanto.
Well,
they're
that's
like,
what I kind of
They're
mean,
like
though.
fantasy Monsanto.
Like, I kind of mean that, like, none of this would be growing if Victor wasn't here to do things with the soil or whatever. You know what I mean? I think it's magic. We have to see if all those plants
Are you
die.
doing
I'm pretty
things
sure they
with
all
the soil?
die at the end of the episode, but I would have to look.
They all appear to die.
No. If the plants die.
Oh.
I know. I'll go see if the plants die. Okay. Singe in that other scene was like, I think that this is being run by a former pupil of mine. Let me go talk to him, right? Because he doesn't have any loyalty to Ambessa. All he cares about is who can get him his funding and who can help him save his kid. And so if he thinks that it's Victor, it's okay, right? But yeah.
I do agree the art style here is so gorgeous. I love how everywhere in Arcane feels distinct from each other.
Yes.
It's very like the people were talking about in the chat.
Yeah.
The sort
Sorry,
of,
I was focused
environments.
on the lore.
It's really
like,
quite
your
gorgeous.
power
It's
is
beautiful.
finite, diminished by every use.
Like my grandmother would love this place. Just stained glass bulbs and plants everywhere.
What I wouldn't give to glimpse the world through your eyes, to know what you know. Yeah, so now we can see, right, like that Victor seems to see, like, what everybody, you know, everybody in his heart, or everybody in their hearts, wants and, like, experience, right? Like, we saw that, like, oh, this was a sweet scene, like, he's reading to his daughter, even though she's in the cocoon thing already. Like, whatever, the stained glass thing. A dream of her waltz. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I really like this scene. Knowledge is a paradox. The more one understands, the more he realizes the vastness of his ignorance, okay? And then we see the gear, right? And so that's how the gear at the end of the episode, like, falls over and rolls away. But yeah, I feel like that this part is gonna tell us something.
Spinner.
Which is why I'm trying to, you know what I mean, focus on this, because I feel like that this will tell us a little bit. in terms of, okay, the regenerative qualities of his blood will stabilize you. So his blood does have healing. Okay. So that's the confirmation that we were looking for on that.
I mean, I kind of agreed with.
Yeah.
I think Chat
Apex
made a good point
Shimmer
on that.
combined with you, so that's with Victor, the Apex form of Hextech. So Victor is the Apex form of Hextech, whereas Warwick has the Apex form of Shimmer because obviously Singed made Shimmer. What you are suggesting would destroy him, right? So I think that's the implication, that like Victor could like literally absorb him, right? Like how he kind of is controlling other people. He could also absorb, like he could probably Thanos Warwick entirely and just take his, you know? Because I think that that's what Singed is saying. Your power is diluting because it's not enough equivalent exchange. You know, like Singed says earlier, right? Singed says your power is diminishing with every single use. So the obvious solution is that Victor needs something to gain his own power back, and that would probably be like a kind of form of magical cannibalism where you're like taking things like Warwick in, but he's not going to do that. And so I think that that's what Singed is implying, to like Thanos Vander and take his power, right? And that he'll, like, kind of like a Little Shop of Horrors, feed me type situation. Victor is now part of the monster, and this thing needs to be fed, like this abnormality. Like, not just Victor needs to be fed, but the actual magic needs to be fed by something, and like possibly fed through death, right? You must survive, Victor. Do you believe in fate, Doctor? See, so here's where stuff gets a little fuckety-wuckety and where I wanted our paths carved before us. Our paths carved before us, guided by an invisible hand. And then Singed says no, what he will not fate evolution, right? And so I feel like that this is interesting if we're talking about timey-wimey, right? Nature's greatest force forever in flux. And so I feel like that this conversation is important. It's going to be important because we know Ekko has time powers. We know Jace has seen some shit, right? I'm not saying that they're going to go back in time, but what I am saying is I think that this conversation is important for the idea of, like, is Jace on the track that he's on because of fate, or is Victor supposed to represent fate whereas Jace is representing evolution? Or do neither of them represent these things and it's just something else, right? Like, evolution has a destination not to combat nature, but to supersede it, like to supersede what already is. The final glorious evolution, right? And so I think that, like, a lot of people think that's foreshadowing to Victor's fate, right? Like that Victor is gonna be part machine, like is the greatest final form of human evolution to be like part machine and to be one with the machine.
I think it's gonna get into that sort of transhumanism angle, but
yeah, like ripping magic out of people to invest it in one person. Yeah, I know that he has the time gizmo, but basically what I'm saying is, like, he eventually has the power to control time, right? In some capacity. I know he needs the gizmo to do it, but, okay. But he isn't a specimen, he's a man. So yeah, I really like that, like, we're not just gonna consume him, you know, and take his magic. Or what? You may leave. I thought that was hilarious, right? Because I think for Singed, he thinks that Victor probably has the key. I assume you understand already if you perish. See, so Singed knew. It wasn't just a metaphor. That's crazy to me. Like, we didn't clock that at all. Singed knew the entire time that the community was reliant on Victor's magic.
I think when he said soon, he was underselling it.
Yeah, like, I thought my interpretation of that was, like, metaphorically, like, without their messiah, they wouldn't know how to organize.
Yeah.
I think Singed knew that that was a literal thing, which is crazy, because I didn't realize that until, like, literally right this second. You know what I mean? So, like, that's just nuts to me. Like, that's just nuts, this idea that he knew the entire time that if Victor died... I get the
impression that maybe Victor knows that, too.
But, like, then he just let Jace kill him!
Yeah, but he kind of strikes me as, like, you know...
He didn't even try to fight for his life!
Yeah, but he didn't, though.
That's what I'm saying!
Yeah, like,
he didn't
Victor,
even try!
I always kind of got the impression that Victor was just a little bit above it all. Like, he understood the grand arc of things, that he knew he was gonna die. A little Jesus-y, I might add.
But why didn't he stop Jace from killing him?
I guess
because in my mind, I'm like, if he
maybe
knew,
he has some kind of grander plan.
Maybe, I guess. But if he, to me, in my mind, if he knew that he was gonna die, the deaths of those innocent people wouldn't have been like the Victor I know would never sacrifice innocent people for a greater plan. So unless that's the monsters doing. Jace was quick on the draw? I mean, maybe, but I don't think, that's where I guess I disagree with you. I don't think that Victor knew that he was gonna die and that Jace was coming to kill him. You know what I mean? Because I think that goes against, like, Victor would never sacrifice human life like that. He would want to stay alive unless there's some other force but even, what if the abnormality wanted to stay alive? So I just don't know anything. Anyway, we have Vi, for some reason, getting drawn out into the wilderness. She's just like, she's having a little peach. She's eating her little fruit, and for some reason she can't stay away from getting into trouble. So yeah, we have this scene with her and Caitlyn where Caitlyn like finds her snooping around and tackles her, which is fun. I don't know why she called her a mongoose.
Unhinged mongoose.
Like, this was just weird, this little interaction. I don't know.
Your hair?
Do you ever wonder if maybe writers read too much fan fiction sometimes? Because this felt like a weird sort of fan. You look like an angry oil slick. What does that mean?
Wait, no. Because, like, wait, I'm trying to think of it, because, like, Caitlyn's the mongoose. So
what?
So, like, what characteristics does a mongoose have?
I don't know. I don't even know what a mongoose is.
It's this guy.
Oh, I was imagining a bird.
No, a mongoose. It's like a ferret or.
Oh, okay.
Mammal, yeah. So it's like a.
Yes, a mammal. I think birds are also mammals, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Huh?
No, they're not. They have eggs and they have feathers. Birds aren't mammals, unless like you're a penguin or something. I think penguins are no.
No, penguins
aren't mammals.
We're both.
No, yeah. So I take that back.
Dumb
No,
bitch communication.
Birds are mammals, but no, they're like little voles or whatever.
Sure. For some reason, Hunter, when you said mammals, in my head, the opposite of mammals was cold-blooded. That's why I said that, which was still stupid, but in my head I was like, what does Hunter mean that birds aren't mammals? Because I was thinking lizard.
Mongooses eat snakes, so maybe that's what, I don't know.
I don't know why she said that.
I gotta call someone a mongoose.
I know the oil and water thing. I get that. I don't think she looks like a ferret. Cat does look like a ferret.
Fucking how? Is it like her face shape? Like,
yeah, I just want to go on the record and make sure you guys know. I know what a mammal is. It's just for some reason when Hunter said that, I thought lizard. Like the opposite of warm-blooded was cold-blooded. And so I was like, what do you mean? Birds are warm-blooded, Hunter? What are you talking about? So we're both just stupid.
No, but I was like, no, birds aren't mammals. And I'm like, wait, are there ones that are? And I thought of penguins, but no, penguins like keep their babies warm when they're still young.
Yeah.
But they're not like birthed live, they're an egg. So I'm like, oh yeah, no, they're not mammals, they're just birds, am I right?
What are they?
Animals, but not mammals.
No, but like, what's it called?
Avians? Avia? I forget the word.
I'm so glad no one watches these streams because no one will ever know how stupid we are when we're live.
I'm literally just gonna look up.
No, avian sounds right. Like, that sounds correct. But yeah, I like...
Avius.
Yeah.
Avis.
That makes sense.
Fuck you, I was kinda right, man.
But yeah, I like the scene with Caitlyn and Vi. Bird. I like... Because I don't feel like Caitlyn's turn is really, like, a wide turn at all. Because you hear, what are you doing here? We're trying to save my dad, right? And so as soon as Caitlyn heard that, she knew that she couldn't stop Vi from, like, reuniting with her father, and, like, that he wasn't a monster, like, there was a man in there, and so that's why Caitlyn changed. It wasn't this sudden change. I also take issue with the people that are, like, oh, the Vussy was so good that, like, Caitlyn instantly, like, changed her mind. Like, it wasn't about
Better
Vi.
than Cussy, I will say.
But you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't about Vi at all. It was like, Vi is trying to save her father. The monster is a man. You know what I mean? Yes? It's not because of, like, oh, Vi flirted with her and, like, manipulated her or something. It's like,
I think
it's just like the idea of,
I think it's also because Caitlyn is starting to like understand maybe her point and looking at Ambessa sideways.
Yeah, and she was already starting to look at Ambessa sideways anyway.
So
and so
yeah,
if Ambessa
Caitlyn,
would exploit an innocent man and use him as a monster.
I think people assumed Caitlyn has gone from this to this to this. When really, I think Caitlyn went from this to this to this.
Yeah.
Like, the swing is not as big as people believe. I'm sorry, you were making points. I was still thinking about how she definitely doesn't look like a fucking mongoose.
Well, I don't know. Maybe mongoose do
I've
something.
been talking about how good the writing of this show is.
Well, that's what I mean by, like, fanfic language. Like, that's like an interaction you would have in a fanfiction.
It sounds a little Tumblr-y. Of like, just,
like a Tumblr
like a non sequitur.
Writing, but, you know.
Unless there's some, like, characteristic of a mongoose that they just, like, pounce on people. But, like, a lot of things pounce. Maybe it might just be that.
But yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, meerkats also look like mongoose.
Well, I don't think so.
I've looked up photos of mongoose.
Mongoose.
Mongooses. Mongoose. Mongoose. Mongai.
Oh my god. Can we please focus?
I'm trying to focus, but the mongoose are distracting me.
Would use an innocent man as a monster when they're trying to rescue him. Caitlyn does not want anything to do with that. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, you know, necessarily her feelings for Vi, but Caitlyn has always had, like, humanity in her. She would not, if Ambessa's the type of person that it's like she finds out that he's a man and doesn't give a fuck, that is wrong.
There is
like,
fan
you know
art
what I mean?
from someone named D Stanart that I just found when I looked up. I don't know if this is gonna...
Yeah, somebody has done it.
There we go. Someone turned her into a mongoose. So, she still doesn't look like a mongoose. That's dumb.
But you agree with my point, right? Like that.
Oh, there's a lot of her as a mongoose now.
Like, that's what...
People are making a meme. Yeah, so it's
like,
very
Ambessa,
Tumblr-y.
if Ambessa would, like, let this innocent man inside of the monster die just so she can have a monster, Caitlyn will not want to fuck with that. You know what I mean? Because she already understands, right? Like, he literally, Sin's just said Victor believes he can save the man inside of the beast, right? If that happens, the monster will be lost to us. And then Ambessa's like, I don't give a fuck if there's a man inside of that beast. We'll have to force his hand, right? And so I don't think that it's anything in regards to Vi necessarily. I think it's like that if Ambessa's the type of leader that is willing to do that and willing to let the innocent person inside of the monster die and not be saved just for her own ends, Caitlyn doesn't want anything to do with that. That makes perfect logical sense to me, and it's not just because of the Vussy, okay? So,
yeah, it's not just the Vussy, although I'm sure the Vussy is... you know, contributes to certain things.
Yeah.
I think it's like my point earlier that, like, her turns, she was a lot more in the center than
like,
I think
she still
people
has
give her credit
humanity. Like, why would Caitlyn want to use a biological weapon like that? You know what I mean? Like, so I think that makes sense to me. I really like their little setup scene because I feel like we kind of knew that this was fake, that this was just a ploy.
Yeah.
Like, based on how, like, the last scene had been. Because, like, I think that we had a feeling already, like, oh, they're just pretending, like, they're in on it, there's gonna be a turn here. I love how Jay's just like, I don't know where he was. I feel like we need a map. Where was the basement in relation? Like, he walked
I love how that guy walked all the way
yeah.
from, like, the basement of the thing up through all of Piltover, through
get
most
down
of Zaun,
here.
down to the deepest fissures.
Yeah.
Like,
and
you
no
might,
one noticed it,
you
and
might
nobody
be a
said
hater.
anything.
But this
James
is some
a
real,
bigger hater.
this is some real mongoose activity.
Yeah. I actually missed that it was a ploy. I thought something was off, but they got me. See, I think that, well, I think it was a little obvious to me anyway, but, like, you're okay if you didn't realize
I think perhaps a lot of people maybe bought into Caitlyn's, like, change of heart, so that made it a little more believable.
Yeah, like, I bought into it. I guess if you thought that Caitlyn was, like, a fascist this whole time, you probably were not convinced and thought that she arrested
I mean,
Vi.
in fairness, they do kind of present her as a fascist.
I know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like, not you, Artificial, but, like, for people on, like, Twitter who was really, like, people that were really hard on Caitlyn during that 1 week gap between episodes, you know what I mean?
But
like,
people also like a character, and then when the character does bad things, they're like, I need to, like, so people don't think it's me.
I know, but I'm
It's
saying, like, the people
stuff.
that were probably really hard on Caitlyn probably thought she genuinely arrested Vi, but because we were never that hard on her, that we realized that it was, a ploy and a trick. Arcane's writing is very rushed and a lot of details are unexplained. I
disagree with that.
I think we're just
I don't
almost,
think that, like...
You know, we're almost at the details. Does that make sense?
Because here's the thing. I feel like you don't necessarily need to explain details. I feel like a story doesn't necessarily need to meticulously explore every part of its world and get into granular details of everything that happens. That's just me personally.
I guess it depends on what details we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, context is important.
Oh, yeah,
it's
sure.
Man, it depends. Like, that's how I feel about everything.
Like, if there's
large,
a glaring plot hole that
statements.
nobody, glaring plot hole that nobody acknowledges, sure. If some things just don't make sense, sure. But if they're kind of in the background and you don't think about them too much, or it's just little things like, did Jace just walk all the way down? Like, yeah, I guess he did. I don't know.
I think it's funny that he didn't walk all the way down.
I think that's funny.
I think it's I would love, like,
different opinions, but that's just me.
A comic or, like, some, like,
of him walking.
Dumb thing of him walking.
And everyone
then the
being like,
guy is like,
what is this homeless man with a giant hammer doing?
Exactly. But yeah, like, you know, I saw someone say the other day, if this person is here, please don't feel bad, but we were having, like, a discussion in the Discord server, and they held the opinion, like, that retcons are always bad, pretty much in every circumstance, because you're betraying, like, the investment that the audience put in your thing if you're, like, retconning something that people got invested in. And, like, that was the, like, conceit. And, like, whenever we talk about these things, I'm always just sitting there like, man, it depends, because I can't say anything in absolutes. You know what I mean? I'm like, there is always a circumstance where I will be proven wrong.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Or, like, I don't have one opinion about anything. You know? Like, I don't have one hard opinion like that. I can't possibly have it in my mind. I'm just like, everything is dependent on how the stars are aligned and how I'm feeling that day and the exact circumstance and what the show is. And what I hate knowing anything about the past. What are you talking about, Austin? Are you joking? I don't understand.
I hate mystery. I mean, I don't know. Like, don't bully anybody. Like, you know, it's fine, but it's just like, it's like a personal thing where, like, sometimes it bothers some people. It doesn't really, you know, doesn't bother me that much.
But yeah, I like to know things I like to know everything because I'm just that type of person. Like, yeah, I want to know, like, how the Happy Huntresses met or whatever. Like, and I want to know where,
that's fun,
like, how
for, like,
Gira and Callie, like, got into their relationship and what their parents were like, and if Ruby, like, where is Raven's mother? Where is Summer's mother? Did Ruby ever have grandma? I mean, I'm assuming no. Like, I just love, like, little
that's
weird
like when you're really
like
into a world, you want, like, expanded universe
But that's
stuff.
not necessary for the show. Like,
yeah,
I don't need to know what, like, Raven's father was like, right? Like, I like that sort of stuff. I love lore, but yeah, I am lore-pilled, but sometimes I also acknowledge that that stuff is not necessary, like, for the story
you gotta
that we're
weave
dealing
exposition
with, right?
in. You don't just dump it on people. And if you dump it, you have to do it artfully and, like, do it very well and don't do it too often. Similarly, like, I don't know, I guess also just, like, if there's, like, little things about the world that they never really explain, that doesn't bother me that much.
Can I just say what...
Because we can kind of assume, and I think assuming's sort of fun.
Yeah.
You know?
Can I just say that I don't like that Jinx is eating, like,
and
half
not
of
eating
everything?
all of
She's
them?
not eating them down to the core. Why is she leaving this fruit?
Do you think fruit grows on trees?
That's funny.
That's the phrasing? I believe that's the phrasing.
Man. Richter has magic stones he prays over while they're in fire,
you know, it
and
is what it is.
Combat. Sure. Well, see, that's the type of thing that I would wish that they explained more.
No,
Oh
you get the general idea.
Just because well, yeah, but like, but what if my idea is wrong and it comes back up later and it's important? Like, I have this whole thing of, oh, you need a magical weapon to channel mage powers, and what if that's, like, actually not true? But that's the impression I got because of Rictus, and then they never explain anything about this man, you know what I mean? Also, I love Isha getting Jinx her gun back.
Also, I think it's not a difference between, like, fantasy and sci-fi that, like, one explains everything and one different. I think it's a difference between, like, hard and soft fantasy. Like, soft fantasy is, like, they don't feel the need to get into the granular detail of everything. It's just meant to be sort of fun.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas hard sci-fi is, like, Dune, where it's like, yeah, no, they do explain literally everything. Versus, like, hard fantasy being like Lord of the Rings, where they kind of explain everything as well.
Uh-oh,
you know,
guys.
if you've ever read the Silmarillion.
Oopsie
poopsie?
I can't find some of our screenshots.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
I thought that... Huh?
Where are they?
Where are they? Where's the rest of them?
Pictures? Are they just in pictures? Did they start getting...
Well... I thought, cause see, I saw this earlier and I thought that they were just not loading properly, but now I'm like, I think we're at the end and all we have is Isha and Jinx. Okay, hold on guys, nobody panic. I have an idea, just everybody relax.
You're opening Photoshop.
Yeah, no need to panic. Yeah, see, you know what? I saw that earlier too, and it was my incompetence because I just thought, oh, like it's just not loading in their chronological order.
I agree.
It's not important.
Artificial selection. That's what it is. I haven't been reading people's names. I've been like given like a vague...
Just talking.
I've been looking at colors, you know? I agree with what you're saying about sort of hard and soft.
What are you guys talking about? I'm not a snitch. It was that in regards to what I said.
Who knows? Anyways.
Okay, guys. I have an idea for how we can get back to finishing the rest of the stream. It may just take a minute to load.
Oh my, oh my. Oh me, oh my.
Don't worry, Hunter. You're right. We are going to go to 8 o'clock.
It's fine.
I'm sorry.
You know, here's the thing. It's like it's Cal time. I'm aware of it. Just tomorrow. Well, we always do.
We're not
always
do tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so you know, Sunday we always record earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you want to record like one tomorrow.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll probably
no
just
pressure.
Want to rest because I'm tired. Okay.
Like
I have one idea.
So we're just gonna go like do all the layers and run them through Photoshop?
No. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to. Oopsie. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. So. Oh no, this will be fine.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Go Photoshop.
This makes sense to me. Yeah, okay.
You might want to zoom it in a bit.
Yeah. I need to hold on.
So we use Photoshop to get the screenshots from this because Netflix doesn't like when you screenshot their shows for stupid reasons. But if you use something like Photoshop, you can take a whole bunch of photos.
Yeah,
now we're gonna cycle through them, and we can like draw little faces on everybody.
Well, we can't do that because of how it works. Okay, this is as close as apparently I mean, I guess we could get closer, but we're cutting off some of the edges. Is that okay with you guys?
I think we'll survive.
Yeah, because if I close these tabs, oh my god, go away. No. This is such a bad Cal, bad.
This is not bad Cal.
Bad Cal.
I mean, I think the record is not like picking up some of the bottom parts of it, like on the screen. There we go. So if we move it up a bit, yeah, it works. That's fine.
So in Photoshop, you can render out a video into multiple frames. Like you can basically do 60 frames. not 60 frames per second, whatever. You can
30
export
to
it,
24.
and then it'll do, like, basically, like, a screenshot every second. So yeah, we can use this, I think, and hopefully it'll be okay. Yeah, so the 2 of Piltover's most wanted walk into a weird cult. Like, this was all very sweet. But I think that we are mostly going to fast forward with, like, this, and then we see Caitlyn, and obviously they're trying to go to, Vander, Warwick.
Yes, there we go, Warwick.
Sorry, everybody. Okay,
You turned and looked at me
I
with
was like,
such
"Help
fear
me,
and
please."
panic in your eyes, like, Hunter, please help, there's a gun to my head.
But yeah, so this is, we may not be able to get to, like, we may not be able to get every line here, guys, just because, how do I explain this? Like, the bar is a little, short, like, in terms of how zoomed in we are. Maybe I can do it a little more. In terms of how we scroll on the timeline. Okay! Yay! Yeah, so the one who captured Caitlyn's heart. So I love how she knew that, by the way. Like, I love how she knew that, I would have offered you a position, and now she's just,
not
like,
a twink, so,
monologuing.
you know, not my taste, but it is what it is. I don't judge.
Haven't cracked. Oh, right. Okay, so this is what we are talking about. About trust. So this is what it was, right?
So, like, force versus trust. Like building a community from the ground up versus controlling people from the top down. Is like their clashing ideologies that I thought was so beautiful and illustrate these points. And ultimately, like, Caitlyn is the one in the middle trying to decide who she picks. Because that's like a distillation of Caitlyn's character. Of, like, am I going to be this dictator, this cop who kind of, like, controls people from the top down? Or am I going to be sort of a leader and, like, a revolutionary who, like, builds a community and support from the ground level, and we move upwards. And I love how each side is representative by either Ambessa versus... Yeah, I think it's so wonderful. Can I just say,
in my mind, I'm like, wow, Hunter's brain really came on right now. Like, not that your brain was off before, but, like, we were kind of, struggling there for a couple minutes. Like,
when you were switching through this?
When we were switching, and, the mammals, and I'm like, oh, Hunter's on it. Hunter just woke up. I don't know if you got a jolt of sugars.
Listen, it wasn't a sugar. Listen, I just had a brief consideration
but now you're
like, are there some birds that are mammals? No, because it's like, there's some birds that fly.
I'm just kidding. I'm just like, wow, Hunter's really on it. That was like a fantastic explanation. Thank you. But yeah, I like the be honest.
Mongooses.
Then we have be patient, and so that's what, you know, Singe does, right?
Yeah,
and then just shut the fuck up. And so I thought that was really great. And then obviously we see, like, the bullet scene.
The twist explanation of everything.
Caitlyn is showing her... Caitlyn is showing her, like, oh, the plan. You know what I mean? And then Ambessa is getting caught in a, apparently a trap that Caitlyn uses in the game, which I think is true. And then we see Ambessa. That happens right there. This may be an easier way for us to do our discussions in the future, like something like this versus press.
Maybe,
Maybe, but I think it's a little ugly. But yeah, and so I really like, because I was afraid that Jinx wasn't in on it, but now we heard, like, I have a plan, but you're not gonna like it.
Because at first I thought they were in on it, but Jinx wasn't, so Jinx was gonna shoot Caitlyn or whoever got in there.
But it was good that she told her, because that's a step of character development for both of them, and a step of growth, right?
Yeah, the sisters are talking to each other.
So I think what happened here was Caitlyn smacked this man down. But meanwhile, you have Jace, right? And Jace is just like,
oh my
whatever
God.
the fuck this is. This is why I wanted screenshots for this discussion especially.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, what is happening in terms of some of these frames? See, you guys said, like, things didn't look void-like, but this gives void to me. Like, this purple color and, like, whatever is happening here. I truly do think it's like two sides of the same coin thing, and like the I won't fail, it seems like he is talking to somebody or something, I don't know. Biblically accurate
Jace, that's very funny.
Alright, so let's see if there's anything else in here.
Oh,
so he
monsters.
sees them like as actual monsters, like as creatures.
Yeah.
All of the people around him look like this. I do not think that it's like something manipulating him. I think that he's seeing the truth.
Maybe.
What do you think? Like, I think this is the truth of the matter.
Yeah, but maybe that's the truth of it, that they're just changed and he can see the change in them, but does that mean that they're bad? He can also see, like, in glowing orbs of his 5 fingerprints.
I mean, shouldn't it be bad for society, though, at least? Because you can't have a society dependent on Victor's survival. They'll all eventually die, right? You know what I mean?
I guess so, unless, like,
So
Victor was supposed to be... I don't know, Victor clearly didn't see this all the way through.
Like,
Girl
then
with
you see this, like...
eyes.
Like, what is this? What is this all supposed to... Like, what is this supposed to mean?
I don't know. Whoa. He's going through it right now.
See, and so now we can see, like this looks like mummified, almost. Like, this is like a mummified person. Yeah, like, that's what I thought. Like, to void beings, our universe is the Eldritch Horror. Yeah, and so that's what I imagine the void creatures are. But then you see the fingers doing the thing, like, from their point of view. So that's kind of weird. So, wait, are there spaces in this?
I don't think so.
Like skulls or something? Like, I don't know. But yeah, so like Jace is seeing, just like how Victor sees from other people's eyes, isn't Jace seeing the vision of something else? Or is he remembering a future where he also got healed by Victor and like that's what it's supposed to be? But yeah, isn't it kind of crazy that you're seeing like, that they look like monsters in all of these shots? I feel like it went by so fast that we almost like didn't notice it before. But yeah, then he's pointing his gun. But see, okay, so here's something fucking strange that happens that I don't understand. So the Hex Tech is sucking in like the energy that is like the weird abnormality energy. So I'm like, is this two opposing beings fighting for dominance? And this being feeds off the abnormality, whereas Victor is feeding the said abnormality? Or is this, like, all the same thing? Is Hextech being infected by the same thing that infected Victor? You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I mean, we don't know. I think it's hard to tell. I don't understand. It's emitting it? Because that looked like sucked in to me.
It could also just like be like a design to look like a charging thing, and it's not actually meant to be.
It's spiraling inward, so that makes it seem like that it drew something in. But I guess like if the idea is that these things came from Victor, they could also be because we have that whole thing of like, oh, mages killing other mages to absorb power. Like I wonder. Yeah, chat says that they think it's coming out, not going in, but that looked like going in to me. Maybe this is all part of the design to bring about Victor's final form? Maybe, but all these innocent people had to die to do it, which is just fucking nutty. Is this kid crying? No, that's just his reflection off his eyes. Okay. Yeah, so those are flowers, right, Hunter? That's not food.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, maybe eat flowers, because they look kind of thick if you actually look at, like, the leaves.
I don't know. Maybe they're, like, zucchini or something.
Zucchini?
Like that sort of thing?
That's not what zucchini looks like.
What's the plant with the yellow flowers on it? Is it zucchini?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? It's like a squash thing that has yellow flowers as part of its, like, vine.
Oh, perhaps.
Maybe it's totally something like that. I don't know.
Not totally sure.
Poppies? No, guys. But yeah, so this
Everyone's
is crazy.
just on heroin. Gotta love it.
Like, just this shot of Victor charging. It's Victor in his charging station. Yeah, zucchini. That's what I thought.
Zucchini it is then. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I really like this scene with Vander, and then also, like, Rictus comes in, right? And, like, Ambessa believed in you. And so this was a really good scene. Obviously, Hunter and I were freaking out if you watched our reaction. Like, your death will be a deep cut, so he's basically telling her that he's gonna kill her, right? But yeah, so what happened? Oh, Jinx, right.
Missed,
so
yeah,
Jinx
or he blocked.
And then see, that looks like it's sucking in too, guys.
It is.
So yeah, so then we get the little wink, and so he chopped some of her hair.
Yeah.
So I think that's alluding to future Jinx haircut, right? But yeah, this was a great scene. So yeah, you guys are right. He did get ripped apart by Victor. This is the second time that I thought Jinx shot someone in the head and she didn't. I thought that Jinx shot Silco in the head, but then I remembered they had a conversation afterwards, which could not happen if he was shot in the head. Then I guess Warwick killed this man, not Jinx.
Is Rictus a character in the game you can play?
No.
No? Okay.
He's just a
He's
guy.
just a man.
Yeah, so this
Just
fight
a
scene was
Zangief
good,
beard man.
but we can't show too much of it because, you know.
And I also love
Copyright.
right when you think Victor is about to, or not Victor, but
Vander.
Or no, not Vander. Beard guy is about to...
Rictus.
Rictus, there we go. Is about to murder Jinx. Daddy shows up.
Yeah, the don't touch my daughter was
when
really
it's like
good.
full, like, oh, and his fucking face
Yeah,
gets
this
smacked
was
in.
crazy. Either way, he's dead, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, he's definitely dead.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I really liked this. I liked how you can see, I think more of him has come back because of Victor's treatment, I should say.
Big happy family.
Yeah,
sometimes
until
a
we get
family is
here-
2 sisters, one of the sisters adopted daughter, and a large wolf man.
Oh my god. But yeah, like, so, see, this is what I mean. Like, he did not just pull up on Victor. Victor, like, let this happen. Victor was charging with his eyes closed and didn't give a fuck. So I feel like that this was like...
I don't know, it might be
don't
the
know.
Jesus thing.
Yeah.
Where, like,
This,
he
guys,
knew he was gonna die, and he
can you
wasn't
guys
bothered
tell
by
me
it.
that this does not look Vel'Koz-y to you? I think that this looks Vel'Koz-y, especially that pink color. I understand, again, void theory, question mark. I feel like the thing is, we can theorize, but at the end of the day, I don't think even the show wants us to know. I don't think we're gonna go in a next episode and be like, it was so obvious, it
we
was
might
this thing.
never know what happens to, like, to Ekko.
Like, we
and-
may not know what the Arcane
Heimerdinger.
was. No, I think that we're gonna find that
yeah.
out at least.
I mean, we have a general understanding of Arcane's magic, but, like, specifically
But do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that,
funkiness
like,
is
we
going on.
may never even find out. And I feel like that there's nothing pointing towards any specific explanation other than maybe Jay saw the future. Otherwise, it's like, well, fuck me if I know. But yeah, this looks void-like to me. So, I'm still... But yeah, see, this seemed like, again, it was sucking in and charging up and some shit was going on. So I still think that something weird is going on and like all of this is void and arcane related at the same time. But yeah, so this is fucked too. I like the face coming out of his head. That was really nice. But we do see like multiple of him earlier, so it's not specifically 2. We see like 6. There's like 6 different Jaces right now. So I definitely think we are getting into something where like Jace saw the future and saw that Vander Vander, oh my god, Victor. Why did they have to give them both V names? Why did they have to do that? Is something happens, right? Because this is basically like a zombie apocalypse waiting to happen when you really think about it. Everybody is mind controlled. They're all relying on Victor. You would basically cause, if this is not like all of these people died in a massacre, it would be an even bigger massacre if this spread like throughout Piltover and Zon. Everyone would die. Right? So yeah, then we get the giant explosion, but there's a frame I want to make sure I get here, and I think it was this one, just to make sure.
What a fun reaction.
But yeah, so I think that we need to look at like what starts to die in this scene, because that'll tell us a lot.
Everything like
Because yeah,
floats.
we saw that floaty thing that happens at the end of the episode. Do you think he talked to a Victor from a different dimension and promised that Victor he wouldn't fail? That's interesting.
Maybe.
If Victor, like, later down the line realizes what he did. I think the important thing about this, guys, is, like, we also have to keep in mind, like, Victor never wanted this. Victor did not want to be fused with the Hex Core. He did not want to be brought back to life in this way. He told Jace in the last season, right, to destroy it. So I feel like that what is interesting about this is, like, maybe this is what Victor wanted, and he's been kind of held hostage by this thing, right? Okay, so all of these people die. So we knew that all of these people were dead. This is some very jaunty music to be listening to, with all these dead people. But yeah, like, you see just, like, this spiral, and I think, like, their souls are literally being, like, sucked away, you know what I mean? And so that's fucked up. It definitely, I feel like it got darker down here, but I don't know if that's just because of the mood, if that makes sense. But yeah, so you see, like, people's, like, souls and the connection is being broken and that everybody's dying, right?
Yes. And they scream terribly. Like,
yeah, like it was
so
horrifying.
upsetting.
And then we get...
And then Lava Man.
What I really like about this is that it seems like that Vander is crying, like he can't control
Lava
himself,
tears.
and he knows that it's all over. So you see like the tears are in his eyes, and then he's crying because he really has no choice. And I think that's such a fucked up shot, but such a good shot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's so fucked up, but it's such a good shot. Yeah, so
like,
I don't know whose body that is under there. Oh wait, no, that's just his hand, I think.
Yeah.
His hands are massive. Yeah, so Rictus gets
oh my God, gets it real bad.
Massacred. And Ambessa watches this happen. I think this is the first time that Ambessa has ever looked like genuinely terrified.
He's like, oh, now he's on fire.
Like, look at her. She's actually like fucking scared before she's like angry, right? And she makes them go into battle. But, I understand now. The message hidden within the pattern. The reason for our failures in the commune, the doctor was right. It's inescapable. Humanity.
But there was no failures in the commune. Like, the commune was going well until it all went
poorly.
Well, see,
so maybe that's the Victor from the other future talking.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? But I think that the failures at the commune, there are still failures. I don't think she's scared.
She seemed pretty well.
Betrayed. I think
the worst thing that happened was
Warwick.
that like Jax came in and you didn't react, or Jace went in and you didn't react enough.
I don't know. Then, well, what do you guys think that this line means? The reason for our failures at the commune, humanity.
We just can't have nice shit.
I don't know.
I
think the failure of the commune thing may make sense in the next episode.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't love, unless there's something like weird about this. I never love when it's just like, yes, humans, we're bound to do, like this kind of fatalism of it. I don't know if I love that.
Well, I think that like the idea is that this. Wait.
We can't have it be all good. There will always be another side of it.
What it is that this is not Victor talking, but the Void creatures. And so they're saying our failure at the commune as in the Void's failure to understand humanity.
I don't know. We have no evidence to suggest that it is.
But, so the message hidden within the pattern, the reason for our failures in the commune, right? That could have been like the failure of this being to continue its goal.
I know. Well, you don't let him finish what he's saying.
Well, that's a period.
Well, yeah, but...
The doctor was right, so he doesn't say my mentor was right. He says the doctor, like very impersonal, right? It's inescapable humanity. And so I'm like...
he keeps describing it, though.
I know, but I'm saying, like, that is something, like, Vel'Koz has, for example, as a void monster, has, like, it seems like, my presence causes them distress. Like, they talk about humanity in a very clinical way, like, genders can be discerned by the pitch of their cries, is something that Vel'Koz also says, which is a little weird, I guess, but yeah, like, so when he said that, now I'm suddenly wondering, our very essence, our emotion, rage, well, I guess now it's saying if it's supposed to be humanity, Borg mindset rejecting emotion, but I feel like he already did that. Like, didn't he do that before? Two sides of the same coin bound.
I don't know. There doesn't.
But like, you know what I mean? Didn't Victor already reject emotion? He was being unemotional.
But I don't think. I think that's him. That's the new Victor who's like been changed by the hex tech. I don't think that's another creature speaking through him. You know?
I don't know. Now I'm suspicious of everything.
That's how I feel personally.
But
like, what did Singe say specifically?
I mean, Singe said a lot of things. What are you asking?
Well, just that, like he would never be able, like, because what Singe was like
your power's gonna run out eventually.
Maybe the doctor was right. It's like, yeah, when I'm dead, everyone else is gonna die because he saw people die.
I think the doctor is right. Was like that there was no way to progress without, like, greed, without stealing other people's power. Like, my power would have run out eventually.
Maybe.
Like, maybe that's it. Not yet, he helped Vander out of compassion, but, like,
that's true.
Is compassion an emotion? I think compassion is, like, something you do. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say compassion is something you feel.
No, acts are something you do. Compassionate acts are something you do. Compassion, I think, is something you feel. Or maybe you show people.
You show people compassion. Yeah. You don't feel compassion. You feel empathy, which leads to compassion.
Which I think he does feel empathy. I know that's sort of arbitrary.
Like, you know, I think that, like, I see Victor helping people as a very, like, God removed from humanity kind of way. Not like how you guys are saying.
100%. Like, he's still a little bit there.
Yeah, but I don't think, I think he has an objective
when Kate asked her why Singed made monsters, he replied that he does horrible things he does for the same reason anyone does the things others find unspeakable love.
Yeah, so maybe but he didn't say that to Victor.
That's true, but he can also read people's mind. Like, he knew Jinx was called Powder.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that was before he went through Vander.
But yeah, I don't know.
So he might just know these things.
Just with the chat and what you guys are saying, I understand what you mean. I guess I just see that as a very, like, removed, like, not Jesus-y, because Jesus, like, was a man, but, like, some other mythology god that, like, yes, he was a healer, but, like, he never had opinions of, like, well, was this person good enough to be healed? He healed in an objective way.
I think he's, like, dispassionate, but he's not without emotion, he's just dispassionate. They aren't really big, you know? And he can read minds, so I think maybe that's what it is, the love thing.
Well, then their failure was because of love?
I don't fucking know, man. That line confused me. I will be the first person to admit.
Well, that's why I'm thinking, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? I think
love,
that Victor was already
on the same
removed.
Side. Maybe he was looking at Jace thinking like, oh, this is just the Arcane in a different manifestation. It made me be peaceful. It made him want to kill. Maybe that's what it is? I don't know, because I am a little confused.
Jace still seems a bit more there, though.
I feel like it's one of the things that you're gonna have to, like, figure out.
Yeah, like, I don't think that we're gonna know now.
As previously mentioned, everyone was so convinced, or I was so convinced.
Yeah, we were all convinced. Everyone was convinced that Isha was gonna die.
Isha would die, and, like, she would be killed by someone else. So I think it's kind of, I don't want to say refreshing. I mean, I guess, yeah, refreshing or surprising or a bit of a twist that she sacrifices herself. Which is so not the standard for, like, small children in these stories.
Yeah.
Small, cute children.
And this is why I'm hoping, like, in terms of what we talked about earlier, I'm really hoping that this means that Jinx will see things differently. Because a lot of people are theorizing that she's gonna go back to thinking, oh, I'm a Jinx, everyone around me dies, even if I'm not the one pulling the trigger, right? And, like, I understand that, but at the same time, I feel like that would undermine things, because isn't the point, like you would think, supposed to be that, like, Jinx is now being heroic, she's trying to be a better person, so I don't think we have time for a setback like that. I think what makes more sense is that Isha did not die because of Jinx. Isha actually is the first person that has died around Jinx that has not been directly because of Jinx involvement, that, like, she died and it was her own choice. It wasn't like some weird twist of fate, like when Jinx accidentally killed Vander and Milo and, like, all those other people. So I feel like I think that saying that Isha will set her back is confusing, because then there's no point to have her, because it's just Jinx going back to her old behavior. I think what makes more sense to me is that Jinx will now be like, this is not the same as when everybody else died around me. Like, Isha made a choice to protect me, right?
I feel like this recent...
Ambessa is starting all-out war because of her love for her family, while Isha's protecting them from Vander, so I kind of read Victor's line as love does both.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I just wonder, like, but the failure at the commune was people loved each other.
I don't know, the failure at the commune line seemed odd, because the commune seemed to be going pretty well.
You know what I mean? So I just, like, that's what makes me think it's the creature saying that love is the problem. Because, like, you would hope in a utopian society, love is not a hindrance.
You know, maybe that's just, like, a line that was left over from an earlier thing, and who knows? Rewrites.
But I think it makes sense, though, if you consider, like, the failure was they didn't infect everyone on Earth to be peaceful and kumbaya, you know what I mean? Like, that's a failure. They didn't get to everyone else fast enough, because if everybody was mind warped and complacent, nobody would act in such passion, you know what I mean? So maybe, but yeah. Like, I think I do think love is like the answer, but I think that Victor's question and the reason why he's talking needs to be interrogated more, because even if he's talking to Sky, it's like heavily implied that Sky is the creature. You know what I mean? That Sky is not real and is just like part of the hex core, and it's not the real Sky, like it's a manipulation. That which inspires us to do our greatest good is also the cause of our greatest evil.
So I feel like
So yeah, the answer is love.
In the chat
but
made
like
we just forgot. I kept thinking like, no, he says it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that we get the answer, guys. What I'm saying is his reason for asking the question, like, what does that stem from? Is it like a resentment that Jace killed him, or is that the creature kind of talking about the failure?
Well, if it is indeed a creature, which is not guaranteed yet.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Right? Because to me, that reads as like, the creature inside of Victor is like, I underestimated something of humanity because I don't feel that thing, which was the power of love. Not that Victor himself is like pondering, because Victor knows that. Victor, like, out of love, kind of, I guess, if you want to say that he loved him that immediately, but whatever, like, he saved Jace from, like, killing himself. Victor did things out of love for other people all the time. He already knows the answer to this question, and so I guess just to me, you should take a look at Jace splitting into two people. Well, I mean, I saw that, Austin, but I didn't see him struggling against it at all. And also, he splits into, like, 6 people at one point. So I don't think that the 2 people is concrete evidence, because then you'd also have to consider the fact that he turns into 6. Also, I'm pretty sure in that scene he had 2 heads on either side, so it was actually 3. Does that make sense? I know what you're cooking, Austin. I don't entirely disagree with you, but I don't think it's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation, because they haven't only consistently shown 2. They have shown 6, they have shown 3, they have shown 5,
I think
right?
it's more to the idea that, like, those fractal kaleidoscope images are supposed to represent that, like, the arcane and the hex tech and all this stuff is still affecting
And I think him breaking out is, like, the same thing that happened in that room where you saw all of the Jaces, like, in that row. You know what I mean? And so I don't know if I don't think that he's struggling against it. I think that he wants to do this, but I mean, I'll go back and I'll take a look and see if I can find it. Whee! Yeah, it was around here, right?
Yeah.
So, like, there's at least 3 Jaces there. I think that, guys, we're kind of misinterpreting this. I don't see that as struggling. He's sad that he has to kill his best friend, who's been his partner for like 5 years.
It's possible
you know
that,
what I mean?
that's the pain that having gone through the hex tech to arcane stuff is causing him physically.
Maybe, but I think that, like,
it could be a lot of
we're interpreting this as struggle, but why? Would you be okay with killing me, Hunter? Maybe after this live stream, you're like, yeah, Cal, I'm just kidding.
No.
But do you know what I mean? Like, I think that the simplest answer is just that he's sad that he has to kill his best friend, like the man who saved him from killing himself all that time ago, that, like, literally, like, Victor saved and changed his life. Like, that's not... He's sad that he has to do it, but it's not like a Jekyll and Hyde situation where one of him's like, yeah, let's go, let's kill Victor, and then the other one's like, no, I don't want to. It's just like that he knows what he has to do, but doesn't want to do it, because it's natural to not want to do it. Which I don't think that that's the same as struggling against it, because when you guys say, oh, Jace is struggling against, like, a higher power, I imagine that higher power going, wahaha, I, like, love murder or whatever, you know what I mean? I think that Jason is sad he's killing his friend, because the way that they could have shown that, if they wanted to, was have one Jace smiling and then the other one be angry. If they wanted to show this contrast of, like, oh, the evil thing inside of Jace is going wahaha, and then Jace doesn't actually want to do it. All of them are just equally as sad. And so I think the reason for that is just like he doesn't want to kill his friend, you know what I mean? We all think Sky is manipulating Victor, but what if Victor at this point is totally benevolent?
We all think Sky is manipulating
well, I don't think Sky is real.
I think Sky is just... I don't think Sky was manipulating Victor.
I don't think Sky is real, though. Sky is fake. She's not, like, her soul is not in there. I don't think. I think that that's just a projection of who she was.
Sky got, like, sucked up by Hex Tech, so maybe
but I don't think that real Sky is in there.
Place?
Do you know what I mean? I think it's just, like, her the
I don't
imprint
know.
of her memories. Like, I don't think that it's actually her soul or something. You know?
Sure, the imprint of her memory. I mean, same diff though, right? Really?
Not really,
Practically.
because if one was her soul, that would mean that, like, she has control over herself. If something's just an imprint of, like, her memories being possessed by this, projected by this, like, weird abnormality
But presumably
creature, like,
they would still
different.
act in the same way, wouldn't
No,
they?
if she's like a puppet, she wouldn't.
Okay, but if she's being controlled by something else, yes. But, like, maybe she's not being controlled by something else?
Well,
Maybe
I guess if
kind
it
of
just
existed
exists
as
like
a
a
ghost,
projection, that's
like a ghost
different,
in the
but
hex tech? It's not an impossibility,
she also does.
I feel like we're asking all these fucky-wucky questions that we just don't have the answers to. So at this point, we're just guessing. But they have not given us,
No.
I suspect, the last of the proper information.
I just feel like with Sky wouldn't want Victor to do these things, which is why I don't think that she's real. Also, they never had a conversation. Like, here's why I don't think that she's real, Hunter. Like, Sky was, like, in love with Victor and had a crush on him.
Sure.
But they never had, like, a human heart-to-heart conversation of, like, Victor being like, sorry I killed you, and Sky being like,
but like,
but when, and I was in love with you.
Maybe
you
one
know
day,
what I mean?
but like maybe when you become part of the hex tech, all of that, like, it's like people who do a lot, like, you do mushrooms and it's like, ooh, I'm a part of the universe, man. Maybe they're all just a part of the universe
but
now,
do you
know
know what I'm saying? I feel like if it was her actual soul and she was just trapped in there, she would talk like a person, but she's always talking about some sort of, like, otherworldly, like, she doesn't talk like a person. She talks like some sort
neither
of, like,
does Victor all the time anymore,
spirit.
really, right?
Well, that's what I mean, and so
Yeah,
I think
'cause
that they're both, like,
they've
it's
all,
not good.
because it's like, listen, there's two ways you could look at this. Either Victor has just been changed by it from the new radical perspective that the Hex Gem has given him, or he's being puppeted by an outside monster. I suspect it's the former.
I don't
Other
think
people
he's
suspect
being
it's the
fully
latter.
puppeted. I just think that it's
I think it's
that
more the former.
the thing is like the Last of Us zombies and infects people's brains a little bit. Like, that's how I see it. Obviously, Victor's base brain is still in there, right? And, like, all the things he felt, but, like, he has been changed by the monster. You know what I mean? I know Victor hasn't actually hurt anyone or done anything bad, but, like, I feel like that Sky is just not showing enough humanness for me to believe that she's real, basically. Or that she's not as well impacted by this other thing that we're talking about. You know what I mean? I don't think that it's as clear-cut as, like, Victor's literally being used as a puppet. I think it's just, like, the juices are going through his bloodstream and, like, influencing what he's gonna do. You know what I mean? Like, just magical drugs. You know what I'm saying? And, like, they're pumping through his system and everyone else at the commune, and that's why they're all so complacent, but still have some memory of their past. Yeah, like, they're quote-unquote evolved, but it clearly suspiciously, you know? I don't know. So, I guess now, to wrap up the stream, because I think everybody wants to go home, including me, and I'm already at home, I feel like that we should make some predictions about what happens next, like whether it's connected to this or not. Let's just go by character, okay?
Sure.
Jinx, I think, will become the hero of Zaun. I don't want her to backtrack, so maybe that's just wishful thinking, but I think that she will be the hero. I think that she will say, Isha died for me, not like, I'm a Jinx and I push everyone away,
or if she does feel that
push away my own sister.
I feel like
you know.
I feel like she felt that way because she didn't have her sister there. If she feels that way now, but Vi comes in and says, no, you're not.
Exactly.
Like, I think that would be a really beautiful scene.
I agree. And
so
I think that that's how it happens. And then eventually she joins with Ekko and they do their revolution thing. Savika and Firelight Man are already working together. That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? So then Jinx's story, I guess, ends with her and Ekko just like, we have the separate councils and whatever. And it's just like, it's not a happy ending. Like, it's not like Zaun and Piltover live happily ever after. But it's not a Mario playlist, it's just Nintendo. Yeah, so like, it's just that, you know what I mean? They finally split off, but they have a lot of work to do still, as two separate cities or kingdoms or whatever you want to call it, right? So that's how I see Jinx. Chat thinks that she's gonna die. I don't know if they're brave enough to kill off a League character, but if they are, I could see Jinx being the one that they kill off. as opposed to anyone else. But I feel like that, like, the reason why that kind of doesn't work for me is because the story has already been filled with so much tragedy, and I feel like people would complain like, oh, well, we didn't get to see how Vi coped with, like, losing her sister, when that would seem to be an important part of the story considering what the story is about. And so I feel like that they both of them surviving to me feels complete, but if Jinx were to die and then it would just be like, anyway, and then Zon got its independence and Vi helped and was the new Vander.
I feel like, you know? I'm okay if Jinx passes, because I feel like she would die a hero, and sometimes, like, the best figureheads are, you know, martyrs.
Sure, but I'm saying, like, in terms of, like, if the show is about, like, family and trauma and all the stuff it's about, like, I don't think that Jinx dying at the end would be satisfying for that, like, theme. You know what I mean? Because it would just feel like then Vi has something else that's unresolved. She had to get over the death of Vander. She had to overcome the death of Milo and the other guy, like the goggles guy. She had to get over the death of pretty much everyone that she's ever loved. And then at the very end of the show, they kill off Jinx, and we don't get to see her process any of that at all. You know what I mean? So that's like the problem that I would have with that. Yeah, I agree with the new normal thing. I think that Vi and Jinx might even leave after all of this is over. That's an idea I had before. That you'd get some weird, like, fake out of death or something. Because, like, even if they do become two separate kingdoms, quote unquote, like, Jinx has still done crimes, and so how do you reconcile that? Is it just, like, new slate, clean, and then you can't arrest the people in Zon? Like, you don't have jurisdiction here, and if you step foot in Piltover, we'll arrest you? Or is it like, okay, we have this new Zon, but, like, Jinx, you're still a criminal, so you have to leave. I always imagined that her and Vi would, like, just leave the city and go somewhere else. And so I don't know. But I think that Jinx will be part of the revolution. I don't know if I'm fully convinced that she'll die, but maybe I will be, just depending on where our other episodes come in. I'll change my mind later. But I like the idea of, like, Vi and Jinx just leaving. Like, this place has been nothing but, like, a burden to them. Like, go and make your life somewhere else. You helped these people, you helped Zon, you did what your parents wanted you to do, but there's a whole world out there just waiting for you to explore it. I would like if they just kind of leave and go off and do something else, right? Caitlyn, I think with Caitlyn, it's almost the most
I think
clear.
She's gonna be the leader of, like, the new leader of Piltover. I think Mel might be there as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think that's the easiest, like, slam dunk of the ending.
I think Ambessa's probably dead.
I don't know if she'll be dead. I think she's gonna run away with her tail between her legs because, like, at the end of the day, I know what you're saying, Hunter, but, like, would killing Ambessa not kind of cause, like, an international incident? Like, she's still Noxian. She still has a house. Even though she has no money, like, she still is technically, like, a political figure.
But, like, so
and so
is
if
Mel,
somebody
right?
in Piltover kills someone from Noxus, that seems like it would start a war. I think she's just gonna run away and go home, honestly. You know what I mean? Even though she didn't get her technology or money or anything.
I feel like there needs to be a big bad that gets defeated.
I think it's gonna be the Elrich horror is what's gonna get, like, I think that that's my interpretation. Their home and community are far too important to them. You mean the community that was so important to Vi that instead of helping anybody or going back to the firelights, she was just, like, boxing in the pit and drinking all day?
She was working out her problems.
I'm just saying, Vi never gave a fuck about the undercity people. She just didn't. You know what I mean? All she cared about was getting revenge on Silco, and then after that, her priorities shifted a little bit, like, in regards to Caitlyn and like, Jinx and everything. But no, she has never given a fuck, and to be honest, neither does Jinx. Like, Jinx is just doing it because Zeva wanted her to. And so, like, the only people who genuinely care are Zeva and Ekko, and I will not hear any
Now, what
slander.
about Jace?
I think that Jace is just gonna become, like, protector of tomorrow. Like, that's his thing in the game. I think he's gonna just continue to do science and continue to try to, like, make a new path forward like he's always done. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess the other big bad could be LeBlanc. If she's just like,
but
fuck
I don't think that they're gonna bring that in this late.
I'm gonna take over everyone.
I don't think that they're gonna bring this in now.
Cthulhu's fine?
Cthulhu's fine because we have seen Cthulhu.
I guess so.
All this entire time has all been Cthulhu related.
Do you think Vi and Caitlyn are gonna get back together?
I think they're gonna have a nice, tender moment, like, at some point, but they're not gonna be like, it's not like, oh, we're gonna get married and we're gonna have a house with 5 cats and 3 kids and a dog. Like, I don't think that it's gonna be that sort of ending. You know what I mean? I think
that they might be like the leaders of their respective. But like, what if Vi is like, I like
the idea of Vi being the new Vander and then Caitlyn being in charge upstairs. But like, guys, I feel like, oh, the poor that oppress the city from your, well, it sucks anyway, go somewhere else. Well, guys, I'm not saying that that's the message. I'm saying we made our home better, but there's a whole world out there of things to see. Just because you leave your home doesn't mean you're saying your home sucks.
I think that Jinx can be the new Vander, and I think that Jinx and Zeva and maybe Heimerdinger and probably Ekko are all going to be the Vaughn Council.
Yeah,
and that like
the Zon Council.
Sorry, yeah. Zon Council. And then hear me out, like, Vi then becomes like their embassy to Piltover. So she gets to hang out with Caitlyn. I think that would be fun.
I mean, that's a cute for a fan fiction, but in terms
I don't know.
This,
listen, I want to be happy.
I just don't think... Like, Vi doesn't have any qualification, like any leadership qualification. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Fucking...
To me, I think I could see that happening depending. Like, here's the thing. Hunter's ending makes sense, but it only makes sense if, like, subsequent things happen, and if those things do not happen, then it will not make sense. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Enough.
So, like, this is all dependent on, like, what the fuck is happening in the void.
But remember, a bunch of people in Piltover respected Vi.
That is true.
So, like... I think it could work.
What I think is going to happen in regards to that is that Ambessa's going to be like, Caitlyn is working with Jinx and Vi, and she's a terrible person, and then the enforcers are going to be like, actually, we side with Caitlyn, not you.
I think it's that or a bunch of people die.
I think that the enforcers are going to be like, actually, no, Ambessa, we're not going to listen to you. Like,
I think Ambessa's going to bite it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I'm saying, like, in regards to, like, Ambessa, like, being like, and Caitlyn betrayed me, and she betrayed Piltover, and your leader, like, I think that she's going to try to do that, and the enforcers are going to be like, no, we like Caitlyn better than you, go fuck yourself. Like, and so I think that that's going to happen. I think that they could do, like, you know, I've always liked the trope where the culture has, like, whoever is in charge is whoever wins in a fight and, like, fights to the death or something. I've always liked that. I don't know if we have time for any of that. But yeah, I don't know if Ambessa's gonna die. I think, again, like I said, she's just gonna run away and go home. Maybe she will die, but I don't think Caitlyn will kill her because Caitlyn doesn't want to kill people, you know? And she probably doesn't have the jurisdiction to arrest her. So.
Yeah, but, like, if Cthulhu takes Ambessa out, and
well,
then everyone else,
Cthulhu can, but that's this is what I mean, Hunter. But
or like
some of your theories to me have prerequisites, because I'm like, okay, but for Cthulhu to kill Ambessa, Cthulhu needs to exist. Right?
Yeah, or like if it's not that, it would be because here's the thing: you're like, you can't have Ambessa die, but I'm like, well, like LeBlanc was happy having her dead. So,
I mean, you can have her die, but you need prerequisite plot points to emerge before her death. And some of those things I don't know if they're gonna happen that season. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know about Vi. I kind of do think that they're gonna leave because in the League lore, Jinx has like friends from other places, kind of. So I don't know. I kind of do wonder if maybe they will leave at the end. And it's not because like, oh, this place sucks. We're like, we help the poor people, but it sucks anyway, let's leave. It's just like this idea of like moving on and like, what is it to move on with your life? What is it to start a new life somewhere else where nobody knows you and no one has any preconceptions about you, and to have a new like start together as sisters and like the start that they always wanted. So I think that would be like, if Jinx doesn't die, I think that would be the bittersweet route, as opposed to what you're saying, that everyone gets a nice leadership position and plays politics. Is that like Jinx and Vi?
I mean, if it's not Jinx, then
you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like they leave and they start a new life together and they just leave Zon, like, you know, and like they made Zon better.
Maybe
but then they
Jinx leaves. I think Vi might stay.
I don't know. I think it would be the opposite.
Because if Jinx isn't the new Vander, Vi's the new Vander.
Well, Savika's the new Vander.
And Ekko. That's what I think. I think they do Zon Council.
Well, I think that they do Zon Council too. I just don't know if Vi and Jinx are part of that council.
I don't know.
Because
I like
feel
the
like
idea of Vi being
not
involved
deserved.
In
like, you know what I mean? In terms of Vi, at least right now, it could change. But like,
we
Ekko
clearly
and
had a lot of
joined
tragedy,
this
though.
so much.
Like, I don't think Jace is gonna survive.
What? Really?
No.
I think he's gonna live. He's the defender of tomorrow. How can he defend tomorrow if he's dead?
I mean, he was the defender of tomorrow back when, like, in the first season. Now he's, like, all fucked up. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree about, like, messiness.
I think Jace is gonna die.
That's
so,
why
like,
I don't think we're getting, like, oh, everyone's on the council, kumbaya.
Okay, no, like, the tragedy comes when Jace dies. The tragedy comes when, like, you know, Jinx has to go away. Maybe Savika dies. Maybe Ekko dies. Maybe Heimerdinger bites
I don't know if they're gonna kill off the game characters. That's what I don't know yet, because they haven't done it.
I don't know, man. Well, because then they all have to survive.
Well, no. Like, I mean, I guess Savika wouldn't, now he's the attacker of tomorrow. I don't know. I just sort of think... Oh, what I was trying to say earlier is that, like, Jinx and Vi do not deserve that position. They did not do nearly as much work as Savika and Ekko did. Like, Savika and Ekko were pulling this movement up by the bootstraps, you know what I mean? Like, they did everything. Vi and Jinx
I mean, but Jinx has the... But here's the thing, it's like the point that Jinx makes earlier of, like, I'm a hero. I broke out half of Stillwater. What have you been doing?
I know. But Vi didn't do anything to deserve that position
Yeah, which is why I like the idea of, like, Jinx being the new Vander more.
Yeah.
But you want, like, Jinx to... So I'm just, like,
I like the
ideas,
idea of Jinx being Vander. I just don't know. I just don't know, bestie. You know what I mean? I think if anything, the implication was supposed to be that Ekko's the one doing that, because Ekko's the one who carved this, like, new space and new life and made the tree and everything.
I guess personally, I'm just less invested in Ekko because he's just really in the background.
I know, but he did all the work.
I know he did all the work, so it makes sense. So yeah.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just mad. I'm a little, like, kind of pissed off that, like, Savika and Ekko did all of this work. But then, like, I don't know, somehow Vi and Jinx getting the credit would make me mad. I don't mind if they're part of it. I don't mind if they're part of helping, because I think that's inevitably what is going to happen, is that the firelights and everyone is going to work together, because that's kind of what we're leading up to, especially with the firelight guy and Savika having that little, like, exchange and whatever. Hi, Arnold. But, yeah. Yeah, I get that it's hard to see Savika as the hero, but I'm saying, like, afterward, when they don't need a hero anymore because they've won the fight, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think that Vaughn, oh my god, now I'm calling it Vaughn. I think that Zon and Piltover are gonna split. I think that that's, like, 100%, I'd say, all in on that. I think Victor's gonna be, like, mad scientist Victor, like he is. I think, if anything, what'll happen is that Ambessa's gonna leave, and then Singed is going to go with her, and possibly if we get, like, Nox's plot point and, like, Oriana and stuff, like, that Singed is part of next season, and he, like, goes with Ambessa.
Whatever the next show is. I don't know. My thing is because, like, knowing Netflix and how stingy they are on, like, you know, giving a lot of seasons to animated projects, I feel like it's going to be a lot more definitive. Like, I don't think there's going to be, like, big, wide open question marks.
No, but what I'm saying is...
There might be some ambivalent,
if we're moving on to Noxus, and we're moving on to Black Rose, and we're moving on to LeBlanc, I'm saying that Ambessa and Singed are going to transfer to that plot line. And they are going to be, like, the remnants. You know what I mean? Like, they are going to be the remnants.
Because they said they... Have we been confirmed? Has Netflix said we're going to do another League of Legends series?
Yeah.
They have.
They have said it, yeah.
Okay, well then, yeah, they're probably going to spin it off like that.
That's what I mean. I think that, like, we started here, and then we introduced the Noxus character slowly so we could go to Noxus. Like, that's what I think is happening. So that's why I think that Ambessa may live and just go home, and then it's like, well, what's home like, right? And if she takes
Unless she does die, and then when they go to Noxus, it's like, oh, Noxus is in disarray because Ambessa's dead.
Well, it can't just be because Ambessa's dead.
Other things.
They have other problems.
And, like, the Red Rose people or LeBlanc or
but I just
whoever
think
this
that,
person
like,
is.
would they introduce the Oriana thing if we're never gonna see her? Like, what do you guys think? Because in my heart, I'm like, yes, that could have just been there to explain Singe's motivations, but I could see, like, that making Oriana is part of what the show wants to do, and that's why they even brought her up in the first place. You know what I mean? I don't know. I guess to move on to Ekko, I think that Ekko is going to come back. He's going to make his timey-wimey thing, and that's fine. Some people are like that Ekko is going to bring back Isha. I think that would be cheap People also said, like, in terms of the time travel thing, that Ekko was going to go back before things got bad, like maybe even before the Hex Core combined with Victor. I think that's cheap too, because then you undo all the character development that Jinx and Vi had. So I don't think that we're gonna go back that far. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can't go back that far.
I don't like the whole time travel thing.
Yeah,
and,
like I know
it's
Ekko
like, oh,
has
it was
time
all a dream.
travel.
Like I don't want them to do that.
No, like I know Ekko has time travel, but it can't
Maybe
go.
they pull it off.
It can't go far enough that you undo the character development.
Yeah.
It can go maybe like far enough that like, I don't know, maybe you didn't kill Victor, right? Or like
I don't
maybe
know.
that far because we haven't like sat with the consequences of those choices. But you can't go all the way back to Victor fusing with the Hex Core, or else you're just undoing Vi and Jinx getting reunited. And the show is about them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think Ekko's gonna emerge with his time thingy, but I don't think that he's gonna use it to go that far back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want them to do anything.
But he
straight.
has it.
I know they has it, but I don't even want him to save Vander. I want Vander to stay dead. Because
No,
then if
I
you
don't
bring
think
him
that
back,
they would.
then it's like, well, then it's like that's.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You know?
I'm saying that I don't think that they can go back and undo anything. Like, I don't think they can undo anything that caused character development. You know what I mean? Because then that's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, so I don't want them to do that. But I think that Ekko's gonna do something, like with his newfound power. I mean, whether it's just to help with the revolution in Zon, because I think that is what we're building towards, is a big revolution, like with all of the people of Zon united and stuff. But yeah, he uses it in fights to go back a few seconds. Unless they change it, he shouldn't be going, like, everywhere. You know what I mean? He shouldn't be going back in time. In terms of Jace, I think that Jace did see the future, but it wasn't that he was, like, literally in the future. Again, it was more like an astral projection thing. It's not like there's two Jaces coexisting in the same timeline. I think he just saw a future. Do they need Vander alive to save Jinx's daughter? No, because they have the blood. And I think that Singe's new science experiment is Victor. And if they make Victor into a machine, that's how he would realize, like, that's the way to save his daughter, right? So I think what's gonna happen is that Singe is gonna take Victor's corpse, put it in the egg, and then give Victor the blood. And then that's gonna somehow save him because he's not dead. He's Jesus. He will come back from the dead again.
I mean, has the characters ever been milked so much for their deaths?
Victor?
Yeah, like, come on, him and Penny from Ruby just keep dying.
Prophecy is a good word. Yeah, that Jace saw a prophecy of what was to come,
Maybe.
right?
Yeah.
Heimerdinger and Ekko are still stuck in the fucking machine.
Can you play Heimerdinger in the...
Yeah,
Okay.
I like Heimerdinger. I play Heimerdinger
Is he, like, support?
sometimes. He's a mid lane.
Okay.
Or top lane. You can...
He's a switch.
Yeah, you can take him either way, I guess.
Ladies?
But, like, yeah, like, it kind of depends. Like, Vel'Koz, for example, is mid lane and support. But not every mid laner can be a support.
I see.
It depends. Yeah, prophecy. Prophecy's a good word. Who else exists? Caitlyn becoming the new leader, I feel like that was obvious.
Yeah,
In terms of Mel, I kind of feel like Mel is, like, screwed. I don't know if she's gonna come back by the end of the show.
Because she
I feel
looks
like she's getting dragged towards
like
the next plot
the
line.
bright gold light. I think she's gonna come back like, I'm magical now, bitch. Let's fight
The
whoever.
Elridor.
Yeah, or like the red rose
Maybe?
person if she
I
comes
kind
back.
of feel like she's gonna get dragged into,
Fuck
like,
you,
the
Mom.
next show.
I
At
think
least.
maybe,
Like,
yeah.
she may
What
come
if-
back
what
here
if-
for the end, but
What if
her ass is getting
What if
dragged,
Ambessa
right?
dies, but she goes back to Noxus to rule her family?
Maybe.
And she leaves Caitlyn. I
But
think
that
would be
means
something.
that she would leave Jace too,
I'm okay
as
with
her
that.
little boy toy.
I think Jace can die. I
oh
don't
my
know.
god!
I don't
think that
I
Jace
never
can
liked
die.
Jace that much as a character.
I don't like him that much either, but like this
And, like,
hatred in your heart.
No, it's not. It's not a hatred.
I
It's
know.
just like he just strikes me as someone set up for death flags. Like I
don't know because he, the defender of tomorrow.
Victor's an egg. I like that.
But like, okay, here's my thing, right? Jace's plotline has not resolved yet. He has this whole plotline with the mage and who the mage was, and like that he was saved by the mage and no one believes him, and the power of magic and all that
I'm
shit.
really worried that
Like, I think that they need to
Arcane's
resolve
gonna get
that.
all fucky wucky timey wimey and it's gonna
They
bother
need to
me.
revolve that plot line or else that'll be weird. Everything going on with Mel feels like a backdoor pilot for a different show. You're
Yes,
right.
the
Exactly.
next
That's what
League
I'm
of
saying.
Legends show.
Yeah, so that's my theory. She might come back, but I feel like that whatever they're doing with her is not going to get resolved. Like, it's definitely seeds for the next show. I think that Victor may join with Singe because Victor is Singe's new science experiment. So that's sad. But yeah, I don't know how I would feel about about Jace dying. It just, here's the thing, Hunter, like, I'm trying to make theories, but then at the same time, it would be different if we only had one episode left, but because we have 3, it's like, there's all these, in my head, it's like,
and like, what if that Jace dies, but there's another Jace? If we're doing timey-wimey, let's go timey-wimey.
Do you understand what I mean when I'm imagining this as some sort of Telltale game where there's branching paths, and once you make the choice, because I'm like, I'm trying to theorize, but with 3 episodes left, it's like, okay, well, if there's the Elridge creature, I think this is gonna happen. If there's no Elridge creature and Ambessa's the villain, I think this is gonna happen. And like, they're all just, in my head, there's like a tree, and there's vines, and the vines are spreading, and the vines have their own vines. You look like you're not comprehending.
The vines have vines. Yeah, I know. Fucky wucky timey wimey.
Well, yeah, but not timey wimey in the show. Timey wimey in my head. We're trying to figure out like where we're all going. With stuff like this. I don't think Singe gets Victor. I mean, I don't know though. He has nowhere else to go. Like, where is Victor gonna go after all of this? You know what I mean? Is it bad I'd be fine with Jace dying? I mean, it's not bad. I just don't know, bestie. I just don't know. Parallel universes that are a story of collection of thieves' kids. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel, honestly. Yeah. So it's hard to make predictions like this because we're not making predictions for the last episode. We're making predictions for the entire
3
act.
episodes, which is a lot harder.
And the act will be dependent on everything else. But I feel confident in some of the stuff that we've said.
Yeah.
I think next episode, we're going to maybe open with Heimerdinger Ekko and be like, hi, what were they doing this whole time? I feel like that the villain is going to be revealed, right? I strongly believe, it's pretty strongly being telegraphed, the parallel universe thing. Yeah. I agree. I think that it is, at least. Or like a parallel prophecy or whatever.
I will say that, like, in the first season, the big villain was basically Silco.
Yeah, and not everyone was involved with Silco, right? Jace kind of did
and the conflict between Piltover and the Lames. But now it's like, now there's a lot of villains, like, Jace is maybe a villain, Victor's maybe is a villain, Singed is maybe a villain, Ambessa's a villain, there's this Black Rose person, maybe LeBlanc, who knows, maybe there's Cthulhu, like, there's a lot going on, it's a lot more, 7, 6, rather.
Here's a better question in terms of theories. Do you think that the show's gonna stick the landing, or no? Like, have you become worried?
I have faith.
Okay.
Here's the thing, I'm okay if it's happy, and if it's kind of, like, I think they just kind of keep it relatively simple. If they do fucky-wucky timey shit, and they, like, reverse everything, that might annoy me, unless they do it very, very well.
Yeah.
But, I think if they do a kind of, like, oh, and there's, like, after the violence and the confusing and the chaos, and some people die, and some people gotta leave, there is an independent Zon and an independent Piltover, then I'm like, I love it.
Yeah.
You know?
And
that's what I need. And I hope the individual
I don't think it's gonna be a happy ending as much as a new begin. Like, I know that's so cliche, but like, truly, like, it's gonna be like, we still have a lot of work to do, but we're here now.
Yeah, it's not gonna be like rainbows and shit, but
it's just gonna be like, you know, especially because Caitlyn's in charge, she can decide whatever she wants. There's no council anymore, right? And Silco's dead, and so that was like their main worry. Like, Jace was on board with this solution, and so was the rest of the council before the attack. And so if the violence finally ends, the solution was on the table. Like, it was only because Jinx shot that rocket that they went back on it, right? So it was clearly viable, like, in an economical sense. Like, they clearly had planned for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the council agreed to it. That's what they were voting on at the end of season 1 when Jinx shoots the rocket. It would have happened. And so clearly it was viable. It was just like the act of violence made everybody have, like, hate in their heart, and they wanted to rip away the freedom that they were going to give them based on Jinx's actions. But, like, that freedom was always viable in terms of, like, the world of the show. And so I don't think it would take that much work for Caitlyn to be like, yeah, let's do it. You know, like, let's go.
Who's the rainbow lesbian from medieval times?
I mean, that's, there's another character called Lux in the game, and, like, they have more. I think that's what we're talking about.
Alright, well, I look forward to Lux and whatever.
But yeah, like, Caitlyn could, especially now that she doesn't hate Jinx anymore, she could be like, yeah, we were trying to give Zon freedom, right? And then, we went on this whole fuckity thing, and so now I'm gonna do what we should have done in the first place, but we were too blind by rage to let the right thing go through and the right thing happen. So I don't think it is gonna be rainbows. I don't know if it's gonna be like this grim dark Jace dies and Jinx dies and Victor dies and Singe dies. Like, I don't think that we're gonna have like bodies dropping all over the floor. I think that maybe if anything, one main lead character will die and it'll be Jace or it'll be Jinx. But I don't think it'll be Ambessa. She just came out. They can't kill her. She just came out of the gate. If anything, it'll be Jinx. It'll be,
oh, yeah, that's...
She's
Knight.
cute.
Yeah, she has, like, kind of Captain Marvel energy about her, I feel. Or, like, Superwoman.
Yeah,
you know?
something like that. But yeah, anything else to predict, Hunter, before we go?
I predict that I'm gonna, like, feel, like, fear and shock at least 2 or 3 more times.
I mean, I would hope so. We need a shocked thumbnail for every episode.
But yeah, no, I think that the general gist of it, I think that, like, they have to kill some big characters, I feel. Because, like, if everyone gets out, you're right, then it's going to be a little bit too, like, and everyone was okay. I think there's going to be some bitter,
But I think if people get out with, like, some wounds, that's okay. Like, Victor, for example. Victor is more tragic alive than he is dead. And I think the same can be said for Jace in some capacity.
Maybe.
So I think that, like, the tragedy or happiness doesn't necessarily come from life or death. It's, like, the type of life that they're living. Like, the fact that Victor has been turned into, like, again, this sort of half-robot, half-human monster man, at least we think that that's what's happening. Isn't that more of a tragic ending for him than killing him? Killing him would probably be relief.
I mean, if he's in pain,
you know what I mean?
Is he still, like, a person? Is he a
Well, that's what I
homunculus?
mean,
like...
right? Like, I think that, to some extent, like, you're like, oh, well, Jace is gonna die. But isn't it, like, more complicated if Jace has to live and, like, deal with his mistakes and, like, try to fix everything and try to make a society without hex tech, right? And so I think that sometimes, just because everyone lives, it doesn't mean it's a happy ending. Especially if people have to deal with the consequences of their actions, you know?
would just hope that, like, I don't know, there's kind of like I don't know, some kind of Zon thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the happy ending, is, like, Zon, like, no matter who dies, no matter what tragedies occur, the happy-ish ending is...
That's when I'll be mad.
Zon.
Like, if they're just like, in Zon, the things still suck, and that's that. Like, that, then I'll be
I don't know, maybe they will
mad.
find some, because I would rather be like, I don't know, so many shows is just like, we didn't do the radical thing that would actually help everybody, but we made small improvements. And I'm like, yeah, that's more realistic, but also, like, radical improvements are possible, and, like, Independent Zon might just be that. I would hope that show breaks that mold.
Or, like, that trope where it's like, and we were just as bad as the people that were in power.
Yeah.
Like, for some reason, Ekko was just as bad and just as violent as the Enforcers, and this is an equal situation, even though one person has all the systemic, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that would suck.
So yeah, I hope that Zon gets independent. I think that would be, like, a great ending for the show.
No matter what happens to other people. I think that what would be crazy is that, like, if they have that statue of Vander, and at the end, like, if Jinx does die, it's a statue of Jinx and Vander, and that would be kind of fucked up. But I don't know. I kind of don't want Jinx to die, because I think that, again, we need Jinx to live, and, like,
Falcon and the Winter Soldier is exactly what I was thinking about.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of those, but that's a pretty egregious example.
But yeah, do you know what I mean? I want to see Vi and Jinx live, not because it's a happy ending, but because it's like, you finally broke the cycle of trauma and you finally did what your parents had set out to do.
Yes.
And, like, now, even though you're both different and you're still kind of fucked up, you can be fucked up together,
Yeah,
as opposed to a happy ending and everything goes back and powder is Jinx again, or Jinx is powder again. Like, I don't think that that's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna be too fluffy. But
yeah, not too fluffy.
Does
but
anyone else have anything to say before we end? Like, speak now or forever hold your peace. Is there a character we have not discussed yet?
I love how we more or less went as long this time as we did.
I know, we tried so hard.
What can we say?
I know, we love to yap, I guess. Right? I mean, but the episodes are like an hour long, and then 40 minutes.
Half hour.
36.
Some of them. Some of them were like only.
Some
really
of them were
30.
not. They weren't. This isn't Ruby. They're not 25 minutes. You know what I mean? So yeah, like
Okay.
If anyone else has anything to say, speak now before we leave. But yeah, I think it's easy to talk about the show for this long, especially when there's a lot to talk about. You know, Ruby is one thing. When we went for that Ruby stream, it was like 5.
Christ.
I checked. I was like, what's Hunter talking about?
No, the last one was like 8 hours.
No, there was no 8-hour stream on record. The longest one is 6.
The last one we ever did.
The longest one is 6.
The last one we ever did.
The longest one is 6. I
don't believe you.
You'll have to go look right now. But yeah, I checked them because I was talking about them with somebody, and I was like...
The live stream?
Yeah, I was talking about the live stream with someone, and I was like, I'm pretty sure we did like an 8-hour stream because Hunter said that, and then I checked it and it wasn't true. So, you lied to me. But anyway, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed.
No, I want... Ooh. Ooh.
No, look up review. Look up reviews. Look up the review playlist. I'll look right now, guys. I swear it was never 10 hours. 10 hours. Never 8 hour.
Oh, no, I guess it was 6. It felt like 8. My bad.
Okay. So that's it, everybody. I guess we will see you. I don't want to record tomorrow. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to do my best to just stay off of social media and not look at anything and take a day off tomorrow because I feel like if I don't have one, I'm literally going to die.
Yeah.
So we will probably not record tomorrow. We will probably just take a break tomorrow and record on Sunday because the show's not going anywhere. Unless, like, in my heart, I get this burst of energy and I'm like, Hunter, I'm compelled to watch Arcane, right? I don't think that's gonna happen, though. Bitches are tired. Bitches need rest. And I am bitches. So I think that tomorrow we are just going to take a break. And then we will be back on Sunday to record them all and get them out for patrons. So thank you to everyone who watched the live stream. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you, Hunter, for being patient, for staying this long again.
It's fine. Literally don't. Come on now. I enjoyed this.
See you guys.